The term now is 140 on April 10, 2024. I would like to start this special meeting. This is going to be continued from the March 27, 2024 special City Council meeting, presentation and discussion of the Housing Accountability Act, Housing Crisis Act, Density Bonus Law, AB 2097, and other state laws as they related to restriction on the cities in processing housing projects. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo?
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to open for our communication for study session. Is there anyone sign up for that?
We have no members present.
All right, thank you very much. And may I ask Council to start?
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Scott Porter from the City Attorney's Office. At the last meeting, I gave a presentation to update the council as far as various housing laws and how they affect the city generally. Unfortunately, we did not have enough time to answer whatever questions you may have. So that's the purpose of this forum, is to answer whatever questions you do have. I do have one piece of follow-up information for you. Is after the last presentation, I was emailed by a member of the public, Terry Raines, and she indicated that what staff had informed you was incorrect. And I disagree. What was provided to you was entirely correct. So what she misunderstood is how ADU laws work. There is a rule. There is a rule that says that if a city allows, number one, a city can adopt whatever rules it wants relating to an accessory dwelling unit as long as they meet certain requirements. And the city, for example, has a requirement that says you are not allowed to put your accessory dwelling unit, your ADU, in the front yard. But the city also says, but if you can't put it anywhere else, then you can put it in the front yard, okay? Which is different than saying the city must always approve things in the front yard. That is not true. But if there's space in the backyard or in the side yard, then you would put it there instead. So that is how the city processes it. So potentially, if you have a very small lot and use no space, then potentially the city would allow an ADU in the front yard. So that's just the one clarification that I do have. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Even though they're allowed to have the ADU in the front, it has to be enough square feet. What is the required square feet to have?
So the exact rule is that step number one is the city can have its rules.
Okay.
Step number two is if you cannot meet all of those rules,
okay,
then the city must allow at least an ADU that is at least 800 square feet,
okay,
that complies with side and rear setbacks of 4 feet, and then meets the height requirements, which would be generally 16 feet, but they might be 18 or even higher depending.
okay. It can be less than 800 square feet, right?
Correct. Somebody could propose something less than 800 square feet. Excuse me. They still would have to comply with minimum size requirements for buildings, but in Westminster, that's only 220 square feet. So that is half the size of a standard single garage. So you can imagine that is very small.
All right. Yeah, please.
So if someone were to choose to do it in the front yard, what about the setbacks for ADU? Now you're taking the setbacks that are comparable to a rear yard, and do those same numbers are going to work for the front yard? You know how, because typically you're with ADU in the rear yard, you're going less than typical setback to property line. So, and is those numbers going to work the same in the front yard, sides and front? We have a minimum setback from the front yard for the sidewalk. How does all that work?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman, for that question. So let me provide clarification from what the city attorney just stated. The planning staff is currently undergoing an update to our city ordinance on ADUs, an ADU ordinance to match the state law. And in places where the two conflict, meaning our code is conflicting with the state laws, we are obligated to follow the state code.
Yeah.
So for your question, if ADU were to
Go in the front.
be built in the front yard, they would maintain for the two sides, they would maintain a 4 feet setback. And from the front, there needs to be health and safety measures where the traffic engineer would be involved to assess the line of sight and take into consideration the distance between the property owner's driveway to the next property owner's driveway. So yeah, that it
This
will
seems
be
more
assessed.
problematic because we have the line of sight, like the 3 foot, 20 feet back, and, all that goes in place for safety, oncoming traffic.
Correct.
So it seems problematic sometimes at certain cases.
Yes, and it needs to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis.
All right.
So do we have the ordinance already or the policy put in place yet?
We do have an ordinance. However, because the state law on ADU has been revised so many times, there's some minor details where we're not consistent with the state law. Building height is one example.
So I know that we can modify from the state law as long as we abide to the general law that they require. But we can also make exception to that. Have we come up with anything yet? Do we
Yes,
have
we're working
anything
on that.
in place yet? Or are we working on it or what?
Yes, we are working on it.
Okay. So when do you think that you're going to bring up for review or approve?
The overall package also includes pre-approved ADU plans. We do have that those drawings ready. Our consultants working on construction, the engineering drawings, and then we'll be working on the application forms, instructions, and yes, the ADU ordinance update.
Since we haven't in place for the ordinance for the ADU, how do you process the application at this point?
Most of our code is consistent with the state code.
Okay.
So we do follow our code. In places where there's discrepancy, we follow the state's code.
Okay. All right. Any question from the council?
I do have one question to clarify. You said earlier that the lowest they can go is 200 square foot? Right.
220 square feet, that
20.
is set by state law.
Okay.
The city does have the option to go as little as 150 square feet. Most cities do not take that option, and Westminster has not taken that option. But we must always allow them to be as small as at least 220 square feet.
Okay, and as large as 800 feet or 850
1,200.
or 1,200?
Oh, so
That's
what is
by
the
our
maximum that we
ordinance. Yeah,
allow?
maximum.
It's 1,200 square feet.
Okay.
And
And then
of
are there
course-
fees if it goes higher, right? Like from, for example, 700 and up, there's a fee for it, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I believe it's 750 square feet is the cutoff?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a real quick comment. Just confirmation that the windows still required for every bedroom? Okay, you didn't do away with that?
Yes, that is
Thank
correct.
you.
Windows are required.
For safety purposes?
That's state law.
Great, thank you. That's good to know they're not doing away with that. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? It seems like hearing none.
Is there,
Okay, go ahead.
sorry, is there, I know we kind of rushed through this presentation last time. Is there any part of it that you feel that you really didn't hit as much as you
No,
wanted to?
I think we covered all of the most important parts. From your perspective, I think the most important parts are the general if you take away nothing else, the general rule is the city is very constrained in what it, as a general rule, the city must approve housing developments that comply with ministerial standards. So if they check all the boxes, it is extremely difficult for the city to deny that project. Does not mean that you cannot, but you are required to be able to make certain findings, and those findings are, generally speaking, difficult to make.
Is it?
One of the questions that I know it is covered on here, but so you say we can't mandate a specific project as being sold as affordable housing, the level of affordability, the city, we cannot dictate that?
So what a city can do, we do not currently have an inclusionary ordinance, correct? We do not have one?
We don't
Okay.
have.
So cities do have the option to adopt an ordinance, what is known as an inclusionary ordinance, which says to all future developers, you must include affordable housing at certain specified amounts, at certain levels, if you are going to build certain types of projects. You're going to build more than 5 units, then you have to have, one of them needs to be affordable. That probably wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But whatever the
Yeah,
example
I know
might be,
what
10
you're
out of
saying.
1 out of 10 would have to be
I
affordable.
think we
So if
spoke-
you had an ordinance, you could mandate across the board that would occur. What is difficult is if you don't have that ordinance, and then the city council says, well, we love your project, but you don't have enough affordable housing in it, you need to change it now. Well, you don't have an ordinance that says that. If you had an ordinance, that would be different.
So is that something that I think we discussed this before, as far as having us an ordinance for planning to bring it to us, because that's something that I think what our city needs. We need affordable housing, and we need to be able to deliver that to our community going forward. We can't do it with the ones in place that are in the works right now because we don't have an ordinance. But going forward, cannot we start one? Just get the process going.
I think what we can definitely promise is to come back to you with information of what other cities in Orange County are doing as a starting point.
And okay, what do you think a timeline for that would be?
I'll have to look back at Catherine for that.
That's something that I think going forward we need to do.
So that's certainly something that we could bring back at a future meeting where we indicate, as with all policy options, there are certainly advantages and disadvantages of doing this. I think every city agrees with the general principle that you want to have affordable housing, and then the question is this the best way to achieve that? And
Yeah.
there's a wide array of opinions on whether that is the way to achieve that.
Yeah.
And Scott, as part of that, is there also the opportunity for them to just pay into a fund for affordable, to the city, to then do a project as opposed to putting units in their project?
Correct. So what some cities allow is they say, well, here's an inclusionary requirement, but in lieu of providing that actual housing that is required, you would pay this in lieu fee. So don't provide the housing, but give us, the city, the money, and once we have enough money in the fund, then we will go build the housing ourselves. Developers
Okay.
love this because it's frankly, most cities in my experience set the fees substantially lower than the amount that they could. So developers look at that and they say, oh, I can save a lot of money because the city's fees are way too low.
That would be in this inclusionary ordinance,
So that
correct?
could be an option. It's certainly not a requirement that you allow an in lieu fee, but some cities have that option.
Okay. All right. That's
And
something we
again,
need to
it's one
look
of those
into.
advantages, disadvantages.
Yeah, get more information on it. So,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Are
I'm
you
done.
done?
Go ahead.
Mayor, could I?
Yeah.
Oh, do you want
Yes,
to?
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, what I'm about to propose, I'm not sure that we can do it, but, I bring it up anyway. What I'm hearing from you is that it's very difficult for the city to reject any housing projects. look like that if we have a checklist, we have to say yes, 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 all the way, if you will develop that checklist. But if you as assistant city manager, city attorney, what can you advise us, in this case, we can have, we can make exception to that? Or
yes.
we have to review it case by case?
That is an excellent question. You're absolutely correct in your understanding of what I had indicated. But the follow-up question is spectacular because you certainly, as a city council, have a lot of options. You can, for example, adopt ordinances that spell out what is on the list. Here are the 18 things that you need to do, and if your housing meets all these requirements, it needs to look like this. The height needs to be this high. It needs to have this. You can have design standards which are very specific. I don't know where we are in the process of our objective design standards.
That's also
I
in the works.
object to that one. You can't have design standards.
Yeah, we can.
No, I'm talking about according to state law, is what I read.
Well, the important word is you can have objective design standards, meaning, so what you can't say is, well, the requirements are that it needs to fit with community character. Where 5 people on the city council, all 5 of you could have a different opinion of whether a particular building complies with community character. So that type of standard is not allowed. What you can do is you can say, here are our very specific design elements that are required. In this part of town, all buildings need to be white. All buildings need to have an awning that is at least 6 inches overhanging, et cetera.
Is that true? That to me is like totally opposite, different than what I read.
Another example of objective design standard can be a building exceeding 50 feet wide facing the street needs to have 4 architectural materials. And the building needs to have a pop-up element or receding element for every 30 feet if the building exceeds X amount of street width. So these are objective standards that a person can take the measurement tape and then measure out on the plan. Okay, does this trigger this design standard? Are they providing this? Yes or no? And then we move on to the next set of state standards. So those are objective design standards that doesn't have anything qualitative for us to think about.
Okay. Currently, I don't think it's been updated, but last time I checked, it's been a while, but we have a design guide manual. And in the design guide manual, specifically, there's a certain area which is along the Civic Center here, where it states that it should be the Old English style. Is that something that's kind of comes into play where we're talking about?
Right, that could potentially be difficult because what is Old English style? You might have different opinions on what that would be. However, you could say the following are Old English style.
It says on there.
If it spells out.
It's spelled out in there.
That you have this type of a roof pitch and this type of, then that would fit. But you would have to define what you mean by that.
So,
I'm going to take one more question from Vice Mayor Ho, and then we have to end the meeting because we have another meeting start at 2 o'clock.
Yes. If I may, I know that we've got some new council members, and I just want you to, name some cases where cities went up against the state and lost or won. Could just name a few, or has there been many?
So there have been a number of instances where there is litigation. Generally, as a general rule, I think what you're getting at is if the city ends up denying a project and that's inconsistent with state law, then the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, will instigate litigation. Typically, more often, it's on the side of the development community, or they would sue a city in particular saying your housing element is out of compliance because it doesn't meet X, Y, and Z requirements. So I'd be more than happy to provide a list. There are multiple cases. I don't know. It depends on what you want to talk about, but there
And
are.
do cities prevail or the HCA?
It's a mixed bag. There are instances where HCD has overreached, and certainly there are a number of instances where cities have not and have been on the losing end. So I wouldn't say that you always lose if the state gets involved, but usually the state won't bring a case if they don't think they can win.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Council, Legal Counsel, for coming back for the second time to continue with the special meeting about study session for the housing. And at this time, I would like to adjourn the meeting until later time.
Thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute break before we start? 5-minute break?
You want to take a break?
All right,
Okay, take a break for 5 minutes, and you can come back.
thank you.
Good afternoon. The time now is 2:07, and I would like to start with the strategic plan meeting. And this meeting will run until the 5:30 p.m. today. So, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho, Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Vice Mayor Ho absent.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to, do we have anyone sign up for oral communications?
We have no members of the public present.
We noticed that Vice Mayor Ho just come up to the desk, so please note that in the meeting minutes. So I'd like to turn it over to our staff for the rest of the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. It's been a while since we last met on our strategic plan, for our strategic plan. As you know, back in 2022, we adopted the city's first 3-year strategic plan, which we're very proud of. Over the course of the last several years, we have done these strategic plan workshops in order to update our objectives, in which we are trying to advance the city in different ways with some very structured goals. Currently, we have 4 goals, which we will talk about as we, go through this process today. So at this time, I would like to introduce Ryder Smith, who is the president of Trepepe Smith. He will be our facilitator for this strategic plan workshop. Previously, we had Marilyn Snyder, who conducted our previous strategic plan workshops. She has since retired, and so for this final hurrah of our strategic plan, Ryder will be leading us through the process.
All right. Oh, excellent. Excellent AV support here. Thank you very much, City Manager Corden. I appreciate it. Honorable Mayor Nguyen and members of the City Council. It's nice to be with you today. Some of you are familiar faces to me. I've seen you either at PCTA meetings or met you. I believe we met at the Yorba Linda State of the City a few months ago. So it's nice to be back in council chambers here with you. Real quick, if I could just indulge you, I want to tell you a brief story because it is big life circle event for me to be here with you. I grew up in Washington State, a little place called Bainbridge Island, Washington, and came south for college at a place called Claremont McKenna College. And I met one of my dearest friends in life ever who helped me get through college there. It turns out her name is Dee Tran, and she grew up here in Westminster and was a phenomenal student in your local public schools, and then went on to Claremont McKenna, and she changed the course of my life getting to meet her. So I'm forever thankful for the family I got to meet with the Tran family, and introduced me to Southern California life. And so to now be back here, I was texting her the other night saying I was going to come to her hometown and do this. It was just very big for me. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I appreciate it. As was noted by the city manager, we're coming in mid-cycle. I'm taking over from a prior strategic planning process. And for the sake of consistency, we wanted to keep doing kind of the same methodology we had before, with maybe my own slight twist on a few things. But that's the general trend. And as is noted, we're kind of at the tail end of a 3-year cycle. And I applaud the City Council for having a kind of foresight for having a 3-year plan, because as we know, big things in society take time to change, and having a 3-year vision for that is an important part of the process. Here we are today to do an update on that. We have an agenda, which I don't know if we can put that up on the screen for the sake of, for my AV folks, if we could cast the screen, that, thank you. So I should introduce two. This is Kylie Sun on our team. Kylie's a business analyst and works with me hand in hand on a lot of our work at TS Talent Solutions. And then the last thing I'll just say too is, as President Trepepe Smith, I've worked in probably 120 cities plus in California, over 200 local government agencies. So I see a lot of things, and I'm hoping that our experience on that as well will be helpful to you today as we go through discussing our plans today. So as you can see from the agenda, we're through welcomes and introductions. We're going to do an overview of the mission and the statement of values that the city has. Then we are going to dive into SWOT analysis. Senior staff and city council members all received a link from the city manager to fill out a quick online kind of survey document to get feedback. And we've consolidated that, and then Kylie did some really excellent work to consolidate that feedback into categories of SWOT type with some showing our work to follow. After that, we'll do a reminder of what the 3-year goals are, and then discuss progress on the goals and matrix review. So City Manager Corden will discuss the specific objectives under each one of the goals that we've been tackling and roll through those. Then we're gonna have a breakout session, and we will go ahead and break out within the room, and each council member and perhaps 2 will be able to go to one particular item of interest, and we'll discuss those. That's been the consistent format. We'll come back, report out from those conversations, and then talk about next steps. And we'll do this all in the magic of 3 hours and 15 minutes. So that's the mission today. All right, so we'll go ahead and we're gonna also use this Google Doc because we're gonna take notes in real time. First of all, this is your existing mission statement. The City of Westminster is committed to providing the highest quality of service, ensuring that Westminster is a desirable place to live, work, play, and do business. And then we have a series of values that we identify under that, and I won't take you through reading all those. If you have to scroll down, Kylie, to get them all on the screen, feel free to do so, but I think that's the end of it with the 11. One thing I would say is generally in these processes, particularly when you're looking at a 3-year cycle, making changes to these particular elements is probably not highly advisable unless there's an egregious issue, a big problem that you want to fix, in which case we should have a conversation about that. But if not, what I would suggest is knowing that we're in the tail end of a 3-year cycle, the next time we revisit the goal-setting process, which will involve looking at the next 3 years, if we wish to make adjustments to the mission, that would probably be a particularly ideal time to do that. So having said that, do any of the council members here have any thoughts on the mission itself and any concerns with it that you feel you want to raise to your fellow council members today?
Yeah. I just feel like this mission statement is so generic.
Okay,
That's my first impression.
fair feedback. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah,
I believe that this mission statement, that you take it out from the city website, and this is always there, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And a reminder that generally speaking, when we look at mission, vision, values, and notably the city doesn't have a vision statement for itself, it has a mission statement. And this will also be something, as we look to a 3-year cycle, we may want to revisit and talk about that vision versus mission. Distinction there is vision is where do we see ourselves 20 years from now? If I were to describe the ideal community, what does it look like for us? And then what are we doing, what's our mission here at the City Hall to help us get to that vision? And so something to think about when we talk about that for future reference about contemplating changes to what this may look like. And Councilmember Ho, to your point, a live, work, play, I will just say, having worked in lots of cities, and I'm sure you've seen this too, for a lot of cities, this is a tagline for them, right? It's a great place to live, work,
I
play.
know.
We see that.
I know.
I think we want that for every one of our communities, right? Because we all have similar values as Americans. And the challenge is that it doesn't help us in a big state like California with 482 cities. It doesn't help us sound different. So we may want to give some thought to, is there a different mission for us and how we're trying to deliver what makes it special in our community?
May I add something to that, to the
Please.
mission? So maybe we can have something along this line. Our mission is to collaborate with resident businesses and stakeholders to develop innovative solution promoting civic engagement and implementing policy and initiatives that address the evolving needs of our community while preserving the cultural heritage and promoting social equality. Something along that line?
Did you just whip that up? So something like that could be a great conversation to have as a mission statement alternative or revisit. And frankly, at the end of the day, as a city council, you have prerogative on this. My suggestion from a kind of planning perspective is, since we are mostly looking to refresh goals today, it would be ideal to take ideas like this and turn it into a thoughts about what our next mission statement should be when we start to think about that next 3-year plan for us. because there's a lot of good stuff going on in the city. You recently adopted a new sales tax measure, and there's now big thoughts we should have about where we're going and our mission to help get us there. And I think that's exactly the kind of feedback we want to contribute to having a deeper dive discussion on what that mission might be.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Thank you for that suggestion as well as raising that comment. I agree. I think there's some concerns there. Would it be possible, council member, if you could share that language with us? If that's,
Yes,
I'll follow up with you
absolutely.
afterwards, and we'd love to get that as some
Okay.
starting
We
point
still
language.
have
too.
to
Thank you.
discuss about it, right? You still have to discuss about it, because there is one part of that statement, I kind of not agree to that, because we are, most of them is okay, but then the part that the community engagement to make a policy, the policy is to be made by the council, not to be made by the public, because otherwise it's going to be a lot out there that we can't control.
Very fair, Mayor.
May
So-
I address that? I didn't say, I say promote civic engagement, comma, and implementing policies and initiatives that address. So it's twofold. It's not asking the community to help us create policies.
And so, thank you for that
Are
clarification.
we going to be splitting up in groups to come up with something like this?
Oh,
or-
sorry, let me bring clarity for this. So my intent today was not to revisit the entire mission statement. I think we're really focused today is to do an update on where we're at with the goals and how we're delivering on those. I just feel it's important to pause for a second and talk that we do have a mission statement that has been underlying our goals. And as we turn to 3 years from now, or we're on the tail end of the 3-year cycle, my imagination is, as a council, there will be a time roughly
January, with the new
January.
council.
So January 2025, where you will be done with this 3-year plan and looking to do the next 3 years. And that kind of big milestone for you as a council is a great time to revisit what is our mission, what is our vision, have our values changed? So my advice is you can think about it now, but let's withhold that change until we finish this cycle and deliver on the things that we've been working on for the community. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Before we would begin, may I ask staff, I don't know, on this side of the room, I smell burnt coffee like all the time. So is there any way for 3.5 hours, I don't want smelling that. It's giving me a headache. Yeah, burnt coffee. And I don't think it comes from, maybe the room across from.
Oh, the electrical equipment? Do you smell
I'm not
electrical
sure, but I feel
burning?
like it's brewing and it's burning.
Oh,
Do you smell it? Okay.
well, we will send our public works director to.
I feel like I'm on
Or
a
you
Seinfeld
close that.
episode.
Maybe we can close that door. But almost every time, ever since I moved to this,
We have a fire chief here.
Where's the K9 unit when we need it? Got to get that K9 unit out here. So I guess I'll just restate that to make sure we're clear. My hope would be that we acknowledge this existing mission and contemplate how we may want to see it evolve. That's consistent with organizational values. And also, we can start to begin to think, after we get through today's update, when we think about doing this in January 2025, what is the vision we also may want to contemplate? There's a whole lot of process to go into that. I'm confident the city manager can walk you through some of those thoughts as we contemplate a bigger future for your city. All right, so, and then are there any particular values here that are egregious, which we think needs to be changed or is not foundational to who we are or that anybody has a concern with? I want to make sure I give you a chance to at least voice that.
I mean, if you sit here and look at it, you can sit here and dissect it and go line by line, but I don't know if this is where we want to spend our time right now.
I don't believe it is, but I also want to make sure that, like, if it said something that was completely horrible,
Yeah.
right? Like, then I would at least want to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
I don't sense that having adopted these previously, there's anything that's horrible here.
Yeah. No.
But I also don't want to make any of you, and I don't want to make any council members here feel like you didn't have a chance at least to say something about this.
I think we're good.
I think we'll move on. All right, so we have a mission, we have some values, we are consistent in our approach on those, and they underline our eventual goals that we're going to talk about. Now, you're an organization, you have City Hall here, And you have a team of folks at City Hall and you as council members that are working every day to improve and build upon the community and help build the bedrock of civilization that drives us forward here in America. And so it's important for organizations to reflect on what their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are. So strengths and weaknesses, these are things that are inherent to the organization that you have some control over, meaning it's something that's the responsibility that we as staff or council can actually make a difference on these items. And then opportunities and threats are outside of us. So these are things that might be happening at state level legislature or changes in the economy or big other things that are not happening within the immediate control of City Hall that create opportunities for us or maybe threaten our kind of ideal vision for the city or our way of life. So I believe you were just in study session, for example, on housing policy in the state of California. And by some measures, for some communities, the various state housing mandates that are coming down from Sacramento, those are a threat. We can't directly control that as a city council or city staff, but the legislature and the governor's office are advancing policies that are a threat to maybe how we want to see our city develop. So that would be an example of a threat, whereas a strength could be, as you see up here, the quality of the leadership team inside City Hall.
What is SWOT stand for?
The SWOT, S-W-O-T, stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So there's 4 categories here, and council members and city staff, senior staff, all had a chance to kind of share some ideas on what they thought each of these areas were, and I wanted to provide a space for us to have a conversation about this. So under strengths, let's start with the easy ones, right? Because the hard ones are going to be weaknesses. That can be a little moment of self-reflection, and there might be some kerfuffle around that, but I've been told you guys like honest conversation with each other, so I'm going to lay it out there and take the risk with you. Under strengths, we heard good things about a strong leadership and executive team, and I'm not going to read all the sub-bullet points underneath each of those, because those are kind of the raw feedback from the survey tool that we received, but credit for having a strong leadership and executive team. Number 2, a strength, was that you passed your tax measure. And I just would say that is a huge accomplishment for an organization to get done. I know taxes can always be contentious, but ultimately when a tax measure passes, that's a sign of your community voting and trusting in you as elected leaders and your City Hall staff to go do big things for them. So I'd think that's a nice strength. Number 3 is having successful community engagement. So fewer people had comments on this, but roughly speaking, some folks identified having community engagement as being a success and a strength here at City Hall. Next is the steps that you're taking towards community and economic development. So you're good at that. You're seeing economic development grow. You're upgrading parks and facilities. You're adopting a specific plan, moving forward on the zoning to meet state requirements as well. And so that was viewed as a strength. And that a strength was also commented by some that you have attractive salaries and benefits to get a high-quality team. I think we could all acknowledge that if we didn't have a team of staff at City Hall helping to implement the policies that you all hope to achieve for the community, then it gets really hard to get stuff done, right? You got to have a good team. You guys are the quarterbacks helping direct council to go out, or helping direct staff to go out and do what they need to do. Kylie, is this the end of the list of, okay. So these are the strengths that were identified. Any council members have comments, questions, or concerns about those strengths that were identified?
And if there's anything that council, if you didn't get a chance or you just thought of something that you want to add, you're more than welcome to add as well.
Correct.
I don't know if you guys have in here where we were able to create a nomination recognition for Women Appreciation Month. Also, you know, the Welcome Home Vietnam War veteran, that was amazing this year that we created, and many more to come. But
Would you
yeah.
describe those as community engagement?
Yes, but also different events that the city, yes, allow the community to
Okay.
come together, yeah.
Well, throw some notes in now, noting those as well. I would agree. Those are good at building community experience and adding to engagement opportunities. Any strengths that you disagree with here that you'd like to, at the risk of fomenting debate, or are we missing some strength that you think should be surfaced or shared with your teammates? And I'm okay with awkward silence, so I'll let it hang out there for 15 seconds or so if I need to.
Do you have anything addressed Do you have anything to address the safety,
Public safety?
public safety? Yeah.
I realize I say this surrounded by a bunch of police officers, so I can appreciate the safety I'm experiencing right now. I don't believe, Kylie, we had any particular comments of strength about that. It could be in part reflective of the fact that it's very strong right now, and we assume it's a basic execution element for the city. So it didn't surface among those who had comments. And
May I add something to that? We actually add 2 more HLO police to the task. So they are kicking butt right now, and that's amazing. And then also, they are creating a kind of like a special op team to target certain high kind of like criminal activity in the area.
Okay.
So they're doing that. So those are the 2 things that are the strength in the city for the law enforcement.
Could I just clarify an acronym I think you just used? Did I hear HLL?
HOL, which is the homeless
Homeless
liaison
outreach.
officer.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you, yes.
Staff.
HLO.
HLO.
Thank
yeah.
you. Homeless Liaison Officer.
Exactly.
See, we have lots of
Staff.
TLAs in local government, 3-letter acronyms. You got to have as many
Perfect.
TLAs as possible. Yes, Mayor?
Staff, what about the navigation center? Is it, should we have it here as a strength?
So generally, when it comes to looking at overall strengths, you could add the navigation center but it's not. I mean, it's something that we're doing, but it's not reflective of like the overall strength of the organization, if you will. A lot of these that are listed on here, if you want to just scroll up a little bit for me, they're kind of they're more all-encompassing. So, like we talked about, yes, a strong leadership team, tax measure passed. I guess under maybe public safety or maybe community engagement, we could put the navigation center, or that we work toward that. But it's more of a milestone of something that we've done as opposed to an overall descriptive.
And one thing, if I could just extend those comments, City Manager Corden, I almost describe them like those are the navigation center and some of the new officer positions are all symptoms, good symptoms, of having a competent executive team, having a sales tax measure that passed that gives you the financial wherewithal to make confident investments in the future, having support for community engagement work. So in some ways, those are excellent, word. I like the word milestones that indicate the progress that's making. They reaffirm some of the strengths that we're noting here. But that said, we'll take additional notes on those just to highlight them as components that are evidence of that and slot them appropriately within these strengths. Okay. I'm going to shift to weaknesses now. So this is where we're going to be a little more reflective about overall concerns that folks expressed about where could we improve as effectively. And remember, weaknesses are things that we can try to work on as a team inside City Hall, inside council chambers. So there were a lot of comments about council collaboration and opportunity to be more collaborative. I say that respectfully. We are all in we're allowed to have differing opinions and differing policy objectives and goals, certainly. So it's not a demand for a one-party solution. It is just more a statement about there is disagreement that exists, and sometimes that disagreement has secondary impacts on direction for staff to follow, which is a healthy reason to do a goal-setting process. It also has an impact on, can have an impact on City Hall morale, and sometimes for you as council members, it can be very frustrating. But it was noted as one area that's a weakness. And Kylie, this is the second one here, succession, thank you. So second one that was identified was succession planning and recruitment and retention. So arguably, I would say from the work I've done in cities, this is a secondary impact, is that, first of all, there's just generally I'm seeing cities struggle across the board on these issues and trying to find talent. And I think we have all generally seen that the economy has a very low unemployment rate and finding good talent is hard. Police officers, particularly difficult to find. But this strikes me as a community that really appreciates police officers, so that's a competitive advantage, but nonetheless, it's very hard to find police recruits. And in general, sometimes what can affect staffing and your ability to recruit is employee morale, and sometimes that also is challenged by the first weakness we identified, which can be disagreements that can exist on city council. A third weakness that was identified was financial sustainability. So this is admittedly a little juxtaposed, or it's different or opposite of what we saw in the first as a strength, in that the financial we identified a strength of having passed a sales tax measure, but we also acknowledge that we've had financial sustainability concerns. And we're going to talk about some of that in our objectives today, but that's identified as a weakness. And clearly, without the economic funds to budget and support all the great programming and the work that you're doing, that is always a concern. And we certainly see that as a constant concern of area of weakness for organizations. And Kylie, that was it for the summary on those. All right, council members. So are we missing any weaknesses that you would like to highlight? Or do you have any concerns or objections to the descriptions you've seen here? Or any additional commentary you want to make on the weaknesses that were observed?
I have one. The other thing, I don't know which category it will fall under, but I was thinking from a business perspective, since we get this new tax measure approved, the 0.5%, that we can use it to kind of help different department to sustain themselves, say certain percentage go to certain department, and then from there, they, with Aaron's help, they invest into certain whatever it is to get more return. So in that way, if they need anything, they can pull the fund from that investment. So I don't know if we have something like that, if we can go down that path or that route of investment-wise to sustain the city.
So agree with the point. So point of information is if you use, say, some of those funds to buy new software, that increases productivity and helps staff be more efficient, right? Like that would be a good return on investment that happens for what you're describing.
Well, yes, but also with the funding that they can put in some kind of investment to generate money. So that way,
thank you.
if, say, the police officer, if they need extra money to fix their the cars or whatever they need to buy for their department, that they can utilize that money instead of coming into tap into the taxpayers' money. That's what I'm saying.
So there's kind of two elements to that,
Yeah.
just to clarify I think to make sure I'm hearing you properly. One is a question of, are we setting aside enough funds for capital replacement, and that we have the funds there, right? So CIP planning and then facilities planning, and so that's part of it. And then the secondary part is also, do we have enough reserves that they themselves generate income?
Exactly.
Right? So we can all become trust fund kids and have excess income that comes off investments to help fund and subsidize our operations, right? Which would be
In a way,
pretty
the
significant
department will
reserves.
be sufficient, that they don't have to keep going back to the taxpayers for more money.
Right. Okay. We'll make some additional notes on that, Kylie, just noting some of those comments. And they certainly fit under the financial sustainability question. I actually think we'll probably end up talking about that when we do our breakout groups and we talk about the objectives, because certainly financial sustainability is part of those goals we've been talking about. And I think that speaks to some of those things. So we'll have that group talk about that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Councilmember Manzo, Mayor Pro Tem Ho, any comments?
No, I mean, these are points that we spoke about our last strategic plan session. It's just, I just haven't really had time to really dive into this. We can get here and get in the weeds of it, like you said, sub bullet points. But I mean, generally, some of these we have addressed, and some we haven't. I think this is a list that we need to continue to work on and do some check off the ones that we have. But I mean, you can get here and get in specifics of how to achieve them. I'm assuming that's going to be, like you just mentioned, in our breakout rooms.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. That is correct.
Yeah, we'll get into that conversation at that point.
Okay.
So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ho, any comments? No pressure if none. Councilmember Nguyen? You good? Okay. All right. So those are weaknesses. Let's move on to opportunities, right? So remember, opportunities are external factors, things that are outside us, outside of our immediate control that we can see as things we can go try to get done, or changes and trends that are helpful to us. So changing revenue sources. So yes, we did pass this, certainly you and your fellow voters in your fine city adopted a new sales tax measure to help out with this. Additionally, just overall economic growth and Orange County being a great place to do business are also contributing factors for helping drive additional revenue sources, and there's opportunities. We also see grants come up a lot, and it was noted that grants here as well, very attractive. So new revenue sources, those are always good opportunities, and it's, I think, fiscally smart to want to have different sources of revenue to diversify your revenue streams, right? That's a smart thing. Yes, Councilmember.
Quick question. Do you have this copy for us to take a look at and to keep as well?
I assume we can make that available to the council.
Were you looking for a printed one right now?
Yeah.
Or- Because we're actually making notes, so this is considered a
Okay.
draft of what we're seeing.
But
So-
afterward.
Yeah, so afterwards,
Thank
you'll get the final, just like before.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I should have clarified that. I appreciate you asking the question, Councilmember. And then under housing development, opportunities for current housing laws encouraging development. So, you know, for some that's a win, for some of them that's frustration. But nonetheless, we know housing development's going to happen in the city under various state mandates that are going on, not to mention what has been enabled by your new housing element and the associated zoning with that. We have an opportunity around technology advancements and trying to use those more to our advantage, develop various online services, introduce more technology within the organization. And certainly technology is a big deal in cities these days. I see it all over the place where cities are trying to aggressively grab onto technology to help them become more productive and more efficient. Because there's a lot of pressures on cities to do more with less, even when they are adopting revenue measures. Well, the other one I sometimes see under here a lot, it didn't come up particularly in this conversation, is how is artificial intelligence, which is all the buzzword, everybody likes talking about it, but that's a big thing I see cities talking about all the time. In fact, within the city manager profession, they're doing a conference on it in June, just for city managers, where the entire conference is all about AI and how to incorporate AI into the work of local governments. And I'm confident police department too is seeing technologies around AI to help them figure out how to do their jobs more effectively as well. And then we have economic development and a number of great items listed there, including the mall redevelopment for a big one certainly, and bringing more business to the city in general. These are agreed opportunities. And frankly, remember, we are positioned in Orange County, which is a very attractive market to be in. And you have a safe community, which is even more attractive because not all communities can claim safety the way you can. And then somebody identified the 2024 election as an opportunity. I'll be frank, I'm not sure I can identify it as an opportunity. I guess it's an opportunity to get reelected, an opportunity to set tone and direction, but that's not for me to judge as a facilitator here. But that was surfaced. Any comments about the opportunities we see ahead of us for our community? Or anything missing here that's a concern?
No, just like I said earlier, it was just, these are some topics that we need to continue to work on and some that we already have accomplished. Like revenue sources, more opportunities for grants. We already hired a firm, so we accomplished that part. So that's one of the things you can check off that we did, and we're continuing. And that's going to bring in the grant opportunities. So we have somebody specifically focused on that. So these are some issues that we're currently working on.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we hired a company to specifically go after the grants, and so that will help bring us more money, therefore more opportunities.
Is this, are you working with, is that Townsend Public Affairs or
Yes,
California
that's
Consulting?
correct.
Townsend Public Affairs. Okay. Very good. Yes.
So regarding technology and AI, I was thinking about this because for the council to better be self-sufficient and to re-up on different issues regarding housing to development, rezoning and whatnot. I think with the AI technology popping up on here, giving us, reading while we read, we can hear the staff doing a report that we can have more detail and backdrop of certain bills or certain, technology information that we can add it into our questioning and whatnot. So I think with the AI technology, it's amazing for that fact. I think it will give the council a tool to utilize and to help their position and to be better council and mayor. So.
Okay.
And then, on the other hand, AI could be our weakness, because when we become too reliant on AI, it could take away our police officers and their jobs or assistance. It depends on how we use it.
Well, I think that's a huge societal question that we're facing, right? It's hard for me to imagine AI arresting somebody on the street, so I think the officers are pretty safe. But I understand the concern. I think the interesting question will be how AI could play into crime analytics and helping us figure out where to put an officer when. And I'm highly confident that there are members of your police department that know a lot more about that than I do. But it's a very interesting question that a lot of organizations are contemplating right now is where does AI fit in the bigger strategy for us? And I don't think that's just because it's popular culture right now. It's very hip. I think it's a genuine question because it does have significant implications. We're certainly thinking about it at my company too. Like, what does AI mean for writing press releases and doing social media? It's a big question.
Well, I think we can, I mean, AI is here to stay, and we all know that.
Correct.
Is how we implement it and use it with accountability. So of course we don't want the extreme where, you know, it takes jobs away from, you know, people writing or doing other, you know, skills. But what I'm saying is that it should be something to substitute, to help. It's a tool for the council and the staff and different department to assist them in their job.
It sounds like there's interest enough on this that we should maybe identify that as another area of opportunity for us within the technology advancements, and that maybe as we contemplate objectives for the coming year, or we think about the next 3-year objectives, we figure out AI strategy as a component for the city at large, which I'm seeing cities significantly consider as time goes on. So, all right, any other comments about these opportunities? Okay. Let's move on, Kylie. So now we're going to go down to threats. Remember, these are, again, things that we don't control directly. We don't control AI. I wish we did, but we don't. If we did, we'd all be bajillionaires and driving Ferraris today, but we don't control AI. What are the threats that are out there that could impact our community? And as I had used an example before, state housing mandates creating impacts in our community. So too, state legislation was identified here. Go figure, right? So state mandates, budgetary constraints, like for example, the state's facing, depending upon one's interpretation, either a $60 billion or a $30 billion or a $20 billion deficit. That could have impacts on grant funds. It could have impacts on remuneration of funds back to the city or on certain legislative actions that are taken. Certainly in the history of California, the state has sometimes dug into city revenues when they need to close their own budget gaps. There's the outcome of the election could definitely have an impact on policies, both at the federal and the state level. And I guess the threat that's also noted here is just the overall political division that occurs during election season. And we certainly see polarization going on. As council members, I feel compelled to at least make a comment about that, which is as much as there's polarization at the federal level, when you look at who people trust and where the polarization comes closer together and is less polarized, the local level is where it's at, right? And it's, for me as a guy who works in local government, it's rewarding because at the end of the day, if there's a pothole, it's not a Republican pothole or Democrat pothole or a MAGA pothole or a ultra-left pothole. It's just a pothole. And everybody, no matter what your color is, you want a pothole fixed. And if we remember those basics that help make our civilization go, at our local level, we can do a lot to build unity in our communities and cohesion and collaboration and a sense of place. And so navigating those things is important, but it's really a great opportunity you have as community leaders to help bring people together.
Well, no, that's just some crazy talk there.
So
that's the way, it's a fantasy, that's the way it should be.
It's the way it should, but we got to dream big, right?
Yeah.
We got to dream big. All right. So on funding revenue side, noted additional threats that exist. So this goes back to California's budget hole. Homelessness as a concern. That's a lot of that's out of our control directly. Like there's economic factors there. There's Prop 47 issues there. There's how pervasive drug use is there. These are all factors that are threatening and creating an environment where we have to address homelessness more and more and more. Community economic development. So there's certainly businesses who may take flight. I mean, you could argue a risk of a recession could be a threat. And I see the reference to lack of quality developments in the city. That actually might be, in some ways, could be more. Well, I guess I'll take it as it could be almost an opportunity, I would argue, but it is a threat in that we're not seeing that it's at the level we would want. Cost of living, this is out of our control. I wish we could control CPI. Came in today at 3.5, still elevated.
It's not bad.
It's better. It's better. It's not
really
great,
good.
right? Remember, the gold number is 2%, so we're still 150% or above where we want to be. And then finally, a Vietnamese media was identified as a threat. Is that correct? Am I?
What?
Taking over.
Oh my gosh, who brought that up?
So it was identified, and then AI was
Vietnamese
also.
media will take over the city.
Vietnamese AI media? Is that where we're going? Vietnamese AI media?
Oh my goodness.
And then the last one was AI, which I appreciate the matrix concerns there, and it is both a threat and an opportunity at the same time. All right, so that was a quick
You know,
run.
it reminds me of the cell phone, or the computer back in the day, right? I mean, it's good, but, there's the accountability. That's all it is.
That is
Yeah.
that is fair. That is a
Yeah.
fair statement. All right, so are we missing any threats that we want to raise? Or is there any discussion we want to have about any one of these threats that has been surfaced?
Can someone maybe go in detail? I still don't understand the Vietnamese media. How's that a threat?
I think
If someone can elaborate.
So I believe, Kylie, first of all, if I could just clarify, these two line items right in here, Vietnamese media and politics, Vietnamese media, those were ripped straight from the survey tool. To be clear, the survey tool was anonymous, so I can't give you the benefit of telling you who actually said that. I just know it was said. If we wish to discuss it, we can certainly do that. I have no more clarity than exactly the words that are written right there. And I would hesitate to guess as to what that means.
That's why I didn't understand.
That's a fair question,
Yes.
Councilwoman. Okay, I'm not hearing any desire to discuss these weaknesses any further.
nope.
All right, so we have strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats we've reviewed. These are all laying in the background for us as our capacity as an organization to deliver for residents, things to work on, right? The weaknesses are things to try to go fix that are in our own house that we can try to work on. The opportunities are things that are outside we see out there, like we could only do X, Y, and Z, we could achieve this for our community. And then threats are these things are out there and they're looming, and how do we protect ourselves, navigate around, or defend against those threats, right? What can we contemplate in our policies to address those things? So having solidified those, and we will provide those all as documentation and follow up to this meeting, just reflect on them as background for conversation as we go forward today in the rest of our meeting. All right, so having done SWOT analysis, we're gonna just remind ourselves of the existing goals that we have for the city. And so Kylie's gonna shift it up there. So we have 4. And Kylie, I'm gonna play old man writer here. Could you actually make your font a little bigger, please? Like you gotta zoom in. There you go. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay, so City Council had adopted 4 goals. And let me first of all just thank the council for also having focus and trying to have priorities and goals for you, your community, and your city staff to go after. A lot of organizations will have 30 goals. And the old saying is, when everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. As a council, you all had agreement that these are priorities. We want to go do these things for our community. And so I applaud you for having that and having the fortitude to stick for 3 years to consistently come back and revisit these. So the first one is achieve financial stability. Second is develop and implement the specific plan for Little Saigon, the downtown district, and the west side. Third, attract and develop and retain well-qualified staff members. And 4, improve customer service delivery to the community. And that last one, 4, is maybe a little less common than I see in cities, but actually I've seen it in a couple other cities come up, where this idea of how do we get our community to better connect with City Hall, how to collaborate with our community to help achieve better community outcomes, I'm seeing that more and more often. I think that's some of the spirit behind that, in addition to just what is that resident experience? When they walk into City Hall and they need help, what is that experience like? And since we all live in the shadow of Disneyland here in Orange County, I'm sure we sometimes benchmark ourselves to what is our Disney experience, right? How does Disney make every customer feel like a rock star? How do we do that here for our residents as well? Now, you'll recall, any comments or questions about just the existence of these goals and how we got to where they are, just to make sure we're all on the same page about these goals. Any concerns or questions?
The only comment is that these are the 4 goals that we still need to focus on. they're not changed. As far as I know, that this is where we're still working on, and we need to continue on that for those. So,
And Councilmember, thank you for raising that. Yeah, so my expectation here, the auspices in which, the context in which I was brought in, is that we're on a 3-year cycle. We're at the 8th inning on that cycle at this point, right? We're almost done. January 2025 will be a new 3-year cycle to get through. And so we are here to stick it out and work through these goals all the way to the bitter end for the betterment of our community. So today we're going to hopefully do is check-in conversations and report out about how we progressed on these things and what more needs to be done, because there's always more to do, right? And I'm confident looking at this list, there's more to probably be done on these things. Okay. So we have a matrix to review our progress on these, and this is an opportunity, and I'm going to hand it over to City Manager Corden to talk through these. But essentially, we keep a matrix of details with objectives under each of these goals, right? So you have a big goal, and you say, what are my steps to get to that goal that we need to go execute? And we review those. And what's going to happen here is we're going to review these objectives now in a group just to provide a status update and get us all level set. And then once we're done, we're going to break out into groups to go talk about each of these goals, review the objectives in the broader discussion, and talk about any additional new objectives or changes we need to make. So with that, I'll hand it over to City Manager Corden.
Thank you so much. So we're just going to go down line by line very briefly on some of these, all these objectives, rather. So the first one was to provide to the City Council a status update of the traffic and parking condition plan in Little Saigon, including information on the parking structure. So at the time, an item was presented back in May regarding that project. Since then, there is no movement on a parking structure. You know, as we know, that parking structure project was a private property project. And so, you know, as part of moving this 3-year goal forward, you know, we'll have to take a look at if there are going to be any next steps or any additional ideas or studies that, you know, we may want to do, you know, for that area. But as of this time, the parking structure project is stagnant because, again, it is a private property project and it's not moving anywhere. So there currently is no parking structure. So number 2, provide an update to City Council on the status of creative revenue ideas. As you recall, some of the ideas that were brought up at the time included cannabis, annexation, a gas station. We did provide updates throughout the 3-year plan. We have a new update that's coming up for the first meeting in May, which ties in with our budget study session as well. And so, you know, just to refresh where we are with that, we are moving in the process of annexation. You know, cannabis is still, we have some updates regarding what that looks like, what the law looks like at the moment, and as well as the gas station, you know, we did engage, and that's just not a feasible project for us, but we'll have a further discussion on that on the 8th. Providing information to the council regarding half-cent enhancement to the sales tax measure to keep revenue local. That was successfully approved by the voters this last March, and so that is a completed objective. However, you know, the council, as you go into the breakout session, that is something that, you know, in line with achieving financial stability, ideas on how those tax revenues could be used. Number 4, beginning development of an economic development strategy and report to the City Council. So back in January, the council approved an agreement regarding studies that we're going to do to look how areas could be intensified, how we can best make use of our the areas within the city for development. And so that is an ongoing process. And so coming back with a new objective could be something along the lines of you know, what you'd like to see within that study. And then research the establishment of a business improvement district and present a report to the council. That's been something that's been brought up, you know, over time, and I know some of the council members have expressed interest in moving along with that. Unfortunately, the last year, you know, as you know, unfortunately, we've been inundated with different priorities. That's prevented us from moving forward with that. But a big component of a business improvement district is the outreach process. That's certainly something that can remain on this list if the council desires. The next goal is develop and implement specific plans for Little Saigon and the downtown district and the west side. The first objective, provides City Council with an update on the city's recent approved zoning Phase 1 study and a status on Phase 2, including an overview of the project schedule. We did that with Phase 1. We're actually, through the consulting contract from the first goal for economic development, Phase 2 study will eventually, the results will affect Phase 2, so that will come when that study is done. Objective number 2, providing to the City Council a bus tour of areas in Orange County and Southern California that have been redeveloped to successful mixed-use projects. We did have a date that was scheduled, and that unfortunately was rescheduled due to scheduling conflicts. Unfortunately, a date was not scheduled as of yet, as far as the new date goes. So with the interest of the council, we still would like to take the council on that particular bus tour of areas throughout Orange County. Number 3, provide the City Council with an update on general plan implementation strategies related to the city's mixed-use district, specifically the recently approved District 2 mixed-use downtown, East Golden West to Hoover. That is ongoing. That's actually related to objective number 4 below, which is deliver a scope of work for the recommended District 2 mixed-use downtown specific plan that includes an economic impact assessment and other strategies for already identified goals of the general plan. That's part of that. That's part of that agreement that was presented and approved by council on January 24th. So there are actually a couple of different initiatives throughout this 3-year goal that are related to that particular economic development study. Okay. And the last of the original 3 goals, attract, develop, and retain well-qualified staff members. As you know, one of the concerns that we've had for a long time is that we had reduced our workforce probably about 30-some% during the layoffs, which was before my time, and staff has struggled to rebuild. And so there are a lot of employees that are, there's only one person doing a particular job, or we don't have enough staff members to realistically maintain the day-to-day operations and the workload. And so one of the goals that was developed was to how do we attract, develop, and retain well-qualified staff members. So with our new HR director who came in 2021, we've been working on what essentially was a massive cleanup of our human resources processes. And so the first objective, identify and prioritize areas that may require mandatory training and professional development for staff. That is an ongoing process, and during the breakout sessions we can talk a little bit more about what some of those trainings are. But we've made efforts to ensure that supervisors get supervisory training, that anyone who needs technical training, for example, whether it's through like an employee association or just a professional association, that they are getting the training that they need, so they're updated with standards, updated standards and procedures. And of course, safety training as well has been a high priority. It's always been a priority, but we've made sure that we're logging and tracking what trainings our staff actually has. Objective number 2, monitor accountability for mandatory staff training and/or professional development through the annual evaluation process for staff. So that also has been ongoing. As we had mentioned before, the processes have been they've been very inconsistent, and so we've been working toward 100% compliance for annual evaluation processes for staff. So we are. We've made a revision to what the forms look like, to what the process looks like, to tracking, so that as we continue to move along with employment and the personnel process, that we're able to be to hold supervisors accountable for making sure that they are evaluating their staff, and just in general for us to be able to, to show that we are holding employees accountable and that we are holding them to the highest standards, that we have. And so objective number 3, creating job bulletins to replace class specs, which will be used for recruitment posting. As we are putting out recruitments for individual positions, we are looking at how these bulletins are worded, how they are attracting a new job market, for example, updating what some of those expectations, what some of those duties are, just to make sure that we are competitive with our, we're competitive out there when we're trying to, attract qualified future employees. And then last, identify, review, and revise as needed departmental processes to improve operational efficiency and present to the city manager. This is also ongoing. This is, as each department is basically dissecting their entire department, all the processes that they have. And as you know, most of my department head team, they've been department heads for about 3 years or so. It's really been a good opportunity for them to look at their departments and see how they can, make it their own and make sure that it's running the way that it should be. And so those processes are being provided to me on an ongoing basis. I meet with them, most of them once a week. And of course, as needed as always. And that also helps make sure that, we are being accountable and we are doing everything that we need to do. And then back in June of 2022, the City Council decided to add an additional goal, which is to improve customer service delivery to the community. Improve customer service delivery to the community. Customer service is really important. We are a public service agency. That's what we provide is customer service. And so it needs to be of the highest quality it possibly can. And so one of the things that we wanted to focus on was just changing our reputation as we wanted to make sure that we are providing prime customer service to anyone who interacts with any one of us who works with the city. And that is that's what we're committed to do. And so with this 3-year goal, we were able to look at some very specific objectives that move toward that, and just create it basically creates the culture that customer service is the #1 priority. So the first goal of developing and implementing a citywide employee recognition program, we haven't moved, there have been thoughts on what that looks like. We haven't really moved forward with that. We've actually been trying to focus more on how do we retain the employees that we have, and how do we attract employees moving forward, because we actually do have quite a bit of vacancies in our organization. And so that's really been our main focus, is how do we make our organization a place that people want to come and work and experience qualified people with the right attitude and the right customer service delivery. How do we become that place that people want to come work for us? So that's a goal that I'm more than happy to continue on to, that objective to continue on for the end of this 3-year cycle. But so far there's not something in place for that. Number 2, present to the City Council an update regarding the use and effectiveness of EnerGov and how to make improvements. I know EnerGov for a while was equivalent to an expletive for many of us. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of there have been a lot of opportunities with EnerGov that was missed, but we're finally getting to a place where we're going to make this work, and it's going to help with our service delivery and provide just overall good customer service using the technology with EnerGov. So that item was scheduled for the April 5th meeting, 2023, and it was presented on May 24th, 2023. And that was just an update on things that we wanted to do to fix EnerGov. Objective number 3, develop and provide customer service training for all public-facing divisions. That's ongoing. It's part of our HR process and just part of our onboarding of our individual employees that come in when they're first hired. Just letting them know what our expectations are of customer service, but also curbing on an individual basis. And whether it's with staff meetings in individual departments or as things come up, that's how we're working with training. We would love to give the Nordstrom experience, but right now we're trying to focus on individual issues that we know exist currently, and so that's an ongoing thing. Number 4, present to the City Council budget approval for the City Hall receptionist lobby attendant position and creation of a more welcoming lobby environment. So this was approved last year as part of the fiscal year 23-24 budget. So we really appreciate the support in having a receptionist. Unfortunately, as part of the difficulty in attracting, developing, and retaining well-qualified staff members, this position did go out, and we were not successful in hiring someone. We are moving along the process again. We did re-advertise the position. We're hoping that we will have someone starting in May, so we are moving along that process. As far as the lobby goes, we'd like to thank our wonderful HR director, Jody Greiner, for her very creative skills, home improvement skills, and decorative skills. If you've seen the lobby, it's definitely a big step up from what it used to look like before, and it's definitely welcoming and brighter, and it promotes a friendly, welcoming environment, and that's what we're looking for. So that one is.
On that note, can we, once Jody since we abused her already over here, can we abuse her at the customer service building?
She's got all kinds of ideas.
Community service building. We need to, yeah.
If you've actually gone into City Hall recently, and these are just subtle things that, environment, it's like you want to be in an environment when they talk about like blue colors and just calming things, and again, like the kind of mood that you want to set in a workplace, like just very subtle changes that have been made throughout, and in the back room as well. Those are the things that kind of help like people be happy in the workplace.
That's
so
what we want. We want happy people coming to
there
the
you
city.
go. So thanks to Jody for that. Number 5, evaluate and make recommendations regarding planning and building division forms, templates, applications, and informational materials used by the public, and provide an update to the City Council. One of the challenges that we've had with this particular department was the lack of a permanent director, and we currently have one, and so that is an ongoing process. So as our community development director is dissecting that department, she's also looking at what these forms, templates, and materials look like, and working with staff to create those. So unfortunately, she's had a few key members of staff leave, and so that impacts the workload as well, and again comes back to not being able to attract, develop, and retain employees. And then last but not least, we have evaluate and report to the City Council the effectiveness and functionality of EnerGov and other integrated software to resolve technology issues and optimize the use of EnerGov. We're still moving along that process. We did have an item go to the council a couple meetings ago regarding what we're going to be doing with EnerGov, and then at the regular meeting tonight, during my city manager report, I have some exciting updates to share. But that is an ongoing project. But we've actually made quite a bit of movement since this item was added to our goals. And with that is the list.
Quite a list. Quite a list. Okay, so our next process here is to actually break out to discussions around that list and get each council member to meet with the appropriate subject matter expert within staff to converse about those. The methodology by which we're going to allocate people to go to subjects is going to be ask each one of you which one you would like to participate in. We can't have more than 2 of you participate in any one discussion under Brown Act considerations, and also for the sake of making sure we spread folks out, because each one of these priorities or goals deserves attention, and it just means one of the goals is going to get 2 folks on it. And if all 5 of you want to be on one, we're going to go old school and use short straws would be my recommendation for how we're going to resolve who gets to be on which one should there be contention. So with that, we got the goals back up on the screen. And out of deference to starting somewhere, I'll start with Mayor Nguyen. If you want to tell us which one of these goals you would like to break out and be a discussion on, I will start tallying these up and figure out where we end up. Goal 2.
Go number 2.
Hang on one second. 3, 4. Okay. And Vice Mayor Ho.
Goal number 1.
Okay. All right, and Councilmember Nguyen. Okay. Councilmember Monzo. 3 or 4 are pretty awesome.
I'll do 4.
Okay, thank you.
Me, thank you.
Councilmember Van West.
Thank you. So, I mean, as I mentioned about financial stability, it's very important to me as well. I would like to be on that, but I know we already have 2 other council members. Are you sure?
I could switch to, what is it, number 3?
Number 3, attract and develop talent.
You could actually go to any of the other ones that's not 1, so 2, 3, or 4.
That's true, although we would love to have a council member on 3. So if you'd be willing to come to
Actually,
3, we would
that's
take it.
perfect. Yeah, I don't have anybody on 3 yet, but.
No.
I can do 3, and you can do 1 if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That was awesome. Thank you guys for making that so easy on me. I really
Yeah.
appreciate that. We can get to the
group of
matters at
people.
hand. Okay, so, all
So
right, so we have our groups.
Yes, so we have the council members for the group. So by default on some of the department heads, so I just need to assign the department heads rather, and everyone else will be probably drawing straws. But for financial, so I would say for financial stability, which is group 1, we'll put in the corner over there. So it'll be our finance director, Aaron Bax, will go with group 1. And then for number 2, which is develop, implement specific plans for Little Saigon Downtown District and the West Side, in the other corner, and that is group 2. That will be with our community development director, Catherine Lynn. She'll be in that group. Attract, develop, and retain well-qualified staff members, which is
You don't mind being in the back?
number 3, which is goal number 3. So that'll be our HR director, Jody Greiner. We'll just use this corner in the front here.
Okay.
And then group 4, which is improve customer service delivery to the community, which is that corner. Well, I'll assign Vanessa Johnson to that one. And that's group 4. So the rest of staff come see me, and then we'll divvy up the group. For purposes of PCTA, we're actually going to take the screen down, and we're just going to do a live recording feed of the overall chambers, just for fun that we're in here and still live. But the breakout groups will not be recorded individually. So the goal is to regroup back here at.
Well, we're ahead of schedule at this point. So
Yeah, we are actually ahead of schedule.
So I think we're going to have about 40 minutes set aside to do this,
Great,
which I think is
perfect.
fair.
So
So we'll
about
spend
4
40
o'clock.
minutes.
Yeah,
And
about
then we'll
4.
come back, and then when we're done, we'll have each group report out.
Yes, so each one of the groups, make sure you have someone who's going to be taking notes for your particular group. And so some of the things that you would want to collect is whether the current goals, any of them you want to keep, if you want to add, objectives, any objectives you want to keep within that goal. And if you want to add it, what it would look like, and then what the timeline would look like.
Perfect. Well said.
Great.
Thank you, City Manager Gordon. Let's go.
Should we have a bathroom break, quick?
Yeah, we can do 5 minutes. We'll do 5
Okay.
minutes restroom break, and then we'll get on with it.
Perfect.
All right. I don't need you distracted by other things. What we'd like to do is report out on each of these. I've asked, I don't want to put Kylie on the spot to have to try to track every change, because I peeked at your sheets and there's a lot of red ink, which is good. So what's going to happen is she's going to strike through things that are accomplished, and then we will play catch up with staff. After you've reported out verbally, we'll play catch up with staff to get that documented. So we'll have the final documents available for you as council members. Does that work for you, city manager? Okay. So Kylie very much appreciates that. All right. So first up on the objectives that or the goals we want to report out on is achieve financial stability, which was our two council member group. And I believe, Christian, are you reporting out on that item?
Yes.
Okay, so I will defer to you to report out on anything that's been achieved, and then the items that you want to just provide commentary on. And then what I would look for is, as you listen to the report out, if any council members who didn't get a chance to participate in that group wish to add a comment or share something, please say that. We'll make notes, and we will try to incorporate that in the overall feedback. All right, go ahead, Christian.
So there's 5 objectives that were listed on there. They decided to eliminate 2 of the objectives, number 1 and number 3. The first one is related to traffic in Little Saigon area, so they felt that that was no longer applicable. And then number 3, that relates to the tax, the half-cent tax, because that was achieved. But they kept number 2, 4, and 5. And so the first of those is creative revenue ideas. They set a date of May 8th, because I think city manager had indicated they were going to already be reporting on some creative revenue ideas or something on May 8th, and then follow up in August. And some of the sub ideas on that were investment ideas to look at the general fund revenues that are currently in our accounts, and how are those being invested. So we have a company, Chandler Asset Management, and just to maybe talk with them and see if there's things that the city could be doing to better invest the funds that we currently have. Another idea was the annexation of the county islands, which is already on the list, and that's already in process. And number 3, look for other opportunities to generate revenue for the city, including potentially things like additional city billboards or encouraging new auto dealerships to come into the city. And the 4th of those would be to investigate more efficient use of city properties that are currently owned by the city for income generation and economic development, such as the chamber building or the theater banquet facility. So just to look at those for more efficient use of those properties as far as revenue generation or economic development. And so that's the first idea, or objective, which is creative revenue ideas for the city. The second was begin development of an economic development strategy. That was already on the list. And so we have a date of June 26th, because I believe we were told that was when it would be coming back to the council. The third was research the establishment of a business improvement district in Little Saigon. That was already on the list. That was number 5. So we kept that one. And we set a date of 1 year to kind of investigate whether that's something worthwhile. So 2 new ones that they added. One was look into the establishment of a policy for the council to set priorities on the expenditure of new tax revenues, but working with the finance department to take into account the existing needs. So if there's money that needs to be spent to make sure we still keep police officers and such, but it's really to set a council policy to establish priorities on how those funds should be expended, but working with staff on what their existing needs are. The second one is the final one, number 5, find ways to get existing cash businesses in the city to pay sales tax. And to educate those businesses as well. So maybe some efforts to educate them and any other options. And the deadline for that was the end of August. And for the previous one, I didn't give a deadline, that end of September. And that's establishing a council policy to set priorities on the expenditure of new tax revenues, end of September.
And to clarify, that was August 2024 and September 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so first of all, for the 2 council members that were involved in that discussion, would you, any additional comments to make on that? You concur that that was aptly describing?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then for our 3 council members that didn't have a chance to participate in that group, any comments either on their eliminating or declaring complete on the one of the two objectives, the addition of the others. Any comments or concerns about that?
I just want to make a comment. I think we've spoken about a small business workshop as far as the education, one way of educating the business community about about how they can be more effective, more successful business, but at the same time, the importance of the tax revenue and where it goes and what it does for the city. It's just a way of educating the community. So,
Okay.
a workshop.
And so I think.
I'll put a note on that, small business workshops.
Yeah, as part of that education effort. And I will also note, I've seen a few communities pursue that, supporting small businesses to help them be more digital, like helping smaller mom and pop businesses figure out how to be on Yelp, and
Correct,
Google, and just some of the basics that a lot of them, that's just not their deal, right?
Yeah,
They just want to sell shoes.
Yeah, especially the older community, the importance, how social media plays into the success of a business.
Yeah, we're doing a
I want
project in
to
Torrance.
add something to that too. I think with AI technology, we can help those small businesses to generate like leads as well, right? To bring into their businesses, but also craft up emails. AI technology can help them craft an email and send it out on their behalf instead of hiring someone who's writing all their digital emails and whatnot. There's this AI technology, like a software that they can use.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Ho, any comments on
Could
those
you repeat
objectives?
the category?
I'm sorry, this is on fiscal sustainability. So we had the dropping, one is complete, one is being dropped. We expanded the definition of some of the creative uses of land and other alternative revenue sources for the city, or some new revenue sources. And then we added two items. One is establishing a policy around how to allocate new revenues from the tax measure. And the other one had to do with cash businesses participating and making sure that they're paying their fair share of sales tax.
I think we need to reach out to our business community. I just feel like we don't reach out to them.
So
We don't make an effort to reach out to them. We don't have, we don't come out and shake hands, or I don't know who that person is, or have you been doing that? But if we have, if we begin to do that, I think that would,
So in a
give
bigger,
us the opportunity
Yeah.
to
So
get
in
the
a
word
bigger-
out there.
no, I agree. In a bigger picture, we don't have business outreach. There are, like City of Anaheim, they have a specific, economic development
Yeah.
division, full-on
And we
division.
don't have one.
We don't even have an economic development manager because they can't hire one. That's why we went out with an RFP for services. But it's certainly something we would like to do. I know our staff has tried to partner, or we've been trying to get in contact with the Small Business Administration to maybe get them to help us partner on something for that outreach. It's not been successful. But there are, yes, I agree. We do need to reach out to that business community. As it stands right now with the staff that we have and the resources we have, we don't have that. But moving forward, now that we have the a much more, I was going to say a much more positive outlook on finances, that perhaps we can get an economic development manager after the fourth recruitment, and B, maybe look at expanding, our staff into like a business specialist or something that's very, that's going to be dedicated to that outreach, to, developing strategies that engage our small business community. That position does exist. Cypress has one, for example. We just don't have it. But again, I leave that to the council for direction on something like that, if that is a priority.
And if I could
Okay.
just interject too, I would, because it's an excellent observation, Mayor Pro Tem. In the objectives that they kept was begin development of an economic development strategy and report to City Council. And theoretically, that's actually a step within that process, I would imagine, right? Is that a fair statement, City Manager? So it's a good specific item to know, because I actually do think it's going to roll up into that. That would be a cornerstone element of any good economic development strategy.
Okay.
Can we partnership with the Westminster's Chamber of Commerce? to do such thing?
So we could. The Chamber of Commerce, it is, with their current leadership, it is, I guess you would say, newer than what the chamber was before, but we can certainly, talk to the chamber about outreach. They are limited with their membership as well, so not everyone, I know some of the businesses that, some of the members of this council and community are interested in, they are not chamber members per se. And so I would anticipate that some of their outreach would be more about why you would want to join the chamber instead of, how you can be a better business. So, and I think what Vice Mayor Ho is looking for is how we as a city can do better with engaging with, our business community. But we can certainly talk to the chamber, but I think we have much more to do than just the chamber.
I was thinking, if there's a way as a city that we can incentivize, since May is the month of small businesses, that we can utilize that month to incentivize business to come to learn about different AI technology or different way to grow their business, stuff like that, where we can send out an email. Can we do something like that to whoever business want to come?
Yes. So short answer is yes, but there's always a caveat to it. Those types of workshops that are being held in other cities, the ones that have their business economic development arm of their city, they will run it. Others that are like us that don't have that do rely on partnerships with, for example, like Cal State Fullerton or Small Business Administration or one of the business chambers out there to put something like that, because we as a city, unfortunately, we don't have that, we don't have that expertise per se. We have the engagement arm, but as far as like some of the more technical things, we don't have that.
Right. So what I was asking, is it a possibility, that we can partner up with Cal State Long Beach or a different business administration?
We can reach out to some of our partners.
That's awesome.
But of course, as always, if you have, if you know of other agencies that that you've seen pop up doing this sort of thing too, be more than happy to talk to them to see what's feasible. Just keep in mind, May is a busier month as well with us trying to approve a budget. So, that's going to require obviously advertising and legwork to put something together, unless we can get it partnered with, maybe one of our other higher electeds, for example, or, assemblyman or senator want to partner with us. They can carry that, and we can certainly assist them with, with an audience per se. But that would help us be able to promote an event like this in the short amount of time.
Right. Yeah, I think there's many ways, but the fastest way partnership is with the higher elected officials, it seems like.
Okay, thank you for that.
Do we put the subheadings then under economic development strategy? I had a couple of notes, just want to see if you want to include it, which was better outreach and engagement with businesses in the city, establishment of economic development department and hiring of an economic development manager, and examine partnership with chamber or maybe other organizations.
That makes, I mean, the,
My only concern might be on some of those is that we had a June of 26th that we were actually looking at, so it was a year out.
Yeah.
So we were giving ourselves a year to get some of that stuff done.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say on the deadlines for any of these should be capped off by December 14th, whatever the last council meeting, the only council meeting rather, in December. That would be the last time, because we want to wrap up the objectives, best we can. So like some of these, for example, researching the establishment of a BID, it's not the, it's the research component of it. I think we can get it by the end of, we can get it less than a year. So I want to make sure that all the dates are literally the only meeting in December. That's the last date of presentation. That way we can just wrap this 3-year.
I would recommend it be the one in November, because
we could do that too.
Because sometimes the
Holidays.
incoming, the outgoing are usually happening at the beginning of the meeting.
And that's yes, that would make sense too.
Okay, thank you. That was robust. And I do appreciate, there's a lot of the stuff that just came up here too that ultimately fits into this function of economic development in the city that your city manager appears to be targeting to move along in the process. So we'll get these notes added. Thank you, Christian, for your report out. Sorry, Mayor, did you have any comments? And Councilmember Nguyen, I want to make sure. Okay. All right, so the next goal up was number 2, which is develop and implement specific plans for Little Saigon, the downtown district, and the west side. Who's reporting out on this? Okay.
Hello. So my name is Adolfo Zaida, the Assistant City Manager, and I was joined in our group by our mayor as well as Catherine, and she will also be reporting out on some of the elements. Really, we go back to continuing the conversation about economic development. We've heard loud and clear from this council over the last several years that economic development is a high priority, and we find that that really finds its way into most of our conversations on a daily basis. In fact, the city manager and I regularly remind staff that we all are economic development engines for the city, the elected officials as well as staff. So one of the things that we've done over the last 3 years is engage the development world. We've gone to ICSC twice. We're scheduled to go this year. And as part of those interactions with developers, we've had some really hard conversations about why we are not seeing more development in our city, considering that we did adopt a general plan update in 2016 that introduced mixed use. One of the good things that came out of that general plan update, an immediate goal, was the adoption of the the specific plan for Westminster Mall, right? So that was one really good thing. But what we're finding is that throughout the city in these other mixed-use districts, they are not, developers are questioning the intensity that is currently zoned or associated with these districts. And we're finding that it's required us to take a step back when in focusing on this goal, which was develop and implement specific plans for Little Saigon, Downtown District, and the West Side. So there is a new objective that we've introduced to this, which is complete the citywide economic development study and initiate general plan amendments throughout the city. Essentially what we're looking at doing with this economic development study that is due to be completed in September of this year is we're looking at the mixed-use districts as they exist in our general plan today. And we've already had some conversations with this council and the previous council about expanding. At the time, we were just looking about expanding to adjacent parcels or to adjacent major intersections. Based on our conversations with developers over the years, though, we find that there is a need to revisit the depth of these districts as well as the intensity, the height of these districts. So in September 2024, we will be bringing back the conclusion of that study, and it will put us in a much better position to get direction from the council and then proceed with a lot of the other objectives that are listed here today. I will talk a little bit about the one that's identified as number 1, which is provide the City Council with an update on the city's recently adopted Zoning 1 study and status of the city's ongoing Zoning 2 study, including an overview of the project schedule. So advancing this is contingent upon us completing the economic development study, because it may require us to come back and make some updates to the zoning phase 1 that has already been completed as it pertains to intensifying and modifying these areas. It's important to highlight also that the economic development study will be citywide, right? So that'll initiate a conversation with the council where you will decide if moving forward with these intensifications is appropriate. And that initiates a longer process that Catherine can talk about. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you, Adolfo. Depending on the recommendation of the study, we'll compare what the recommendation is to our general plan. And as we know, the general plan EIR analyzes the build-out of the planning period for the general plan. If the intensification of this study is beyond what the general plan envisions, then we will need to do environmental assessment. We don't know what that will be yet until the study has concluded. In the case if we need to do an environmental impact review, that would be an 18 months timeline. So have to engage with a consultant to prepare the EIR for this rezoning, for the upzoning and the expansion of the mixed-use zones. And then we can create specific plans. We cannot adopt new specific plans ahead of the rezoning because the specific plans need to be consistent with the city's land use map. And that is that's the general plan piece.
Thank you, Catherine. So
I
is
have
it,
a question, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt.
go ahead.
How often is the general plan should be updated?
Well,
Every 10 years, right?
I mean, it's a huge undertaking. I would say that more and more cities are not doing it every 10 years. I think we waited much longer than we should have the last time. I think we did a really good job in 2016 to jump on board with a lot of the exciting subject matter of the day. At the time, the council was extremely conservative. At the time, the council was resistant of intensity, resistant of new ideas, live-work ideas, not excited about that. Mixed use, they were not excited about that. So the 2016 general plan, although it touches on all the right topics, it was very conservative. And that level of being conservative has kept developers from coming into the city, because they're looking to do more on the land that they own or are seeking to own.
Yeah, which is when you were speaking about everything you got to do in order for us to create a specific plan. It's like at some point or another, we got to redo our general plan, which is, we're coming up on the 10-year mark.
So
Yeah, so,
Catherine could go through a list of state mandates that we have. So the idea of updating the general plan is not something that staff is supportive of at this time because of the state mandates. Because the structure of the general plan, is there, we feel that in this particular case, the economic development analysis will look at not just the mixed-use district, it'll look at every commercial district in the city, Beach Boulevard, Golden West, all of them, to be able to essentially create zoning to support more intense development. If that is done within the next 18 months, you essentially can showcase that to developers that can start going to these sites and start to develop. At that point would be a good jumping off point, like Catherine stated, for really focusing on the downtown, which is the specific plan that you want to focus on, so that we can create something that's uniform and something that has a common vision for that area. But in 18 months, if council agrees to allow us to move forward with the environmental assessment to intensify the districts in the city, soon after that, developers can start reassessing their options on the land they own or knocking on doors to see if somebody's willing to sell so that they can redevelop these areas.
okay, thank you.
So, so as far as reporting back on the new objective, we'll be happy to report back to this council on September 2024. Regarding the first one, it's also contingent upon the completion of the economic development, citywide economic development study. So for objective one, we would also be reporting back with the logical next step for that objective in 2024. The exciting thing about objective two, which is the bus tour that got rescheduled and ultimately, I guess we can call it canceled because it never happened, is that as part of this economic development study, we are reaching out to local developers, regional developers, and national developers to work with us to develop a vision for what this level of intensity could be in the city. And rather than bring you back a nice agenda report with a nicely prepared resolution, we feel that in June of this year, we'll be in a position to be able to take you to locations that reflect the level of intensity that we think we're going to be recommending. So that you'll be able to put eyes on projects they're as close as Stanton. They're also in other areas of Orange County, projects so that you look at a final product and you can understand the zoning that went along with that, so that you can essentially understand the number you're adopting on paper. You'll have a visual observation of what that looks like and whether that level of intensity is consistent with what we want to do in the city. So that bus tour is scheduled for June of 2024, as far as objective 2 is concerned. And as far as objective 3 is concerned, I'll read it into the record, which is please provide the City Council with an update on the general plan implementation strategies related to the city's mixed-use district, specifically the recently adopted District 2 mixed-use downtown east, west, Golden West to Hoover Street. Again, that one's contingent upon what this council is willing to adopt as far as part of the economic development study. So we will be reporting back to you on that in September of 2024 as well. And then the final objective, number 4, deliver a scope of work for the recommended mixed-use downtown specific plan district, including an economic impact assessment. So that economic impact assessment, we'll go ahead and remove that from 4. I'm open to recommendations from the moderator, from the city manager. The economic impact analysis that is identified in objective 4, we feel it is so important, it's its own objective at this point. So we would like to strike it from 4, and that creates the 5th objective for this goal. I'll turn it back over to Catherine. We do have a lot of state mandated requirements. We are not going to deviate from this goal. We're still going to move forward and deliver all of it, but we feel it's important for, at some point in 2024, and we're still trying to figure out where, under which of these particular objectives the reporting mechanism would be, but we will be bringing back to you. In addition to this vision for building out this goal, we also want to bring back to you a list and detailed information on the state mandates that we're facing. You want to take it from there?
Yes, thank you, Adolfo. So some example of the state mandates that we're facing is that our zoning ordinance for ADUs needs to be tweaked slightly to match the state's mandate and also the objective design standards. That's a big one. The idea was to do the objective design standard as part 2 of our zoning code update. So part 1 was creating these mixed-use districts, and part 2 was we're going to do a comprehensive zoning code update, including adopting the objective design standards. However, now that we're going to rethink the intensity of the mixed-use zones and the area of the mixed-use zones, and then this effort, if it's going to take 18 months to complete an environmental study, we may want to think about, hey, moving the objective design standard as a standalone project, but that's also going to create a lot of conflicts with other parts of our code. So that's one state mandate that in my opinion, we cannot wait. So in September, I'm going to have a list and a better time frame for these mandates. Another item is that our environmental justice, safety element, and hazard mitigation plan really needs to be updated. And if not updating it could mean that we will lose some funding.
So can I clarify a couple questions? On this list of state mandated things we need to get done, are you saying we should make that an additional objective and we have a timeline when we're going to get it all done?
It wouldn't be its own objective. It's just that we're just letting the council know that at some point in September, once we get the economic development assessment complete, we will be talking about goals, but with all these other state mandates in mind as well.
Okay. Okay. So not something we need to actually identify as an objective here, but you were providing some additional context.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Sorry. I just want to make sure I'm tracking along.
Sorry, if we can go back really quickly to number 1, because I'm just trying to keep track of all the dates and everything. The request for, or suggestion for for doing a business workshop in May is going to conflict with that outreach, which is meant for end of August. Did you want to make that a separate objective?
We're back to goal 1.
We're back to
Is that
goal
correct?
1 right now.
Oh, we are.
I'm just trying to go back to goal 1 before I lose that train of thought.
Okay. Sorry.
Because we're done with 2, right?
Yeah, we're on 2. I know where you were going.
But we're done with 2?
No, we're still talking about 2.
Are you still on 2? Okay, I'm
He
sorry.
he was going to close out too, I believe.
I was heading towards closing out 2 if we want to revisit 1.
Okay, I stole 1 for a second. I'm going to go back to 1 real
We can go
quick.
back to
Okay,
one.
no problem.
Sorry about that. On number 1, there was a suggestion to do business outreach or a business workshop or something in May, but that has a conflicting when date compared to the rest of the where that objective is landing, which is end of August. Find ways to get existing cash businesses and small business workshops and helping AI technology. That one is meant for the end of August. So did we want to make the business workshop for May a completely separate objective?
Isn't it the same, it all falls under the same, right? A small business workshop? will
But
cover-
if you're asking us to do it by May and the rest of the things that are within, because right now it's listed under find ways to get existing cash businesses in the city to pay sales taxes, educate businesses and other options, that has a time goal of end of August. But if you're asking us to do a workshop in May, that is a completely different timeline. So is it a different,
I think it
do you
can
want a
be the
different
s-
objective?
Yeah, May, I don't know where May came from, but
oh, that was Councilwoman West's suggestion about
No.
the small business.
Too soon.
no.
Did
I
you-
I
think,
think, can you combine it into
yeah, it should be
August?
one.
So I think the
May
sensitivity
comes-
to May was that May was Small Business Month, and that was
Right.
why it had been surfaced as a particular
Not
date and
enough
point in time. I think, I will just say from my perspective, one of my concerns is there's a list of things to get done here, many of which are attached to having an economic development function in the city, which we don't have. And I can't speak to the capacity of staff to get all that done. I just want to be sensitive to that reality. Otherwise, we end up assigning some tasks, and we are already set to fail because we don't have the right resource to
Yeah,
deliver.
I agree.
That's my concern.
Yes.
So then
Yeah.
if we make it together for August, it will make more sense. Is that correct?
Well,
what you're
small business,
suggesting?
so National Small Business Month is in November, or, Small Business Week. So we can maybe make a goal of something for November.
November
As opposed to
sounds
May. We can
great.
forget, like right now, there's, something on the table potentially for May at the next agenda. But for something, maybe it's November
Yeah,
instead.
I mean, I think that the issue here, the goal here is to achieve something and be successful at it, not to meet national week, this or that, whatever. And then we want to be successful. We don't have to hit a specific, week of recognition of something or another.
I agree. like-
We want it to be successful. And if staff's going to be, we can be under the gun and, we don't want to fail. We want to be
think so.
I think all of
November.
us kind of agree that we want it to be successful. And we're going to push it, not in May, but we're going to push it to August or November.
Great.
And I think that's great.
Great, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for surfacing that. I appreciate the consistency.
Can
we
I
go-
steal back two?
Let's go back to goal 2, make sure we wrap that bad boy
Real quick
up.
on 2, going back to the new objective that was added, which is the economic development study. Our upcoming trip to Vegas is something that we're excited about. As part of the economic development analysis, we have an economist. We have an economist. We also have a housing specialist, a planning firm, a traffic engineering firm, and then we also have an architect. So part of what is going to come out of this analysis, as far as what we're taking to Vegas, is going to be actual opportunity sites for the entire city as we develop the study. So some of those deliverables for Vegas will be opportunity sites as well as preliminary assessments of what the economic development analysis is in the draft form to entice developers for this upcoming trip to Vegas.
Yes, and so we keep talking about Vegas, and just for the record, for the public, I just want to clarify
not
that
fun
Vegas
Vegas. It's
is the
ICSC.
International Chamber of Shopping Centers.
Now I know.
Conference.
Now-
International
it's
Conference
now-
of
Now I know
Shopping
yeah,
Centers.
Ashton's smiling so much.
Yeah,
right now.
it's now like innovative community. It's
Oh,
it's
is it?
not. Yes,
Same,
that's
but same acronym.
Same acronym, but
ICSC.
it's a conference for economic and business development. We are not having fun, so
That's right. Yeah. So this is one of those cases where what happens in Vegas comes back to Westminster.
It has to,
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay, just so we're clear,
Yes.
that's the plan.
With developers in tow. Yes.
Okay, all right.
That's it.
Okay, that was, thank you for that detailed and thorough report. So we added one objective. I didn't hear us eliminate any, we're just shifting some dates around, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Council, do you have any comments, questions, concerns about the report out?
One of the concerns I have is, do we have the staff to be able to accomplish these goals as far as the 18, what was it? What was
The
your 18?
environmental
Yeah,
analysis,
the environment.
if the council
Yeah.
approves us to move forward with the modification and intensification citywide in our districts,
Yeah.
we would be retaining a consultant. It does require oversight by staff of that consultant to be able to deliver that within the 18 months. I mean, under the direction of our city manager, we were able to deliver the Westminster Mall specific plan, which had literally sat stagnant for three to 4 years. So I'm confident that we can do that. What we're coming back in September also, though, and as Catherine spoke earlier, we're also coming back with a schedule of all other advanced planning efforts, because we'd love to say we can do this and this, but if it's going to jeopardize a state approval, or if it's going to jeopardize state funds, we want to let you know so that that can be a part of the decision matrix in September.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay. Mayor, I should have checked in with you too. Do you concur with the report out? Okay, very good, since you were on that one. Any other comments from council on this item?
I just want to double check quick. So when you go to Vegas, you're going to basically have different site that needs for development. So that's what you guys are able to diagnose, right? Which site that needs the development. And then the other thing is what? The second thing that you're going to do.
So I think that encapsulates what we're going to be taking to ICSC.
Uh-huh.
This developer this consultant is looking at citywide. In light of the fact that the council approved a trip to ICSC in Las Vegas this year, we've asked them, based on what they've already seen in our city, there's some low-hanging fruit, there's some real opportunity sites. They're going to package those into something that we can show and tell in Vegas.
Okay.
But it's not the full report. The full report will come in September. But it's the
Perfect.
high-profile opportunity locations,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
like Big Lots.
That's great. It's great to show up at ICSC with a package of options too. That's compelling to the community, the developer community. Okay. Any questions, concerns about that report out otherwise? Okay, very good. We're going to go on to number 3, which is attract, develop, and retain well-qualified staff. You want to use this microphone here? Okay. We'll get out of your way. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jody Greiner, Human Resources Director. I worked with Councilwoman Ho, Deputy Chief Weber, and Public Works Director Jake No to come up with these, to review our objectives. So our goal was to attract, develop, and retain well-qualified staff members. So objective number 1 was to identify and prioritize areas that may require mandatory training and/or professional development for staff. Although training is a lifelong goal for all of us, we feel that we have achieved this goal. Over the past year, we have incorporated a safety training program and platform in which we bring out, and we have an online platform where such things as forklift refreshers and training and bloodborne pathogen type trainings, these are all going to be commonplace. We additionally, we participate with a firm that gives out 12 trainings a year, so we have a new topic every month, and that is sent out to the departments, and they decide who's going to attend those. So we feel that we have achieved this goal. The second one is monitor accountability and mandatory staff training and/or professional development through annual evaluation process for staff. So this is a manual process, but we rolled it out at the beginning of the year. So we roll it out 2 months at a time. So far, it's been a little slow, but we're moving in the right direction. And so we're hoping that by September we will have compliance. September 30th, at the end of the month. Third is create job bulletins to replace class specs, which will be used for recruitment purposes. So we have already incorporated this into our management and above job descriptions. We are still currently working on staff and identifying new and creative ways to update those postings. I hope to have a little bit more movement on that by the end of December. And then identify, review, and revise as needed departmental processes to improve operational efficiency and present to the city manager. As you can imagine, that is a huge undertaking, but we have started with community development. We've had a org study done, and we're hoping to have some results that we can act upon to start achieving this goal. We did not add any objectives. We did not take away any objectives.
Could I clarify your one comment? We didn't take any away. When you, the first objective you noted you achieved, so is that now done, or are we?
Well, it's done, yes.
Okay, so we didn't remove it, sorry.
We did
to be
not
clear.
remove it, yes, you're
We're
correct.
declaring victory.
We achieved it, yay.
Okay. All right, very good. Councilmember Ho, do you have any, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Ho, do you have any additional comments on that, or?
No.
Okay, excellent. To my other two council members, any comments, questions, concerns, suggestions? Feel good about those?
Yeah, we feel good.
All right, very efficient. Gold star.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then our last goal.
Sorry, we're going to go back on that previous goal because we need dates for those previous goals.
Oh.
So since we achieved number 1, we're taking that off the list, correct?
Correct, sorry. And
Okay.
I was going to say, so the next one I heard for 2 was complete by September of '24.
Yes, that's
The
what
one I
have.
heard on 3 was complete by December of '24.
I would just put end of November if we're going to report out, or if we're going to do without reporting, then end of December makes sense. We usually these HR processes, this one doesn't really need reporting out. We can just put it as part of our update to the council by email.
Okay.
Or-
And then the last one, though, is let's see, that we didn't, so we had talked about the last one, which is the identify and review and revise as needed the departmental processes to improve operational efficiency. So we talked about ComDev, and we have a study that's been completed.
Yes, so there is a study that is completed. It's just in the how do we make it digestible for the public phase. And that's something the council's aware of, that we've been working on for quite some time. I would say, it needs to roll out to the immediate staff first, and then publicly, present it to the council. I guess we just need to figure out what would be a date that makes the most sense for that. I probably would be comfortable with, let's see. I would probably be comfortable with a May 22nd or June 12th, most likely 22nd, if we're looking to adopt the budget by the 26th of June. So May 22nd, council meeting date.
Okay. Thank you for holding me to account on the detail there. One other thing we discussed during that, too, that I just want to highlight was the idea that there are going to be experiences learned in this particular process in community development that are experiences we can then capitalize as we do other department work to address this, right? So we'll learn internally and then take that experience and say, okay, now how can we apply that to Department X, whatever it may be. So that's just an important side note about kind of incrementally approaching this. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Corden. Excuse me, City Manager Corden. All right, last but not least, improve customer service delivery to the community. Report out.
Yes, so I will go ahead and report out for our
Thank you.
group. My name is Ashton Rocha. I am the city clerk. In our group was Councilmember Monzo, Community Development or Community Services Director Vanessa Johnson, and Fire Chief Craig Covey. So we looked at item objective 1, which is develop and implement a citywide employee recognition program. We're taking this as a 2-part fold. So objective 1 would really be establish a committee to implement a citywide employee recognition program. We have a target date to be November of this year. And then the next phase would be implement the employee recognition program. We thought about adding this to our annual award, service award recognition breakfast, so that way we can go ahead and add on to what we already have established. The other objective, number 2, is complete. So we have item number 2 removed. Number 3 is continuous. We could potentially do a report out to the council if requested in November of this year. But this is really going to be per department to make adjustments as needed. We are on track and ongoing with this. For the item 4, present to the City Council budget approval for City Hall receptionist. This is completed. As City Manager Cordon mentioned, we're in the phase of getting that recruitment process going right now in hopes that we can implement somebody in that position in the next month. So we have removed 2 and 4. The next one is item 5, evaluate and make recommendations regarding planning and building division forms, templates, applications, and informational materials used by the public and provide an update to the City Council. We believe that we can go ahead and have this done no later than November of this year. I will defer over to Catherine as the director of that department for any objectives to that. But we would like to add an annual review process following implementation, so that way we can maintain currency and consistency in our forms. Item number 6 would be evaluate and report to the City Council the effectiveness and functionality of EnerGov and other integrated software to resolve technology issues and optimize the use of EnerGov. An update to the council by end of year at latest. I do know that there is a plan in place and we're just pending execution, so that objective is ongoing and on point. We did like to add 2 objectives. So one objective that we're going to be adding is hire a dedicated webmaster. This is going to be presented to the City Council for potential approval in the budget for fiscal year 24-25. So this will be brought forward in the next coming months. The person responsible for this will be the police chief, overseeing with the city manager and assistant city manager. And then the other one that we would like to add is to evaluate current online user processes and functionality and seek technology to improve online customer service citywide. This would be a continuous item. Of course, we can provide an update to the council in the November 2024, and responsible would be all department heads. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that efficiency. A clarifying question now, since I've learned from the city manager, make sure I'm clear on this. Hiring a dedicated webmaster, that's assuming to happen concurrent. Well, hiring is different than budgeting for, but you're going to budget for in the budget adoption, and then theoretically by June or July hire someone? Okay, was that June or July?
So I would assume it was, so we would need to present it to the City Council for budget approval, by budget adoption, so that would be end of June at the latest. But we would work toward trying to get the description of what the salary would look like in anticipation of our budget study session in May. So it would be presenting to the City Council, pretty much like what it says on number 4, present to the City Council budget approval for a webmaster. Actually, do you want to leave that? I do want to leave that as far as who they report to, not conclusive at the moment. I think comms citywide still falls under City Manager's office, so I'd rather retain it there. But we'll see. Mm-hmm. So I just want to leave that not as a specific part of the objective as
Fair
listed.
Enough. Okay. And then I heard November of 24, because we're looking at engaging an EnerGov expert to help us continue to revisit. Oh, no, not EnerGov, excuse me. We're looking at engaging a review of other services we could be incorporating into our website or other online platforms for customer service, and that's kind of a November 24 goal. Okay. And then develop and provide customer service training for all public. That you said that was ongoing, so we don't have a specific date for that. Okay. And then the effectiveness of EnerGov, did I overhear that there is a third party that's doing an evaluation on that, or maybe doing an evaluation on that, or did I mishear that? No.
For EnerGov, we recently presented an item to the council regarding things that we're going to do to make EnerGov function. But there's a November meeting date just to, I guess, get us updated as to what those improvements have been.
Okay.
And what we're still going to be working on as we close this out.
Okay. All right, very good. First question, did we sufficiently address the recommendations for that? I believe Councilmember Menzo, this was your?
Yes,
Yeah.
we went over it.
That's an apt description? Mm-hmm. Okay. And then fellow council members, do you have any additional comments on that particular item or the objectives that were outlined? Feel good? Good. Okay. Okay, well, that was our last major step today, and we're practically right on time. So thank you very much for your help and your efficient collaboration today. I very much appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to work with city staff. It was really a wonderful experience. We have a bunch of documentation work to get through to provide you back written evidence of all the work that you put in today, and we'll be collaborating with staff on pulling that together. I don't know, do you have additional comments you want to make? So I'll defer to you and I'll step away. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so once we get all the notes put together and we complete the document, we'll email that to the council, just like previously. We'll make sure that everything looks correct. We would anticipate reaffirmation. So this is all based on consensus today. There's no action. So at the next meeting on the 24th, we'll be taking this matrix and presenting that to the council for you to essentially affirm that this is going to be the last of our objectives for this three-year goal. So.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you very much. On behalf of the city council and city staff, I want to thank for taking your time to be here. No doubt it was a very productive workshop, and I'm sure that for the goals that we set in front of us, it's going to be achievable goals that we are going to carry out. So again, thank you very much for being here. At this time, I would like to adjourn the meeting, the strategic workshop meeting, until any further. Good afternoon. The time now is 5:45, and I would like to start with a closed session. Meeting called to order. Madam Clerk, please take the roll call.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Van West, Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
and Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember Van West absent.
Thank you. Next is oral communication for closed session only. So at this time, may I ask, is there anyone signed up for?
We have no one signed up for
right.
closed session.
So would you please announce the item that we are going to go into the closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose: conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, potential litigation, number of cases 2.
So at this time, the City Council will recess for closed session. Today is April 10, 2024. I would like to reconvene the City's Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. I'm here. Sorry for technical issues, technical problem. Oh,
Testing, testing.
Testing, yes.
it turned out that
Mr.
somebody
Mayor,
mute
mute us
everyone
all.
except me. Not me. I didn't mute. I didn't push it.
I guess we got to do
So who did
over.
that? Come on, raise your hand.
All right, so we'll go ahead and go back to roll call.
Sure.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
and Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. Salute to the flag by Councilmember Menzo and invocation by Councilmember West. Please stand.
Please stand. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in prayer. Lord, we just thank you so much for this opportunity to gather here, to have another time for public comment and doing the city business. And Lord, as we come here today, I pray that you just give us wisdom as the council here and the mayor to do what's right for the city and the people and the business here in the city. And Lord, I just pray for the residents who are coming to speak up their concerns and grievances, Lord. I pray that you just help us to see their concerns and their frustration, but also that we come with solution together. And so, Lord, as tonight, I pray that you bless this time and you help us to get the city business done. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you to Councilmember Menzo and Councilmember West for salute to the flag and invocation. Next is City Attorney. Closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There were 2 items on the closed session agenda, and we had discussion and direction on each of them. There is 1 item to report, and that was on a motion made by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, and approved 5-0 for the initiation of a lawsuit. Nothing further to report.
Thank you, City Attorney. Next is export communications. Is there anything from the council here? Seeing none, hearing none, so moving on to City Clerk report, please.
Mayor, I have no report.
Okay, thank you. City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and good evening, everyone. So April is Distracted Driving Awareness Month and a time to put safety in the driver's seat. The Westminster Police Department will be actively looking for drivers throughout the month who are in violation of the state's hands-free cell phone law. Under current law, drivers are not allowed to hold a phone or electronic communications device while operating a vehicle, even when stopped at a red light. This includes talking, texting, or using an app. If you have an important phone call, text, or email, or in a situation with other distractions, such as looking up directions, please pull over to a safe parking spot to complete the task without putting yourself and others at risk. Other distractions can also include eating, grooming, reaching for something that fell on the floor, putting on or taking off clothing while driving, talking with passengers or children in the back seat. Funding for distracted driving enforcement is provided by a grant from the California Office of Traffic Safety throughout the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Tomorrow, the Community Services and Recreation Department are proud to announce our Sigler Park Playground ribbon cutting ceremony. The wait is over. I know many members of the community have been waiting for this project to be completed. Join us for a special ribbon cutting ceremony to celebrate our newest playground at Sigler Park. It will begin tomorrow at 3 p.m. at Sigler Park, which is 7200 Plaza Street. So bring your family and friends for a fun-filled afternoon. We hope to see you there, and drink lots of water because we hear it's going to be hot tomorrow. Okay, coming up on April 20th, celebrate Earth Day with the community from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Over at Coronet Park. That's over at 15252 Oak Cliff Drive, or over at Margie L. Rice Park at 6060 Heffley Street. There will be family-friendly activities and information booths, so join us and learn to be more conservative-minded while having fun at the same time. Coming up at the end of the month is our annual Black April ceremony commemorating the anniversary of the fall of Saigon and honoring the lives of those lost during the Vietnam War. This will be held on Tuesday, April 30th at 10 a.m. at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, 14180 All-American Way. And of course, members of the public are welcome to attend. We also like to welcome one of our newest employees, Janeth Rodriguez, who's just been hired on as a recreation leader, so welcome aboard. And last but not least, we mentioned a few meetings ago that we were launching our portal for online applications and permits. And so we just want to announce that Westminster Build, which is our one-stop shop for all your development needs, is now live and active. You can access it through our website. But at this time, we'd like to show a short several-minute video about Westminster Build for this council and the community. We are working on a translated or version for Spanish and Vietnamese at the time, but for the time being, we have an English version that we will now play.
As a guest visiting the site, you will be able to pay invoices, search for records, and view scheduled inspections. Welcome to Westminster Build, your one-stop shop for development and permit application needs. This introduction will navigate you through the various online services and functions offered by the Westminster Build online portal. As a guest visiting the site, you will be able to pay invoices, search for records, and view scheduled inspections. If you are a registered user, you will have access to see more information about your applications and records, and even apply for certain development applications. To log in, click Login or Registered in the top right corner of the page, or the first tile in the center of the screen. If you have not registered for Westminster Build, please watch our How to Register video located in the Help menu. Across the top of the page, you will see various tabs. The first one is the dashboard, which gives you a quick glance at all of the work you are associated to. In the dashboard, you will be able to see the progress of your permit and plan applications that you submitted to the city. You will also be able to view your scheduled inspections. For now, inspections will still need to be scheduled by calling into the city. Your dashboard will also show your open invoices. You can make payments by adding them to your cart and making a payment with a credit card. The next tab is the Home page. This will bring you back to the main page again. The next tab is the Apply tab. This is where you can apply for available online permit applications. As we continue to enhance Westminster Build, more applications will be made available online in the future. My Work is another way to see all of your associated pending applications, invoices, and completed records in a list view. It is sectioned out into permits or plans and invoices. If you applied for a permit or plan at City Hall, you should see the record in this screen. Providing the correct email address and contact information on your application is essential to being able to see your records in the online portal. Please contact the city if you are not seeing your applications in the online portal. If you want to see scheduled inspections, click on the Today's Inspections tab. If you would like to see upcoming scheduled inspections or past scheduled inspections, simply change your desired date. The Pay Invoices tab allows you to pay for invoices via credit card. You will need the exact invoice number provided by the city in order to pay. Enter the exact invoice number in the search bar and add the invoice to your cart. After payment, the city will be notified that your invoice has been paid and your application will be updated accordingly. The Search Records tab allows you to search and view information available for permit, plan, and inspections records. You can search with record numbers, keywords, or partial descriptions. Click on the record number to see more details of the record. The last tab is the Help tab, which is where you most likely found this video. Along with this introduction video, there will be other instruction videos and help guides available to you. If you need additional assistance, please contact the city. Now that we have gone over all of the menu options, let's quickly go over the 4 tiles that you see on the home page. These offer you another way to quickly navigate the most frequently visited menu areas of Westminster Build. This has been your introduction to Westminster Build, the one-stop shop for development and permit application needs. If you need any additional assistance or information with Westminster Build, please contact the city. Thanks for watching.
So thank you, Mayor and members of the council and everyone watching. So we're really excited. I know that was more than just a couple of minutes. But just to reiterate, we're really excited because this is definitely an opportunity for developers to be able to go through an expedited and efficient process for, obviously, your development and permit needs. It is definitely a work in progress, but this is a huge step into updating our technology, and so we're really excited for this, and of course grateful for the council's support and letting us move forward with this. So with that, again, if anyone has any questions about Westminster Build, call staff. But that completes my report for tonight.
All right, thank you very much. May I ask you to put your hand together? Thank you for their effort. We appreciate this is a tremendous effort that put up by staff, and then we get that going. So the next thing is a special presentation. But before the presentation, I want to go back what the city managers informed us earlier. I want to thank you for those who came out from Bunny Harp. The event, it was very crowded, and same thing, I want to thank staff, put up several events, coming up event, and I would like to ask you to, not only you, but also mention to you, the people around you, to come out and support staff, because they are there to help, and they are making effort to put up event for the community, so we need to support them also. Thank you very much. Next is a special presentation. We have 4 different presentations today. The first one is a presentation of Proclamation for 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. The second one is a recognition of the Orange County Fire Authority for 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. The third one is the presentation of Proclamation for DMV Donate Life Month. And the last one is presentation of Proclamation for Fair Housing Month. So the first one is presentation of Proclamation for 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. Public safety telecommunicators are first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. These dedicated men and women are the first responder who use public safety telecommunications to respond quickly to emergency calls. Public safety telecommunicators at Westminster Police Department 911 Center have assisted with the apprehension of criminals, suppressing of fires and treatment of patients. The work of these unseen first responders is invaluable in emergencies, and each deserves a heartfelt appreciation. Now, therefore, I, Chief Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and Councilmember Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim April 14 to 20, 2024 as 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week in the City of Westminster, in recognition of the men and women of Westminster Police Department 911 Dispatch Center, whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. The next one is recognition. I'm going to read all the four, and then we'll ask the council to join me at the podium to hand out their appreciation. Recognition of Orange County Fire Authority for 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. In recognition of their invaluable contribution to public safety and your unwavering commitment in saving lives and safeguarding our community. On behalf of the entire City Council, we want to thank Orange County Fire Authority for their 911 dispatch center, and for those whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. I would like to recognize Chief Covey. I have a chance to work with him as I represent the OCFA as a director for our city. I know that he kept us informed. I would say that in real time. Every time that anything happened, he informed us as well as the city manager and assistant city managers about what's happening. So I appreciate for that. So we will recognize you today for what you did for us. The third one is presentation of proclamation for DMV Donate Life Month. More than 10,000 individuals nationwide and more than 20,000 in California are currently on the national organ transplant waiting list, and on average, 17 people die each day waiting for a donor. We joined the DMV and One Legacy in celebrating Donate Life Month by encouraging the community to sign up and save lives. Now, therefore, I, Chief Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the Vice Mayor Ho and Council members Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as DMV/Donate Life Month in the City of Westminster, encouraging all community members to check yes online when applying for or renewing driver's license or ID card at the DMV, and spreading the word to help save lives. Next is the presentation of Proclamation for Fair Housing Month. One of the greatest freedoms enjoyed by Americans is the freedom to live in a home of one's choice. This year marks the 58th anniversary of the Federal Fair Housing Act, the original legislation targeting the elimination of housing discrimination in America. We joined the Fair Housing Foundation in celebrating April as Fair Housing Month, in promoting fair housing laws to promote and secure equal and fair access to housing opportunities. Now, therefore, I, G. Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Ho and Council members Fan West, Menzo, and Nguyen, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in the city of Westminster, urging all citizens to recognize this celebration throughout the month. At this time, I would like to invite all the council to join me at the podium to hand out the recognition. Testing. Okay, first, Proclamation 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week to the police, WPD, Westminster Police Department. Close. So 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. So I would like to, on behalf of the City Council, city staff, would like to present it to you here. Thank you very much. Anyone wants to?
Do you want to say something about it?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So I just want to say thank you so much for all you guys do. I know with your dispatch team, they've done an amazing job of picking up all the calls that are come to them, and they are quick on their toes. And I guess you guys dispatch people, police within under 5 minutes, right? Is that correct? Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you very much. You're next. Can you come to the middle?
We'll trade. Wait, pictures, pictures.
Okay, pictures. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we appreciate the Orange County Fire Authority to work with the City of Westminster, especially Chief Covey. On behalf of the City's Council and City staff, we would like to present you with certificate of recognition, 911 Dispatchers, Orange County Fire Authority, in recognition of your invaluable contribution to public safety and your unwavering commitment in saving lives and safeguarding our community. Thank you.
So I'll just say a couple things real quick. If you're not aware of what a 911 dispatcher's job is and how it is truly the first to serve in the integral line of, we call it the chain of command there, for 911 service. They're the first to answer the phone. And I have a recording, hopefully it'll play. I want to give you a taste of what these men and women go through. Hopefully it'll play. In theory. If you launch the slide, it should load it and launch. While she's bringing that up, so OCFA last year, the way the system works is Westcom, which is the dispatch center for Westminster PD, is the primary answer to 911. And when it's a medical or fire emergency, they transfer it to us, okay? So we work very closely with Westminster's PD dispatchers. Sometimes they stay on the line and work with us as we handle these incidents. OCFA dispatchers last year answered the call 911 228,000 times and dispatched 178,000 calls. The national standard for dispatching is 1 minute and 4 seconds. Our folks are doing that 99.5% of the time or better. So their average is about 57 seconds from the minute they pick up the phone to launching resources and coming to whatever that medical emergency. And this one I'm trying to play here is a really emotional one. It's a baby that a woman called. We're just having a conversation like this. You answer the phone, there's a woman screaming in your ear, "My baby drowned. She was in the bathtub. I found her. Help me." And it is just gut-wrenching to listen to it. And that's what they do up to a couple 100,000 times a year. So it's truly the first to serve. Getting recognition like this is really supportive of them. And on behalf of them, I want to say thank you very much, Mayor, Council, and staff for recognizing these vital folks as part of the 911 system. Thank you.
Are we okay?
Okay, see if we can get it. If not,
If not, I will continue with the other two, and then hopefully that we can bring it up by then. Thank you. Next. Close to me. Next is the proclamation to Fair Housing Month for April 2024. I have read that already, so I would like to invite the representative for the Fair Housing Month to come up, please. So again, on behalf of the City Council and also City staff, we'd like to present you this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to not only thank the City Council, but the City of Westminster. We are the fair housing provider and provide fair housing services, which includes landlord-tenant counseling, investigation of housing discrimination complaints, and provide educational workshops, all free of cost, here to the residents of Westminster. Thank you so much for the proclamation.
Thank you very much. So, last but not least is proclamation to DMV/Donate Life Month, April 2024. Do we have a representative? Please come up. So again, thank you for being here. And on behalf of the City Council and City staff, we'd like to present you the proclamation for the DMV Donate Life Month, April 2024.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the proclamation. Would you hold that? Be my prop lady. Thank you. My name is Leslie Eskildson, and I'm an ambassador with One Legacy, which is the organ procurement organization that serves Westminster and all the other cities in Orange County, as well as 8 other adjacent counties. This is my husband, Paul, and it's very ironic that I would follow 911 because 2 separate people called 911 when he passed out in his car from a spontaneous brain injury, and because the EMTs got to him so quickly, they were able to intubate him before he died. He was pronounced brain dead the next day, and because he was a registered organ and tissue donor, he was able to save 4 people's lives by donating his heart, lungs, liver, and kidneys. And now I know you're doing the math, that's 5 organs. One lucky grandmother in LA got his kidney, his left kidney, and his liver. So thank you very much for the proclamation. This is just to encourage people in the community to advocate for registering to become an organ and tissue donor. It's very important, and we very much appreciate the recognition.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
Thank you very much.
Okay. I just want to say thank you for all you guys do, because I am an organ donor too, and I encourage everyone out there to, if you can, that'll be amazing, because you can save a life, and if you can, they can use it.
You mentioned 17 people die every day waiting for an organ that they don't receive, and there are 20,000 people on the National Registry in California at this moment, and only 3 in 1,000 people are eligible to donate anything at their time of death. So it really is a numbers game, and that's why I do this, because it's so rare. Paul was organ donor number 483 in 2017 out of a population of 20 million people. So that's why I do this, just to spread the word and to say that registering can help save lives. So thank you.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your story. Thank you. Thank you. Before I start with oral communication for agenda items only, I would like to thank you all for coming out and speak your opinion, your mind about the items, because we are not ready for the non-agenda item yet. So if you want to talk anything about non-agenda item today, please refrain that until later time. But right now, I'd like to open up for oral communication on agenda item only.
Mr. Mayor? I'm
Hold
so
on,
sorry.
let me finish. So at this time, I would like for you, well, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a quick statement. I noticed it was brought to my attention that the council meeting, the previous one, that I walked out, and I know the timing was wrong, was bad, and some residents think that I walk out because I didn't want to hear the residents' grievances, but that's not true. I was muted, and I was frustrated, was unhappy about it, and so that's why I walked out. But I just want to let the resident know that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the instruction into the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda. Except for public hearing items, members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker for today is Michael Varengia.
I would like to remind every one of us that please help me to do my job, because there is a policy that we have to follow, and I want to be fair to everyone. So just speak on your agenda item, and when your time is up, please stop.
Great. Thank you very much. My comments are going to be on item 5.7. Why in the world is this even on here? The vote was taken. It passed 5-0. Well, apparently this must be some type of buyer's remorse, that they can't stand the fact that they voted to allow the members of the council and the city manager's office go to Las Vegas. And after sitting up here and throwing a hissy fit and whining and complaining on other items, now we're supposed to go back, put this on the agenda, bring it up, have a motion to approve, have a second, and then vote on it again, just so this individual can vote no. For what? Suck it up and take the vote the way it is. Mayor, I'm asking that this be removed. Make a motion to have item 5.7 removed from the agenda. There's no reason this is on here. The vote was taken. It's not going to cost any more money. All it's going to do is cost time, because I have this funny feeling that it's going to get talked to death while this individual tries to explain why she did this. And in very typical fashion, she wanted to put it on the agenda. This gentleman here seconded it. So it's on the agenda. It doesn't need to be here. The vote was taken. It's over and done with. Let's move on and go to the more important things in the agenda, because this certainly isn't important. It's done and it's over with. And maybe if she was a little more of an adult and learned how to get along with her fellow council members, we wouldn't have to put up with the screamy, hissy fits all the time and the upset and not wanting to cut off the discussion when she's asked to cut it off by the mayor. So please, make a motion, somebody second it, and have it removed so we don't all have to sit through this again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I make a brief statement?
Yes, please.
So basically, there's no vote to it, so I think that's where the resident was wrong. It's just for me to say in the record. That's it.
I promise it's going to be quick, so we'll move on. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Congratulations, WPD and OCFA dispatchers, the DMV, and One Legacy for Donate Live, and the Fair Housing Foundation for receiving recognition tonight, item 1. And congratulations to our very own City Clerk, Ashton Orocho, for receiving the coveted Pat Hammer Spirit Award last week, recognizing her inspirational, giving, and passionate spirit and dedicated promotion and mentorship in the City Clerk world. Keep up the great work. Item 5.1, after reviewing the 8-page, 244-line item, repair invoices, repairing this police vehicle really a good idea, even with insurance? I don't want our officers driving around in a totally rebuilt vehicle after an extensive accident. How safe will it be? And the purported justification is, due to the difficulty in acquiring new police units, the decision was made to repair the damaged unit. Really? Item 5.4, great idea, only if honored businesses meet the select stated criteria. Primary location here, 100 or less employees, not owned by city officials or their families, in business at least 3 years, active business license in good standing, demonstrated business growth, industry innovation, or economic support for the city. Shouldn't all of them do this? And community and charity involvement. Can we trust council members to stick to that? What we really need to help our small businesses is an active and effective chamber of commerce and enforcement of non-compliant businesses in our city. Item 5.5, try to get similar amendments in the last time this policy was updated, better late than never. A red line version of the current policy should have been presented in the staff report. The biggest change is the mayor can no longer unilaterally and arbitrarily issue certificates or proclamations, and all must be approved by the council as a body. But what happens if 1 or 2 council members don't approve of proposed recognition? Are their names removed? Item 5.6, delete, whereas Mayor G. Charlie Nguyen recommends that the city of Westminster formally honor the veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces who fought in Vietnam War. From the resolution, it was council's direction and individual grandstanding credit should never be included in official city documents. Charlie, Amy, take your power struggles elsewhere. Item 5.7, Amy, you just don't get it. More wasted time or your pathetic pouting and grandstanding. This is not a formal reconsideration vote as provided for in Robert's Rules of Order. No one gives a rat's you know what to how you voted, Amy, and changing your vote now will not change the outcome. We all called BS when you claimed you were being a good sport anyway in voting yes last time. You're never a good sport, Amy. You are just a pathetic little narcissistic twat waffle who refuses to accept defeat. Be a good sport, Amy. Go big and stay home permanently. Item 7, there is another vacancy, Nam Kwan's appointment on the Westminster Community Foundation, so why isn't the new appointment on this agenda? To date, WCF has never had a fully seated board. Item 8, Amy and Nam Kwan, your refusal to stay and listen to public comments is a violation of our First Amendment rights to redress the government with our grievances. It is literally your job to listen to us. You report to us, we pay your salaries, and today's slate of 4 meetings is just too much for council, staff, and the public. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes our oral communications.
Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to close oral communication for agenda item. Next is consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. I would like to entertain if there is a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There is motion and second on the floor. Please make a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho, that is to approve the consent calendar as presented. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next, public hearings. Case number 2023-0646. City Council review of the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve case number 2023-0646, request for a conditional use permit development review and affordable housing density bonus for the development of 54 multi-family units, including 53 lower-income senior housing rental units located at 13800, 13802, and 13812 Milton Avenue. First, I'd like to ask for a staff report. Before we move on, I just want to ask Council Vice Mayor Ho to take over this item. I would like to recuse myself because my I have a property closer to the, this area.
No problem, thank you. We start with staff report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. The item in front of you is consideration for the. Will we pause for a minute to allow the project planner to give you the presentation?
Is there a way we could continue to have something else come in? Can we do something else and come back to the item? What's going on? I don't see my presentation.
We launched it, right?
Teacher, I give it to Don.
It was launched. When we got there.
Oh, I see.
Are you ready?
Yes,
Thank
hold on.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sandy Kim. I'm an associate planner. I'm the project planner for Milton Project. Good evening, Mayor. Sorry for being late. Mayor's not here. Council members. I'd like to make a presentation for planning case number 2023-646, a proposal to develop lower-income senior housing called Milton Manor. The proposed project is located at 13800, 13802, and 13812 Milton Avenue, and identified in yellow highlighted box in the aerial map. The project site is currently vacant and is comprised of 3 legal parcels totaling 1.18 acres in size. The site is located on the east side of Milton at the intersection of Heffley. The proposed project includes a development review for the development of 54 units with a 3-story building, a conditional use permit for senior housing to safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the seniors and to ensure compatibility with surrounding properties. A density bonus to accommodate the development of lower income senior rental units under the state density bonus law. As shown, the project site is surrounded by multi-family residential uses to the south, west, and north, and to the east is a single-family residential uses. The project site is zone R4, which allows 14 to 18 units per acre, with the general plan designation of residential high, which allows up to 25 units per acre. The surrounding sites to the north and south includes also the same R4 zone with the residential high-density designation. The properties to the west are zone R2 and R3 with the general plan land use designation of residential medium-high. Sorry. The proposed project includes 54-unit development with a 3-story structure. All units except for the manager's unit will be restricted to lower income senior citizens occupants aged 55 and older. The unit type includes 52 one-bedroom and 2 two-bedroom units. All units except 1 two-bedroom will be occupied by senior tenant. The remaining 2-bedroom unit is designated for a manager's unit who will reside on site. The public improvement along the property frontage consists of 30-foot wide right-of-way dedicated with 20-foot previously dedicated but not recorded, and an additional 10 feet to be dedicated and recorded for public improvements. Within the 10-foot right-of-way, a 10-foot right-of-way portion, public improvements include a 6-foot wide landscaped parkway and a 4-foot wide sidewalk, undergrounding the existing above-ground power poles and utility lines, and installation of new streetlights. The highest point of the proposed building is 41 feet and 7 inches, while the parapet reaches a height of 33 feet and 7 inches. The proposed building showcases a modern farmhouse architectural design. The building articulation is achieved through varying roof and parapet heights. Building facade offsets and materials, architectural reveals, awnings, and framed courtyard. The exterior finish will consist of an asphalt shingle roof, a mix of white and gray cement plaster, gray and beige color board and pattern horizontal siding, and dark bronze metal awnings. Enacted in 1979, the density bonus law aims to incentivize development for affordable or senior housing by, 1, granting additional residential units beyond the site's allowable units, and allowing development concessions and waivers. Density increase is based on sliding scale, which is set by the state. For example, 20% of the units for moderate income will equate to 15% density increase, whereas 20% units for very low income equates to 50% density increase. The proposed project comprised of 100% lower income units that qualify for an 80% density bonus, resulting in an additional 24 units totaling 54-unit residential project. In addition, the density increase, the law mandates jurisdictions to provide 1 or more incentives or concessions to qualifying projects, such as reduction in site development standards or modification of zoning code or architectural design element, which result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. The number of required incentives or concessions depends on the percentage of affordable units ranging from 1 to 4. For this project, the applicant is entitled to a total of 4 incentives, however, none have been requested. Further, a development qualifying for density bonus also received 2 additional forms of assistance. 1 is a waiver or a reduction of development standards, and 2, reduced parking. Per density bonus law, the project area of 1.18 acres with the general plan that allows the density of 25 dwelling units per acre yields about 29.5 units, which rounds up to 30 base units. The proposed project comprising of 100% lower income unit qualifies for 80% density bonus, resulting in an additional 24 units. That's how it equates to 54-unit project. As per state law, the city is not permitted to apply any development standards that would physically preclude the construction of the project at its permitted density and with the granted concessions and incentives. It is important to note that waivers or reductions of development standards do not count as an incentive or concessions, and there is no limit on the number of development standard waivers that the applicant can request. Accordingly, the applicant is requesting 5 development waivers, which includes increasing the building height from 2 stories to 3 stories, reduction of the front setbacks from 20 feet to 4 inches, reduction in minimum floor area from 750 square feet to 497 square feet for 1 bedrooms, and for 2 bedrooms, it's 715 square feet. And lastly, reduction of the on-site open space from 250 square feet per unit to 183.83 square feet per unit. To deal with the state's housing crisis, the California legislature passed numerous bills substantially amending housing and planning laws, including the Housing Accountability Act and the Housing Crisis Act. The common thread between these two laws is that it limits the jurisdictions, such as us, the city, ability to deny or reduce the density of housing project and to require that cities apply only objective standards to housing development projects. The objective of the Housing Crisis Act is to increase residential unit development throughout the California, protect existing housing inventories, and expedite permit processing of housing projects. Under the state laws, bonus law, for rent senior housing project that is 100% affordable to lower income, exclusively of manager's unit that is also located within a half-mile of an accessible bus route that operates at least 8 times a day, then upon the request of the developer, the city shall not impose any vehicle parking standards. Orange County Transit Authority, also known as OCTA, currently provides bus and paratransit services within the city. Existing bus services within 1/2 mile of the project site includes Route 60, which serves the trips between Long Beach and Tustin, which operates more than 8 times per day and is accessed by Westminster Boulevard. As proposed for rent project includes 100% lower income senior units within half miles do not require parking. So under the state law, the required parking is shown as 0, whereas the applicant is providing 19 off-street parking spaces that will be allocated as shown in the parking allocation table. So there's a total of 19. All the 19 parking spaces are available for first come, first service spaces for all the residents. There are 11 regular resident parking spaces, 2 guest parking spaces, 2 staffing, and 4 ADA parking spaces. The proposed project has been reviewed pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and the requirement of the city has been deemed exempt from further CEQA analysis under categorical exemption class 32 as for an infill development project. The project site is less than 5 acres and it has no value of a habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Further, the development of 54 multi-family units, including 53 lower-income senior housing units, will not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air, or water, and can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. The project has been analyzed along the state and city's development regulations and found to be consistent with the state and city's development standards. The project provides 19 parking spaces, which exceeds the state's requirement for 100% affordable senior housing project. The site is currently vacant and is comprised of 3 parcels, averaging approximately 0.39 acres each. Sorry. The general plan encourages the consolidation of small parcels and specifies the importance of consolidating for good quality development. Additionally, this site is suitable for senior housing, provides health and safety related qualities, exceeds the parking, and provides adequate landscaping and on-site open space. All units except for the manager's units will be restricted to lower income, senior citizens occupants at aged 55 or older. It is important to note that jurisdictions bear the burden of proof for the denial of a requested concessions or incentives. If a court finds the refusal to grant a waiver or reduction of development standards violates the state's density bonus law, the court shall award the plaintiff reasonable attorney's fees and costs suit. Cities that have not been complying with the requirements under the state law have been successfully sued, and the court has awarded penalties and attorney's fees against them. Just recently, the city of Berkeley denied an affordable housing project that would be built on a parking lot over the remnant of the Native American shell mound. They were ordered to pay $2.6 million in fines in addition to pay attorney's fee. During the Planning Commission, staff recommended that Planning Commission recommend to the mayor and council to approve the case number 2023-0646 pertaining to a conditional use permit, development review, and affordable density bonus for the development of 54-unit project, including 33 lower-income senior housing rental units. Staff has provided some late communication, as you can see here. Staff has updated the recommended conditions of approval. Specifically, the conditions number 17 and 18 were updated to include additional languages requiring replacement units previously which were demolished per state law. So as you can see on the condition number 17, the red is added verbiage that requires a certain number of units to be reserved as required by the state law. There is a missing slide in this, but I will verbally indicate that we received additional late communication regarding the City Council staff report on the public notices. The staff report indicates that the public notice was published in a newspaper on March 25th, when in fact it was published on March 28th. It was sent, the public notice was sent to the newspaper for publishing on the 25th. So I just want to make it clear on that. Additionally, before, underneath the paragraph of that, there is a paragraph, a sentence that says Planning Commission hearing. It should be City Council hearing. So there was a typo that I want to bring that to your attention. So therefore, staff recommends that the mayor is not here, the City Council approve case number 2023-064, subject to recommended updated conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation for Milton Manor project, and I can answer any questions that you may have. Additionally, the project applicant and their team is in attendance of tonight's meeting, and they can answer additional questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'd like to hear from the representative of this project, Retirement Housing Foundation, before we entertain questions. Is that okay?
Vice Mayor,
Open the
Vice
hearing.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I can just make one clarification.
Yes.
In the staff report, it was identified that there would be a late communication that was sent out. There was no late communication, so the request is from staff that is presented during the presentation. I just want to make sure that it's noticed for the public and for you guys. There was no late communication memo sent out for
I
this
see.
item. So the request is what was presented to you in the PowerPoint
Okay.
presentation.
Thank you.
And then Vice Mayor, if you could just go ahead and open the public hearing for me
Yes.
before we ask for the applicant to come up.
Yes, I'd like to open the public hearing. So we would like to hear from the representative from the Retirement Housing Foundation first.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Ho and fellow City Council members. My name is Eric Higuchi. I am Retirement Housing Foundation's project manager for Milton Manor. First off, I want to thank Sandy Kim, Deborah Drassler, and all the city staff for their hard work on this application. Truly is one of the most thorough reviews I've been through, and thanks to the collaborative effort with staff, the applicant, and our consultant team, we have a very complete application for your review tonight. I'll keep my presentation brief, as it's not intended to be a repeat of staff's excellent presentation. Rather, my intention is to fill in the gaps specifically related to how this project connects to your community. I believe a PowerPoint presentation. So Sandy's bringing that up. So who are we? Retirement Housing Foundation is a Long Beach-based nonprofit affordable housing provider. Bob Fard, Vice President, will better introduce the organization after this presentation. I am a third-party consultant, but I wanted the opportunity to say that this is a great organization to work for and to work with because their business plan is simple. It hasn't changed in 63 years. They exist to provide quality housing for low-income households, primarily the seniors. Their mission is clear, and based on personal experience, their staff is also mission-aligned. RHF manages their own properties, and they hold on to their properties in perpetuity. So not only are they the applicant, they are also a long-term stakeholder in Westminster. Sandy, if you can go to the next slide, and the slide after that. So what does this project, in our opinion, offer to this community? We see four major benefits. One, a major capital investment into Westminster. Two, we are providing affordable housing, affordable senior housing. Three, it's less impactful than the previous project. And four, demographics. So first off, on capital investment, not only does this represent a $20 million investment into the community, the project will be constructed utilizing union labor and will incorporate the latest sustainable requirements. Next slide, please. Second, I'm sure the question on everyone's mind is, how affordable is affordable? The project is contemplated to serve three income levels designated by HCD, California Department of Housing and Community Development, as low, very low, and extremely low. So next slide, please. Those are the income levels. So your eyes don't deceive you. The state of California's policy is that a low-income household or a single-person household making 80% of area median income in Orange County can afford to pay $2,010. Oh, this one's old. So a two-person household can afford to pay $2,100 a month, roughly. A single-person household is actually down to $2,010 a month. The practical reality is that our average senior resident would not be able to afford this rent, which is why many of RHF's residents qualify and utilize Section 8 vouchers and are specifically directed by county housing authorities to RHF properties. Next slide, please. The third benefit, in our opinion, that makes this a better, less impactful project is comparing it to what was previously entitled. So, as you'll note, the length of our frontage is roughly 163 feet. The total length of the previous project frontage was about 166 feet. But the reality was it was really 218 feet because looking at it head-on, the site, you would essentially see a wall of structures and garages from the frontage. Whereas the big difference in our project, and I'll dive into it in a sec here, is that we have 39-foot setbacks on either side of the property. Next slide, please. Yes, our project is taller than the previous proposed project, but one, the third floor window heights have remained the same at 30 feet to the top of window, and two, frankly, I think we have higher quality architecture and much more interesting exterior materials than the stucco proposed in the previously approved project. And then finally, setbacks. Next slide, please. So as you'll note, The previous project had setbacks roughly around 10.5, 11 feet on the north and south, or side yard setbacks. Our side setbacks are now 35 feet and 39 feet. Our rear yard setback to the east was previously 29 feet in the previously proposed project. It's now 49 feet 7 inches. Next slide, please. So yes, clearly we have doubled the number of units relative to the previous project, but that's not the entire story. For one, this is now affordable senior housing versus market rate entry-level housing. So we obviously have more affordable units. The net livable is actually lower than the previous project, 27,000 square feet and change relative to 31,000 square feet. Our building footprint is smaller, 18,000 square feet versus 19,000 square feet. We have more landscape area, and most importantly, in my opinion, we have less bedrooms, 56 bedrooms versus 58 bedrooms relative to the last project. But yes, we do need to talk about parking. Next slide, please. The project is entitled to 0 parking stalls pursuant to state law based on the staff presentation. I don't mean to rub that in. I serve on my own planning commission, and at the municipal level, we are all grappling with the implications of the practical implementation of state housing law. That being said, in this case, we do believe state housing law has been effective and provided us the opportunity to deliver more high-quality, affordable housing for seniors by allowing us to provide the right number of parking stalls. Unlike market rate properties, many of our tenants are no longer driving for a few reasons. One, age. Simple fact, our physical and visual abilities decline with age. 2 is cost. Cost of car ownership in California is, as we've all experienced, extraordinarily expensive nowadays. And the cost of cars. So, cost of car ownership rises, and fixed income stay frankly fixed. So, for those who are able to continue to drive and own a car, parking spaces will be available to residents. Permits will be assigned based on availability. For residents that do not own a car, as staff mentioned, there are OCTA options. In addition, the City of Westminster also has Westminster on Wheels. If merited by demand, RHF may also contract with a shuttle service or acquire a shuttle for the property. However, more importantly, and I'll dive into this in my last section here, we forecast that our residents will primarily rely on friends and family members for transportation. Next slide. So the fourth benefit to this community is about demographics. The project location was chosen because it checks all the requisite boxes related to safety, access to transit, proximity to community amenities like parks, places of worship, grocery, and entertainment. However, this project is located in one of the state's most ethnically diverse cities, representing multiple significant minority populations whose first generation is aging. Third, fourth, and fifth generation individuals like myself can move to states like Texas, Idaho, and Arizona, and with common language and the benefit of cultural assimilation, allows us to readily plug into most communities in the U.S. However, Western's Little Saigon is a prime example of one of the multiple ethnic communities located in Orange County that has a growing senior population whose literal lives depend on living near proximity to ethnic enclaves like Little Saigon. So going back to the topic of transportation, for our forecasted population, I don't see OCTA picking them up. I think it's most likely adult children picking them up, because not only do they need a ride, they need a translator at the doctor's office, or their son or daughter's picking them up to help watch their grandkids while mom and dad are working, or their friend is driving them to foreign language services at a church. So RHF will obviously abide by all fair housing, equal housing laws, but as I see it, whether it be Vietnamese, Korean, or Latino, there is an aging demographic of first-generation immigrants whose sources of income during retirement are not keeping up with the cost of living in California. Unlike most established populations, these demographics literally cannot move to other parts of the country. And for these growing populations in California, there are very few options for independent living besides affordable housing. So to recap on community benefits, it's a major capital investment to Westminster. We are providing affordable senior housing. It's less impactful than the previous project, and the demographics of Westminster need more senior affordable housing. So thank you for your time. I would appreciate the opportunity to address any questions or comments that may arise during the public comment period. At this time, I'd also like to introduce Bob Fard and Rush Porter from Retirement Housing Foundation, and Noel Nguyen, our architect, in case there are any items or questions they would address subsequent to the public comment period. So, Bob?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Ho, members of the City Council of the City of Westminster. Thank you for the privilege of speaking tonight on behalf of Retirement Housing Foundation. My name is Bob Fard. I'm the VP of Acquisitions Development. A little bit about RHF. Retirement Housing Foundation was started in 1961 in Long Beach, California. We are a nonprofit, faith-based organization specializing in affordable housing for seniors. We operate, own, manage, develop approximately 185 communities in 27 states, Washington, D.C., U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as Puerto Rico. Like I mentioned, we're based in Long Beach. We're actually less than 20 minutes from here. We're on the border of Los Alamitos and Long Beach. We've been there many years. I'm very proud of this project. We've had some world talent working on what, for us, is an exciting project, being in Westminster, a very low-served area population for affordable housing, as Eric mentioned. As you know, Orange County has astronomical costs when it comes to affordable housing, and so we think this is a very small dent in a humongous problem in the state and nationwide, for that matter. Our architect is here, as I mentioned, SVN. They do projects around the world. We do projects that we're proud of. We maintain all of our projects. As I mentioned, we manage all of our projects in-house. We build quality product so that we can lower our costs as far as operating them, because we know we're going to be holding on to them for years to come. We don't flip our projects, and we don't capitalize our projects with other partners because of our history and frankly, our size. One of the comments that was made in our presentation last time we were here was that we're probably one of the best choices in an arena right now where Sacramento has really limited choices for the local agencies. And so we're here to be good neighbors and good partners. We've put a lot of thought, effort, and resources into the design of this project. And so with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have. I invite the rest of the team to come up and introduce themselves. Thank you again. I encourage you to vote in favor of approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have too much to add after that, but my name is Rush Porter with RHF, and I'm the Entitlement Project Manager, and I'm here to answer any questions. And thanks again to the staff. Nice to work with.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noel Nguyen, representing SVA Architects. I'm the project architect for this development.
Thank you. If I may ask just a quick question to you, maybe. What other projects, could you name some in Southern California, or most of your, I know you've been around for 60 years. Are there other projects that you've built around here?
No,
I've
not in Orange County. No,
company.
Orange County is
I
an
see.
extremely difficult market to build in, just from due to many different parameters, or roadblocks, I should say. But we have many. This would be the second closest to our office. We have one in the Los Alamitos area that's off Catella. It's Klein Manor. It's a senior affordable housing project. We partnered with a local church where they had vacant land kind of behind their parking lot. We partnered with them in the way of them being the landowner, us being the developer partner. And that's a wildly successful project as well, because now you have seniors that kind of walk across the parking lot and go to services. So, but I can, off the top of my head, I can start rattling projects off, but I'm more than happy to send your staff or whoever. We have total about 185 projects nationwide. The majority of them are in California, and the majority of those are in Southern California.
So how many do you mostly build and hold? Or do you, what I mean is, do you acquire and you sell them off?
We do not, no. We're a mission-based organization. Our mission is to provide affordable housing. And so our mission is not profit or otherwise to capitalize on our projects from a profit venture. Our goal is to provide more housing stock of affordable units in the country. And so above and beyond just buying other existing affordable housing projects, which we also do, our core mission is to provide more housing because we're losing housing at a frightening rate right now due to conversion to market rate housing. And so, again, it's a small dent in a humongous problem. But no, we don't sell, generally don't sell. Our goal is to build and hold.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure thing.
Are we going to hear from, do we hear from the public or?
Ashton,
Can we
ask
just ask a quick
or do we have to
question?
hear? Yeah.
If you have questions, you can ask those right now and then
Okay,
open it up to
perfect.
public.
Go ahead.
May I? Okay, so a question to Eric. So back to the slide, can we go to slide 4 again? I just want to take a look at that again. Sorry, I'm trying to recover from my cold. Excuse my voice. So slide 4.
Of their slide or of staff's slide?
Your slide, yeah. Was it yours or was it theirs?
Of RHS's?
I think it must be theirs, right? The low income. So this one, so when you're talking about the low income, extremely low for a 2-bedroom, which you only have 2 units, right? Is that correct, Eric?
That is correct, and one of them will be a manager's unit.
Okay, and so the rest, which is 52 units?
We have 52 one-bedroom units
Mm-hmm.
and one 2-bedroom unit that will be available for call them regular tenants, and one 2-bedroom unit that will be available for a manager. On-site manager will live there.
Right, and these income are current, right, assessment, right? Is
These
that
are
correct?
2023, which is the
Okay.
most current. So around June or July of this year, updated numbers will come out.
Okay, perfect. So that's good to know, because in that way we can look at what are you approving, for those who are submitting the applicants for the room. Now, I understand that you mentioned that 55 years and older to approve for the housing there. Now, 55, I know you mentioned that a lot of seniors have older children drive them. I'm 44, so it's only 10 years away. And I don't know anyone who's 55 that don't drive. So what I'm trying to say is, I just feel like the parking might be an issue. And I understand the state law, they are favoring, with no parking because the mandate. Now, are there a possibility, I know that you say 19 parking, is it a possibility that you can add a few more?
During the course of construction and engineering, if we can add more, obviously we would add more. But at this time, we're not prepared to commit to more than 19 parking stalls as designed.
With your projection for that project, do you see predicting that you might create 2 more parking spot, or?
I'd rather not speculate, but if we can add more parking, we will add more parking.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so as I talk to the resident in this area, I understand you guys want to be good neighbors and good partner, and we want that. As a city agency, we want good partnership with you guys, because as a businesswoman, I love that, development into our city and beautifying it, and also providing the resources for senior citizens, because they are on a fixed income. So I do understand that. Now, these are some of the concerns the residents have. So they notice that with the development of this project, there's going to not be any sidewalk area. So basically, all the housing is pushed to the sidewalk. And are there any way, because as I'm looking at the project here.
We're maintaining a sidewalk. There will be a public sidewalk. The building will be up.
But the building is up to the sidewalk,
correct.
is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the building is up to the sidewalk, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then earlier on some of the slide, you're talking about how it is basically at 35 feet against
Correct.
this wall over here, 39 on the bottom here. The back toward the housing on the back here is between 49 feet. Are there a way maybe you can move a little bit toward the back? Because I know there's more space back here.
We
Is
can't-
that a possibility?
We cannot due to Orange County Fire Authority requirements for the width, the required width of that street to get a fire truck there.
Okay.
And the parking stall minimum depth requirements.
Okay, so basically there's no way of pushing it back any farther?
Unfortunately, we could if we would have. We would have if we could have, excuse me.
Okay, gotcha. And then the other concern is the resident are bringing up, they notice that all the housing in the front are close to the street. Do you guys planning to have kind of like safe-proof the windows in the front?
We've looked at that. There are we looked at two options on that, which would be, sorry, I did have notes on this. A laminated glass, which would shatter if someone attempted to break the window, but would stay in place. Laminated glass would double the cost of the windows. Or alternatively, we could apply a 4 to 6 millimeter anti-graffiti film, which would hold the glass together. Similarly, if someone attempted to break in. We're open to either of these options. Our concern, though, is that in the event of a fire, breaking a window is an alternative means of egress. We would be concerned that adding laminated glass in particular would prevent that individual from being able to leave the building. In addition, and this is anecdotal, a lot of crimes, in our opinion, are crimes of opportunity, meaning crimes occur, theft happens when people leave car doors open or garages open or doors unlocked. We don't really view that having windows close to the sidewalk is going to increase the susceptibility of our community to more crime.
So with that, you're saying it's better from your projection that to not have those proof windows. Is that what you're saying?
We would prefer not to be conditioned
Okay.
because of one, cost is an issue, but two, in addition, safety requirements. So obviously, if security becomes a concern, we are going to act on it. But again, because of all these other issues, we do not want to be conditioned to for the required lamination or anti-graffiti film.
Okay, so that is a busy street, as we know. Are you planning to kind of soundproof all the
Yes.
windows in that? Okay,
Yes.
that's good to know. Last question for you. So in the back area where the parking is, which I love that you have parking over there so no one is looking over the residents' single homes. So I do appreciate that. Now, the concern is that they're asking if it's possible that you can put kind of like bamboo, natural like kind of planter where when they look, they can't see the house or the swimming pool. You know what I mean? So at least there's bamboo area that's kind of growing up and cover the swimming pool area.
Over time, the landscaping will grow in and will ultimately probably create a visible barrier, but that parkway is very small. So again, over time, as we see all these projects, they start to grow in and trees get bigger, but at this point, bamboo really isn't the aesthetic we're going for, and plus it's a bit invasive and it kind of takes over everything.
Okay.
So, and we have an approved landscape plan as well that we have to adhere to.
Okay, so are you having plants back there that will grow fast and kind of cover?
Fast as can be, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of variables outside of our control.
Okay, that's good to know. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your
And I
questions.
understand, you know, if since you heard our concern, we appreciate that you want good partnership, being good neighbors, and that you guys are keeping that property for a long time, and we really appreciate that. And we do want that good partnership. So you heard our concern today and some of the residents that have brought to my attention. If you can, if it's all possible that you consider that in your building,
Yeah.
that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're new to this town. New development in any jurisdiction is disruptive. And we're going to do our best to to limit it, keep that disruption minimal.
Perfect. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for staff before we go on to the next person. Regards to street parking, there was a lot of reading, but I seem to remember there's over 100 parking spaces, street parking, and when you did your count over 3 days, I think the average was like in the 70s, opening towards the night. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm trying to see if I could find a slide that presented. I do apologize for some reason, the PowerPoint that I added to my flash drive was not nowhere to be found, so I do apologize.
That's
But
okay.
on my side of the slide, without the,
It wasn't on a slide at all. It was just from.
it was on the streets, yes, along Milton and Heffley.
Over 100, correct?
Correct.
If my memory serves me right, yep. And I seem to remember initially, this Milton project with the earlier design, that was, when was that? 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 5, 6 years ago?
Correct.
Yeah.
About 5 years ago.
Yeah, so I'm not going to claim that I know the street parking and all that, because I did for that particular project or design, or when it came up before the council back then. I do remember driving at night, looking at the parking. So back then, the parking was really good, and as it is now from the result of your study over 2 days, yeah.
Yes.
So I just want to answer your question, is that 100 parking, street parking? Yeah, but I know they only have 19. Yeah. Yeah.
I understand, Ms. Vice Mayor, that it will be crowded in that area because I drive through that all the time. I see it. And that is the one complaint we have. So that's why I asked earlier if your organization, factor that in when you start building that, if you can, whatever you can squeeze a couple more parking
Thank you.
area, that'd be huge.
So next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just have a couple of comments. And some of the comments that they're already echoing my colleagues. As far as I really, sometimes I know folks trying to sell a product, but I mean, it really doesn't do you justice for that one comment as far as many of the residents will not be driving at 55 plus. I'm sure that there's quite a few citizens, residents.
Councilmember, just from the public hearing standpoint, like commenting on the project, we got to wait till the end for that. Right now, we're trying to take in facts, so if you have like questions for
Okay,
them.
that's what I'm getting at. That
yeah.
was in his slide, so it was in the
I just
information
wanted
was
to
in
be
there.
clear, yeah.
I do have if we could show my presentation. There it is.
So I just have some quick comments that,
Let her, it was a slide she was looking for, maybe let
the
her make a
parking?
comment on that.
So the total number of parking spaces were shown as 204. Occupied spaces were 92, and available parking spaces were over 100.
Got it, thank you.
all right, well, I'm going to hold my comments till I hear the comments from the public, but I want to make sure you come to me first after it, please.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Nguyen?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ho. I have a question for Eric. Earlier, when you answered Councilwoman from West, you said that there's no way that you guys can modify or move the project back a little bit. Like for now, when I read the report, the setback is about 4 inches, right? Is that correct?
Correct. It narrows down to 4 inches.
Okay. Now I have a question for Adolfo, our Assistant City Manager. What is the purpose of have a front setback, Adolfo?
As it pertains to those types of questions, I would rather defer to Catherine or to Daniel, who's in the audience. He's our development engineer.
please.
Councilmember Moran, from planning perspective, the front yard, you're referring to a front yard setback requirement is for health and safety, and it is also for conformity of the neighborhood, so that you have the entire streetscape with similar appearance.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, it's about something about safety also, right? Okay.
That is correct.
So I'm very happy that we have this kind of project, going on in our city. But I kind of feel it's not safe for the resident if we have the building too close to the street, to the walkway. So as I saw here on the plan, it's right here. I see we still have a lot of rooms to move back and forth. So I just don't understand why you guys cannot, modify the project.
Yes, Eric, if I might chime in on this. My name is Noel Nguyen from SBA Architects again, if you haven't heard. So to address your concern about the setback or why the building is configured the way it is, the building configuration, I don't know if you can bring it up, is kind of a C shape with the back facing Milton. So at some point in the back, when we were designing, we were thinking about why not having the C being inverted, so the two sides to be facing the street, with the courtyard facing the street. But due to the safety of the residences, because we were thinking this is not just an apartment building or for common use, this is for senior. So we would like to have a courtyard to be internal for the safety of the residences when they walk, they take the use the courtyard. Because most of the time they will be having difficulties finding ways or getting lost. So safety of the residences were taken in consideration when we designed this project the way it is.
All right, just go back to the slide, the one that I just showed you guys. There's a lot of room in the back, as far as I see. So,
Can you point out where is that room? Because we pretty much up to.
It's right here. You guys have a lot of room right here. The whole thing.
Oh,
right?
That's a parking. We have parking, and we have literally like 2 feet in front of the parking space. Somewhere is 18 inches. So we have to actually meet some landscape requirements also. Open space clearances, you name it. So we are a very tight site. We have fire departments, street clearance. We have to meet parking space because it's accessible parking also, that we have to have a full-size parking spaces, not compact. And so we are up there. I mean, we actually, some areas, we actually had to use the overhang, like for the wheel stop, to increase the landscape areas for the project. So
I think, may I?
Can I
oh,
finish
go
my
ahead, yes.
question? Adolfo, as a city, can we not, okay, I don't know if like the open space, the park right here in the center, do we enforce that? Can we make it smaller so they can move the building back a little bit?
So I just spoke to our development engineer, Daniel Shea, who's in the audience, and it is a very tight site, and to meet all of the minimums, the drive aisle is as narrow as it can be, and the parking stalls meet our city code, so there is very little wiggle room. So the building and the path are the limiting factor, not necessarily the courtyard.
So if, in case that we eliminate all the 19 parking space, and then we move the building like a 5 feet back, is that possible?
Yeah, it's not feasible for us to move the building 5 feet. We don't have room.
No, I mean like we just remove all the parking space, the 19 parking space. that
Oh,
we have.
sure, yeah. I mean, we can move 18 feet towards the back of the property if we eliminate all the parking spaces.
Okay.
May I?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are going to have to hear from the public. So at this time, do you want to say something really quick?
Yeah, quick.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically, piggyback on what Nam Quang councilman just asked, I was looking at the map here, the brown area, what is that exactly?
I think that's a parking space.
Parking spaces.
Okay. And then people back out, and then, so basically 2 extra parking space back there. It fit 2 parking space back there, basically, right? Because what I mean is this is parking, right? And this is to go back and forth and where the fire truck can come. Is that what you're saying? To
Correct.
park. Okay.
There's a loop road around the building, and there's 90-degree parking in the back.
Right, because as it look, it's better for the resident because it's 3-story versus 2-story. I just don't want the resident up there looking down on the single homes, you know what I mean, and their swimming pool.
Right, so maintaining the parking there and not pushing the building back would increase the privacy to the other residents.
Right.
And maintain the parking. Frankly, we're low on the parking, but we're not willing to go down to 0 parking.
Do you have a space to plant trees in the back?
We do have trees planted in the back, and we have a very well-apportioned courtyard. Our landscape architect is actually Lifescapes International, who does all the casinos in Vegas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We may ask you to come back to
Thank
the
you.
podium again, but at this time, I'd like to give the opportunity to the public to speak. Madam City Clerk, would you like to call the first one?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our first speaker is Casey Wolbert.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council. As the current chairman of the Planning Commission, we sent this over to you tonight, and I got a couple points on agenda item here, 4.1. First, a little bit about communication around this agenda item. I would encourage you guys as City Council to recommend to city staff that if there's going to be an item or a development project that's going to go through the Planning Commission and then onto the council, maybe you guys should get an invite to that Planning Commission meeting because we've already asked, I would say 95% of the questions you've just asked now. Or at a worst case scenario, they could email you the YouTube link so you could watch the Planning Commission that is in public record already from a month ago. So communication there, inviting you guys to those Planning Commission meetings would be great. And also, I'm the only representative from the Planning Commission that's here tonight because we weren't informed that specifically this item was going to be presented at City Council. I just happened to see it on a Westminster resident's social media platform, so I knew to hopefully show up tonight and speak on the behalf. A couple of points here real quick about the Milton Manor project. Number one, we've reviewed it. You've got a conditional use permit that you're considering, so welcome to your crash course in city planning. The recent changes in the law, which is the Housing Crisis Act, we're up against the thing here. We're up against Sacramento control versus local control and municipalities determining their planning. So due to the Housing Crisis Act, there's been no city, municipality anywhere in the state that's won a court case. So the practical implications from you or implications for you on the city council is that you could be facing a potential lawsuit for the developer if you don't approve the project. That's a very real threat. I don't know if Westminster wants to take on a court case. That would be up to you guys. That's why we sent this case over to you for approval or rejection. So consider that with the HCA laws that have come out. Now, the biggest question is the 4-inch setback. So the 4-inch setback is from the property line. It's not from the curb. You have 10 feet from the curb to the property line. Now, and the proposal is there, and we mentioned this at the Planning Commission, a couple of things. One was bulletproofing or smash-proofing the glass for the safety of the residents. You could also flip the 4 feet and 6 feet, 4 feet of sidewalk and 6 feet of grass. Put the grass out towards the curb, or I'm sorry, put the grass towards the building and put the sidewalk toward the curb. Move the sidewalk out towards the cars that can park there, and then have Public Works also extend to the two properties north and south to maintain the curvature of the sidewalk so that creates a nice uniform line. Overall, this project is a really great build. We could have had another developer buy the property and serve up what I would call hot garbage. It could have been 2 stories, 54 units under density bonus law, no parking. It would have been a nightmare for all residents. This is a great builder after we looked at it. We highly recommend it. That's why we approved it to move it onto you for your consideration. But as a planning commission, we approve the conditional use permit, and we encourage you to do so also. And if you don't like the laws, vote in better California legislators. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia.
Thank you. I have a few problems with this thing. One, the size of it's 3 stories, and Ms. West over there brought up the fact that some of those people are going to be looking down at everybody else's property, which can be kind of nerve-wracking because you don't know who's there. What I want to know is, who's the person that came up with, oh, most of these people over 55 aren't going to be driving. I'm 74. I can guarantee you I drive every day of the week. My wife is 75 and drives every day of the week. So I don't know whether that's wishful thinking on the developer's part or what. My other question, the garages. Are these 2-car garages, 1-car garages? You have 2 people. Granted, you're going to have 2 cars in there.
There's no garage.
I'm sorry?
There's no garage. It's
Where
just
did I
space.
see garages mentioned?
That's the old one.
They're open parking spaces, like a
Yeah.
parking lot.
Okay, well, that's even worse. Where are they going to put the cars? They're going to put them out on the street. Once the parking spaces are used up, they're going down the block. And if you're concerned about elderly people with walkers walking 100 yards just to get back to the apartment that they moved into, and there's not enough parking down there, and you've been through those neighborhoods, and it gets tough. Some of these places, you can't buy a parking space, especially later in the afternoon, going into early evening time when everybody's coming home from work that lives in the adjoining areas. This is going to be tough. I realize that Sacramento is shoving these things down the city's throats, and I don't want to start on that. We'll be here till next month complaining about who runs this state and what they do. But I've got a problem with this. I don't even live over there, and I'm really disappointed that this thing is this big. The parking sucks, quite frankly. And talking about, the thing I didn't understand was talking about Vietnamese, Korean, and Hispanic elderly communities. I don't know, maybe, does that mean we don't have any elderly white folks here, or what? So I wasn't quite understanding what he was getting on about. But like I said, I don't live there, but I'm concerned that, is this going to be what's to come in the future? If you want to build something, you've got to build something like this, and then say, oh, don't worry about it. They won't be driving anyway. They're 56 years old. So I hope something, I know you probably won't be able to shoot it down. I don't know whether you can make them change it or what, but I just wanted to get my 10 cents in here. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello. Putting aside the staff report errors and bad initial planning commission meetings that I reported, and assuming no changes to the project plan since the Planning Commission hearing, here are my comments. I have advocated for a truly affordable housing project for our seniors for years, but this isn't it yet. Only 6 units for extremely low-income seniors is not enough. The applicant requested income allotments be deleted from the Planning Commission resolution, but they're in this proposed City Council resolution. The average Social Security income is $21,204, 21% of the AMI. Seniors 60 plus make up 1/4 of our population, are the fastest growing segment. Most struggle to remain safely appropriately housed and have enough food to eat, and many are at serious risk of becoming homeless. This project should have 12 or more extremely low-income units, not 6. I understand applicable state law, but providing only 11 of the 19 parking spaces for senior residents in 53 units is unacceptable. 83% of those 65-plus drive. 55-plus is much higher. More parking is needed to safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of our seniors. 1, mobility and disabling health conditions. 40% of those 65-plus have mobility issues walking just 1/4 of a mile and at least one disabling health condition disability. A reasonable accommodation is assigned on-site parking. The elevators are too far from the ADA parking spaces. 2, safety. Seniors are more vulnerable to accidents and falls and are twice as likely to be victimized by robbery or assault near their home versus younger adults. Providing assigned parking on-site reduces the likelihood of falls, lawsuits, and violent crime. The window on the first floor front units will only be 4 inches from the sidewalk, posing serious health, safety, and privacy concerns. 3, caregivers. Seniors who rely on help from caregivers or family need guaranteed parking for their support persons to visit them, transport them, and to assist them in their home. 4, independence. Assigned parking spaces allow seniors to maintain independence with easy access to their vehicles to go to medical appointments, grocery stores, etc. Fact, the walkability score of this site is only 65 of 100. RHF's mission is to provide affordable housing for persons with limited income in an inclusive environment that enhances their quality of life physically, mentally, and spiritually. Not providing enough on-site parking and truly affordable units for seniors falls grossly short of that mission. I am an extremely low-income senior, far less than 30% AMI, with disabling health conditions and a DMV disabled placard. I want to rent one of the extremely low-income units maybe, but only if the rent is no more than 30% of my income, that an assigned guaranteed parking space on site is provided as a reasonable accommodation. RHF, please reconfigure the site plan to mitigate the health and safety issues, reduce the rear side or rear setbacks, change the egress design, or reduce the number of units to add more parking, designate 12 or more units extremely low income, and add free high-speed Wi-Fi. Council, please be mindful of all applicable state laws when considering this project towards whatever. I'm out.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Roger Mindrum.
Good evening, Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. First of all, I agree wholeheartedly 100% with everything that Mr. Wolbert had said. I did attend that Planning Commission meeting, and I sure hope you all either watch the YouTube video of that meeting. It was very thorough. The presentation was twice as thorough as this one was tonight. You would have had way more information if you would have watched that or attended that. That was a great idea to, in the future, attend those Planning Commission meetings so you can get the full picture. I don't believe you have the full picture of this project tonight. Really barely. I know you have something in your staff report with the diagrams. I also would like to say this is not the time for you to negotiate the plans. They're not going to change the plans here tonight. The only two choices you have are either accept this project or table it for another time so you can do more research. But you're not going to negotiate anything here tonight. It's just the wrong time to do it. They've stuffed as much as they can into this. The only alternative would be to reduce the size of the wings that extend to the back of it. There's way more, like Mr. Wolbert said, it's well-meaning, probably a really good company that's going to do this compared to others. Kind of wish Mr. Wolbert had more time to speak to you about it. Maybe you can, as the chair of the Planning Commission, you can ask him some more questions, would be nice. But state law, you don't really have any choice. This is going to be forced on us. I do believe, and I made comments at the Planning Commission meeting, the things that are wrong with it, but I don't think you're going to change that tonight unless, legally, if you turn this down, what are the next steps? Or if you table it for another meeting to where you can negotiate things somewhere else, but tonight's the wrong place to negotiate it. And based on state law, from what I understand, this is going to be forced on us, so not much we can really do. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, we have no further speakers for this item.
Thank you. Well, I know from experience that usually,
But
I'm sorry.
let me
yeah.
just be clear too, from the public, since it's due process, after the public is done speaking, we should always let the applicant come up to respond to what was said. Last opportunity, just before you close.
Okay.
And then close the public hearing after the council is done asking any questions they may have.
So do we have the representatives? Would you like to come up for rebuttal? Only those who spoke earlier.
Thank you for the opportunity to potentially address some of the comments made. But first of all, thanks again to staff for their hard work and Planning Commission. To their point, it was a very thorough Planning Commission. It was a lot of good questions were asked. At the expense of my client here, I did want to share something anecdotally that happened to me recently. I'm on the board of a nonprofit where we have a food pantry. And recently, one of the board members I learned was actually using our food pantry to subsidize their diet with protein. So the reality in Southern California is if you own a house, you're rich. And that's a paradigm shift that has really affected me. So this project really is meant to serve those folks that are really struggling at this time in this city and the state because costs are just high and people are just struggling to make ends meet. So again, RHF, it is a great company. It's a great nonprofit to work for, work with, and have as a long-term partner. I hope you consider a favorable consideration for this project. And again, we're available for any more questions. Thank you. And Bob Fard will come up to close it out.
Yes, thank you. I just, again, wanted to thank Vice Mayor Ho and the council members for allowing us to speak tonight, and again, staff for their hard work on this project. I did remind myself of some projects, local projects I did want to bring to your attention. One's in Garden Grove that we owned, which is a Donald Manor, Donald Senior Manor.
You still own?
We own, yeah. Again, we won't be selling or getting rid of any of our projects anytime soon. We also own and operate, and we developed the largest senior affordable building in the nation, and that's in downtown LA. It's called Angeles Plaza, 1,094 units. So this is a space we specialize in. And again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the process, and the commissioner coming up here and voicing his opinion, and everyone kind of has their guardrails here as to what can be done and what can't be done. But we're again probably the best of the least amount of choices you have. As much as I don't want to pat myself on the back, but again, we look for approval of this important project tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else from your team want to speak? I'd like to, at this time, close the public hearing.
May I ask one last question? And he has a question as well.
Right, yeah. Just
Okay,
get all
just
your
want to say,
try and get all your questions answered and then close it, yeah.
do you want to ask the question to?
Yeah,
them?
we
Yeah,
both
so,
want to.
All right,
yeah,
go
so we
ahead.
need to
Yeah.
leave the public
I'm
hearing
sorry.
open.
I hereby open the public hearing again.
All right. Anyways, everybody, thank you for coming out and expressing your opinions and concerns about this project. And thank you for the applicant for coming out and speaking and answering questions. Yes, as you all know, the state has pretty much handcuffed us to what we can do and cannot do. But one of the things is that I feel just because the state allows you to do something doesn't mean it's going to be a successful project. And we need to, if you're going to, developers are going to bring a project to a community, we want to make sure it's successful and to make sure it's as less impactful as possible to the community. And that's what makes a good partner, a good neighbor, to try to lessen the impact as much as possible. And at this point, the only things we can ask you as far as income levels is ask if you can voluntarily do them. And to me, one of the things to mitigate the impact that it is going to cause to the community is to increase the affordability of the units. You only have to increase the levels as far as the very low, right, and so we can have more affordability in this community. That would be one way of lessening the impact. concession that you would be offering to the community. So if the applicant is willing to do that, is one of you, whoever's in charge of that, can come up and see if that's something that you're willing to do, willing to work with the community as far as offering that affordability?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Monzo. And if I'm understanding you right, it's you're asking if we can increase the deep affordability, the extremely low income,
Correct.
if we can have more. So these projects, they're not, it's not like they have a tremendous amount of cash flow, right? They're extremely limited as to how much rent we can charge. And again, this is a 100% affordable project, which means there are no market rate units. There's not a single unit where we're getting $2,500 a month or whatever the outrageous rents are nowadays. So every single unit is severely restricted on rents. Unfortunately, our construction costs are not. We pay the same construction costs as every other market rate developer and builder out there. And so the way we capitalize or value these projects is just like everyone else as well. It's, what's your cash flow? How much can your project sustain or absorb in costs going forward? And, that's when you kind of start your capital stack in making these projects feasible. Obviously, we'd love to offer as many 30% units as we can. You can imagine, collecting $600 a unit on a unit that cost us, $600,000-$700,000 to build is not going to be feasible. We would probably never, launch past first base on that kind of model. And so it's a balancing act as to, how many levels or how many units you have at each level of affordability, 60, 50, 40, and 30. And keep in mind, we could have gone up to 80% on this project and still met all of the thresholds that we met on this project.
I get that.
But we artificially kept it 60% and below. So there's things that we did, again, with not patting ourselves on the back, that we didn't have to do because of our mission and who we are and our history. So at this point, because we're so far into the game and we kind of have our plan as to how we're going to finance, hopefully, and build, this project, it would be a huge kind of burden to start changing the levels of the AMI restrictions for each unit. It changes the dynamics of the project quite a bit. So,
I understand all that's why I'm just asking if it's a voluntary thing.
Sorry, just to add, I'm sorry to interrupt. Many cities, many agencies, jurisdictions have affordable housing resources to contribute to these types of projects. And in those situations, where a city or county will have home funds or block grants or whatever, and you're familiar with all those, in those cases, many times we can work with that agency to try to produce or deliver more affordable units than we would otherwise. And unfortunately, this is a project where we're kind of shouldering all of the costs, and so we're trying our best just to kind of balance that finance stack.
I get that. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So I'm going to just ask if some of the things that, I had this written down before one of our residents asked this. I looked at the plans at home, and the first thing that came to mind when I was looking at the floor layout is the practicality of the location of the elevators. This is supposed to be a senior housing. So from the distance from the location of the elevator to the furthest unit, I'm assuming residents are going to go grocery shopping at one point, and they're going to walk all the furthest down that corridor to get to the furthest unit. Is there, I work on buildings like this all day long, and typically elevators are more in the center. If it's only one elevator, if there's two elevators, there are usually one on each end. So what's the thought process as far as the location of the elevator is concerned?
Sure. I'm going to invite Noel, our architect, to come up, but just a point of clarification, we have two elevators in this building because it's a senior building. All of our senior buildings typically we
But they're right next to each other.
Yeah, I'll let Noel talk about that.
Yeah, for for the size of this, the building is actually small. So we did the calculation of the egress and access. So another thing is, I don't know, you noticed that the elevators are actually by the entry, the main building entry, and by the lobby. So that's where we would have all of the occupants to go in and out access-wise. We do have access points at the end of the corridors, so that would give direct access from the occupants from the parking to the building. They don't have to go through the main entry of the building through control access. So they do, to access to the building, they do have a short distance. Now getting to the elevator, that's just down the hall. So yeah, just the configuration is thought of access-wise.
Okay, well, practicality-wise, it seems that there's a long distance to walk from when you're on the third floor all the way around to the furthest unit, which would be to the rear, correct?
Yeah, this is a senior. They're not like totally disabled. Every occupant there is, so just like you guys mentioned, you can drive at 70s, 80s. You can walk too. So we just designed the building to the code. I'm not saying that we don't. I'm just stating the facts also.
I want to bring out one of the comments made by one of the residents as far as the location of the sidewalk. I haven't really had time to, when we got this agenda so late, can somebody from, maybe Jake or somebody from staff make a comment on the location and possibly changing the sidewalk to give some buffer there?
We're definitely going to take a look at the site, mainly how we're going to connect the property on the north side of this development and the south side. Because once you have the sidewalk next to the curve, and then the property north of you or south of you, the sidewalk, we have a parkway and a sidewalk. So we have to make that connections. And we have to visit the site again and see if that's possible. Because like I said, it's a layout that we have to look at.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So how can you bring that back to us as far as if it's feasible to do that?
We definitely can. Yeah, development engineer will definitely take a look at that and see if we can make that possibility. Hopefully with their two driveways on the north side and the south side, we can take a look at if they meet the standard to do that transition from, next to the curve to the other side.
Okay, so can you report back to us on that?
Tonight?
No, not tonight.
Yes, we will bring it back, definitely.
Councilmember, if I may, I think Daniel, our engineer, is here. He may have more insight on this because he's the one that was working on this.
Well, whoever, if he can answer that, that'd be great.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Daniel Shea, one of the engineers with the Engineering Division. So in looking at the location of the sidewalk, we have to take a look at the transition from this location to the adjacent existing sidewalk to see if ADA slopes can be obtained. And then we also have to take a look at, on the northerly side, if the city actually has enough right-of-way to build a sidewalk. We know for certain now there are fences that are extremely close to the curb line for those two properties on the north. So we have to first determine whether or not city has the right-of-way for us to even build that sidewalk. If not, then it's for the city to take a look, is there an option to obtain that right-of-way? So there are definitely a couple things we need to take a look at, and staff will do that as soon as we can.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You will bring that back, let us know.
We will get right to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple more things. I know safety is one of the issues one of the concerns of the community. I was looking at, is it possible, I don't see any gates to make this, to enclose across the driveways. Is that something that you can look at to add some gates to make it a kind of a gated community?
We would prefer not to do that. We want this still to be an open community, and gates are imposing. and we don't think it's appropriate for this community. In addition, there are constraints related to OCFA and stacking issues. But aesthetically, we believe in the neighborhood. Well, first of all, we believe in the neighborhood. Clearly, there's neighborhood engagement here, and we're not afraid of the neighbors. So we're not worried about putting, we don't want to put gates. Now, that being said, the building will be locked. There'll be surveillance, and it'll be key fob access. But we're not going to do gates.
Can you answer the question as far as what is the height of the rear yard fence at the property line?
I believe the code requires 6-foot height.
Do we know the distance of the floor height at the back, at the properties at the backside?
The floor height of the properties?
Yeah, that would be maybe a J question. Do we know, are they evenly across where they're both on both sides of the fence? Or are they going to be standing at the same height, or is one level, one grade higher than the other grade?
I believe the grades are relatively flat, similar. I don't, maybe Public Works can answer that question, but they're flat.
Because I think 6 foot, yeah, I know 6-footers are code, but at this situation here, if I think a justified increase in the height, it's for privacy reasons.
We're remiss to amend or go against your Public Works standard drawings. And to be frank, from a personal perspective, an 8-foot wall is very imposing. It's going to be a block wall, a nice block wall. Mm-hmm. But often, if you're the resident with a behind us in a single-family home, you may not want the 8-foot block wall because it is imposing. But again, it's 6 foot is per code.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. I served on the planning commission for 8 years. Sorry about that.
Thank you for your service.
Anyways, as you can all see, we're pretty much handcuffed and we're to the mercy of the state. And as I mentioned earlier, just because you can doesn't mean that it's going to be a successful project. It's a lot of negative impacts in the community. Whether you like it or not, parking is going to be a problem. It's just real world. Sometimes what's on paper is not what actually happens in daily life. It's going to be a problem, and I just wish that we had some sort of say in what happens in our community. And we're at the mercy of the applicant and the state. So it's unfortunate. I wish that we had better answers for the community. And as you guys can hear, whoever's watching this, is that there's nothing much we can do. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Mansell. Okay, any more questions for
I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so Eric, it seems like you are the one that's making decision, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
this project?
I'm representative for the project.
Okay, so who is the one that make the decision?
The applicant, Retirement Housing Foundation.
Okay, may I talk to him? Who's that? Is it him?
It's Bob.
I'm so sorry. What's your name, sir?
Bob Fard.
Bob. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
So from what I heard is that you guys will be planting trees on the back, right?
Correct.
Is it tall trees or little bushes, or what is it?
I wouldn't be able to
Because I
tell you
don't
off the top of
see-
my head. Yeah, I know our landscape architect, like Eric had mentioned, is literally world-renowned. They're one of the best landscape architects on earth. So we hired them for this project because of past relationships. They agreed, because typically this would be a flea on their project list. They agreed to do it because of, again, our history, our culture, and who we are as an organization. They wanted to be part of, a project for seniors and kind of provide the best space they can from a landscape point of view, because again, landscape, they understand spaces, and Eric mentioned, I think they were landscape architects on 21 or 22 casinos on the Strip.
Mm-hmm.
So they know what they're doing when it comes to providing a space that people want to be in.
Right.
But I don't know the exact specifics of the landscaping, unfortunately.
Okay, so Eric will be able to address that, right? Is that correct?
I
Eric?
doubt if he knows the specifics.
I just want to understand that you guys are factoring in the concerns of the resident behind the wall. They want to know that you guys are having trees or planters or whatever it might be that can block the resident in that 3-story building from their pool, their swimming pool, and their house. So can you guys guarantee that the landscape, you guys will have something back there that will be high enough or growing fast or whatever might be with the landscape to be considerate of the neighbors back there?
Yes, we actually have, Sandy, can you bring up the slide? Yeah, so we do have a couple of sections cut from all sides of the project, showing from the property in the back, the view from vantage point.
Can we show?
Yeah, so, and then another thing is landscape screening is nice, but how much is it, how tall is it, that is going to need to do, when you talk about state mandates and all that. Yeah, we design everything with the users in mind, with residences around, so if we shove the building towards the back, like some of you recommended, the neighbors in the back are going to complain about
Well, that was not a
imposing,
great idea,
and so it's just like,
But we're not shoving the building back toward the resident. That seems
Correct.
not a good
Yes.
idea. Now, what I'm asking is that, are you guys going to have planter that's tall enough, like the example bamboo, but you guys don't think that's a good plant to plant because it grows like wild weed? So what I'm saying is that, are you guys guaranteeing the resident, because, whatever you guys will plant back there, the resident who lives there will complain to you guys. Like you guys mentioned earlier, you guys want to be great neighbors and great partners with us, the city. And we do truly want that partnership with you guys. And the fact is that we don't want to deny you guys. We think this is a great project, but we want you to be able to work with us and work with the resident.
correct, yes, I hear you. And then there are some nuances having bamboos too. Residences or the neighbors might not like bamboos being there because of the leaves shedding into the yards. So there are a lot of considerations when we deal. Obviously, we can't satisfy everybody, blocking the view, creating the view, the shades, the suns. Somebody might complain that having tall trees blocking their, the views, the sun. They might plant vegetables or something back there. The new trees are going to kill the grass or the vegetation. So as you see, it's a complex project. We did, Sandy, can you bring that up? We did do studies per planning recommendation, and we did everything we could in addressing concerns about this project. The section, line of sight.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could we take a really quick break? Can we take a quick break? Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back from recess. We now have a quorum. I'd like to continue our public hearing. So next, okay, so I guess we're going to close the public hearing.
Vice Mayor, if I could go
roll
ahead and
call.
call roll really quick
Yes,
as we
please, go ahead.
reconvene the meeting.
Thank you.
Mayor Nguyen is not here. Vice Mayor Ho?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Here.
And Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe where we left off was that, did you still want to speak? I think you were looking for a slide and you were going to answer a question. Would you like him to resume? I think it was Councilwoman Van West, right? Okay, go ahead and continue.
Yes, go ahead, Sandy, please. Show the... So like we're saying, we put in a lot of thoughts into this project, addressing the concerns about the views, the building heights, setbacks, and such. So one of the slides that you see on the screen is the site section to show cutting across from the neighbors. So we even address the view of the mechanical units on the rooftop, so we did everything we could in designing this building. Any specific question I can address?
Right. I see this building, this design is very beautiful, and it will beautify that area because we know in the past it's just grass and we are just growing, right? I believe this is a beautiful project, but
Thank
with
you.
the sidewalk, I guess we mentioned earlier about the buffer, so people feel safer. So if you can, some way with your engineer, flip the area a little bit, can you pull that slide up?
Yeah,
And if you can address that for us, that'd be great.
Sure. So the location and the design of the sidewalk is not really the call that we make. Is between the planning, the city engineers, and such. We actually prefer the sidewalk to be the buffer between, the parkway to be the buffer between the sidewalk and the building. So if that is allowed by the city and allowed by our consultant, utility, underground utilities wise, that we can do that, we would. Another thing is like when you see the site right now, there's pretty much no sidewalk. So we have a bridge connecting to nowhere. We are preparing for the future development of this neighborhood. So a sidewalk in front of this property is a nice thing to have right now compared to the neighbors.
Right, so Jake, can you help answer, is that a possibility in that area for our city?
I do have the development engineer, Daniel Shea. He can address that issue, regarding the sidewalk and the right-of-way restriction in that area. So.
Okay, Daniel?
Vice Mayor, Council Member. So in looking at what we are seeing here, it does appear that on the southerly side, we can provide a transition. So the sidewalk can be on the curb side instead of on the building side.
Okay.
Generally speaking, we prefer to have the sidewalk away from the curb so that you have the landscape area as a barrier between pedestrian and vehicles. But in this case, if it's to provide that extra buffer to the building, I do believe on the south side and at the frontages of this development is doable. However, on the north side, it does not appear that we have enough right-of-way to actually build a sidewalk over there. We will continue to look into that to see exactly how much we have.
Okay.
What about between the two driveways of the same property? So you're going to have two breakpoints between the two driveways. You can adjust it at that point.
Well, no, there is actually no sidewalk in front of the property to the north.
Correct, yeah.
Right, and the
That's what I'm
fence is
saying. So we can
approximately
make the
2 feet.
transition.
Right, so in the future, if there is a development on that project as well, we can most likely build a transition within there.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's possible, it's doable.
In the future, yes.
Yeah, so that's something we need to do.
If I could, Attorney Scott Porter, we've been talking to the developer and staff about this, so if
Okay.
maybe he could address this issue.
Yes.
Yes.
So as you can imagine, it may be difficult to redesign a project from the dais. So what I did is I spoke with the developer to try to resolve the concerns of the council, and I asked them if they would be okay with the following condition, and they have said that they would be okay with the following condition. Certainly, it's your discretion of whether to agree to that condition. I'll read it into the record, and you can decide whether this would work for you. Essentially, what this means is staff and the developer can work together to figure out whether it would work, and whether, if the parties agree that it works to redesign, then it'll be redesigned. But if either one says, no, we're not going to redesign it, then it doesn't get redesigned. That's essentially what it would mean. So the language would state as follows. Developer shall work in good faith with the Public Works Director to determine the feasibility on redesigning the sidewalk and parkway area within the city's right-of-way. If the developer and applicant agree, the location of the public sidewalk shall be redesigned in a manner mutually agreeable to the Public Works Director and the developer.
Good. All right. Well, I think we've come to a point where everybody expressed their views, right?
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes. I'm sorry, hi.
I just would like to suggest adding prior to the issuance grading permit to the additional conditional approval, which was just read by the city attorney.
Could you repeat that?
Prior to the issuance of the building permit.
Okay.
So the language would be added before the second sentence?
Would
So
be
it's
added to at the very beginning, if we say prior to the issuance of the grading permit, developer shall work in good faith with the Public Works Director to determine the feasibility on redesigning the sidewalk and parkway area within the city's right-of-way, and so on and so forth.
And I'm getting nods from the developer that that is agreeable to them as well.
Okay.
That is agreeable
Yes,
prior to the grading permit?
correct.
Okay. All right.
So who's going to pay for the cost?
Developer.
Well, they would redesign it.
It's
So it would be their
redesigned, so-
cost to redesign if they agree to redesign.
Right. Okay, thank you. Is that it? Okay, so who would like to speak first? Well, first, I'd like to ask staff, maybe this one goes to Christine, this question. Okay, so usually, and I know that the chair of the planning commission, maybe he left, I think is that him over there? Okay, he mentioned earlier about the communications or lack of. So my question to Christine this morning, and I'd like you to answer here, because it seems like it's going to, shed light on that issue, is that we normally, because usually for all the years that I've been on the council, about 8 years, I have not seen a project where it goes to the planning commission and without going to, what I mean is that going to the planning commission as well as the council for review. And except, of course, with the exception of when it goes to the council on an appeal. That I've seen. But, so would you care to explain to the rest of us?
So in a legal standpoint, I'll defer to
Go
the
ahead.
city attorney for it.
Yeah, you're correct that for most projects, CUPs, things of that nature, the Planning Commission is the final authority unless it's appealed. There are certain decisions that must come to the city council, zoning changes, for instance, general plan amendments. And in this case, involves a density bonus agreement, and I'm told that that is the requirement that it must come to council. So when it was considered by the Planning Commission, they merely made a recommendation. It wasn't a final decision. It's a recommendation to the City Council. We think these things about the project, and it's being submitted to you to make a decision in your discretion.
Okay, so it leads to the next question. So could you look into it to see if that were true? It goes to the Planning Commission as well as the council? Because that to me is, I think it's just a bit of a waste of time for the developer or.
State law requires that for land use projects, they have to be first considered by the Planning Commission.
Land use project.
Yeah.
Would this be considered a land use project? There were buildings on that site.
Yeah, it is. They're proposing a project. So these kinds of decisions have to go to the Planning Commission. It provides an initial public due process hearing where the Planning Commission can hopefully deal with a lot of these issues ahead of time so that when it comes to you, it's more refined. But ultimately, you're
No, I know
the
it goes to
decision maker.
Planning Commission, but why does it go to both? I'm just saying that, can you verify that the state law requires that it has to come to both Planning Commission as well as
Yeah.
City Council?
Scott, if you want to
Sure.
clarify. further.
So state law does not require this particular project to come before you. However, the municipal code says that this project must come before you. So you have the option to revise your municipal code to say that a project simply by being a density bonus project is not required to come to you. And I believe that staff is in the process of proposing an amendment for an ordinance to prevent exactly that, because state law says you have to approve projects that qualify for a density bonus. So why ask you to say, should we comply with the law? The answer is, of course, we will comply with the law.
So are we going to be amending? This cannot be the first time we hear about a density bonus project, is it? Is this our first density bonus project?
As far as I remember, I think it might be under the new law. We've had density bonuses projects in the past that the Planning Commission heard but never came to the council, as far as I remember.
Right. So maybe, okay, after this one, maybe we could look into it. And if we need to, we should amend, really, because it is so redundant. And I just think it's especially when we're bound by the state law, and we know how that goes. So, okay, thank you. Okay, so who wants to speak first? Over here? Are we going to go this way first? No? Okay. So he wants to defer to
Yeah,
you?
thank you, Vice Mayor Ho.
Oh,
Can I?
yes. Yes,
Okay.
Councilman.
When we take the 5 minutes break, I have an opportunity to talk to somebody, and there's they brought up a very interesting idea about flipping the sidewalk with the area where we have a grass, and so if in that case, I'm very glad that it resolved my concern. So I am okay with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So, may I?
Yes.
Okay, so with that in mind, I have the same concern as well. So I'm happy you guys are working with the city to do that, to make it safer for those who are going to be living there. So I appreciate that. If no one else have comment, I would love to motion to approve tonight.
Okay, before we do that.
Yeah, no, I'll second it. I mean, if you know our city, we have some financial constraints, and we're not in a position to be putting ourselves in a situation we might get, taken to court over this. But we are handcuffed. The state is ruled over us, and we're just at the mercy of the applicants that they were working with us as far as concessions are concerned. Thank you for agreeing to the concession of working with staff as far as the buffer with the landscape, and hopefully that helps somewhat the residents who would be at the forward-facing units. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We have nothing we can do. Hopefully that that you work with the neighbors when you are in there and trying to be as good a neighbor as possible. But we are where we are, so I second it. And, excuse me, in the motion, Councilmember West, does that include the condition added that our city attorney read into the record?
Exactly.
So, yes, it is.
So
I
just
second
to,
it.
just to add as well, I believe there were 2 additional revisions that were included as part of the PowerPoint slide, but we need to read that into the record as well.
Items
so we
17
can
and
bring that
18.
up. Yeah, and that just needs to be part of the motion as well.
Mm-hmm. Include 17 and 18.
So who's going to read that?
She is. So they're going to pull it up because none of us actually have it.
The proposed condition, modified condition would read, condition number 17 will read, the affordable housing agreement shall provide for the development of 54 multifamily units, including 53 lower-income residential units. The agreement shall require a minimum number of units be reserved for very low household incomes, senior, in accordance with the requirement of the Housing Crisis Act and state density bonus law, as determined by the most recent comprehensive housing affordability strategy. Rent for the lower income density bonus units shall be set at an affordable rent as defined in section 50053 of the Health and Safety Code. Condition number 18 shall read, all units except for the manager's units shall be deed restricted to lower income, senior 55 and over households or senior household with incomes that are less than 80% of AMI. Of those lower income units, the agreement shall require that the minimum number of units be reserved for very low household income seniors in accordance with the requirements of the Housing Crisis Act and state density bonus law as determined by the most recent comprehensive housing affordability strategy. Oh my goodness. 1 unit will be reserved for an on-site manager. The applicant shall be required to enter into an affordable housing agreement with the city and a recorded covenant to guarantee that the designated dwelling units will remain affordable to seniors' household for a minimum of 55 years.
So the request would be to incorporate those into your motion?
Yes. Exactly.
And does the second agree?
Yes.
Yes, but I'm going to make a comment before we vote. Okay, so what you just read is very important. And what I would like to do is regarding the 55-year period. The applicant shall be required to enter into affordable housing agreement with the city and record a covenant with sets maximum income and rents and for senior household units for a period of 55 years. Now, you know, we were concerned about a lot of things, a lot of details. Really, the only benefit, and we're looking at, and this is really just the internal aspect of this this deal, is that previously in our other contracts, I'm just going to make general statements because some of the things were like said in closed session. So my general statement is that we have to be good at tracking these contracts because in the past, okay, I don't know if we ever fixed that, but we've gone for years without auditing. So what is the auditing process to make sure they comply? Because in the past, like I said, they're supposed to have a certain amount of 55 years is very clear, and next thing you know, they start charging market price on their tenants and residents. And for years, we didn't know anything about it. So have we done anything about that? And I know that this is going to be in the contract. At their end, they have to comply, but what are we going to do to make sure they comply? Do we have our process down?
So yes and no.
That's not good.
No, it's really not. Really, it's come down to, in the past, we just have never had strong project management when it comes to these types of projects. You know, I will say we do have other, other affordable housing projects that we do track. There's actually one that is currently on city land that does have the same kind of, contract. We have Michael's son in our community development department, who is pretty much managing that contract. So as of right now, most likely it would be a contract that he, and in the future, as we hire a management analyst, there is a vacancy in community development, that would be part of their work function. So we in the past, no, but now we've made more strides to assign these project management duties to a staff member.
Well, I mean, this is not the time to talk about that, but it just kind of brought up that subject. So is it okay if I put on the agenda for you to come back, maybe, would you like 6 months from now, 3 months from now, to give us a report on that? Can I give you a little bit of time?
Just on like the process, or
the process,
or
because I don't have any confidence, and since I'm not going to talk about anything specific, but the debacle, if I may put it, we haven't heard anything about the new process or a revised process, and so I'd like to hear something in like 3 months' time, or maybe even 6 months. It's not that urgent, but we do need to fix our system, because after all, our residents have to live among a project like this, high density. Nobody's really happy. We remember 6 years ago when this project was, or maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, when the Milton project was initially approved. And then it went to court, and then, and so that's just kind of how things, how long it's been delayed. And now that we have to put up with it, it went from 24 units to 54 units. And so what do we get out of it? What we get is exactly what you just read, 55 years of, this low rent for our residents. And so we got to have a system in place to monitor, to hold them to that contract. So that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you.
So I say 3 months, if you can give us an update on what you've done to fix that, and just to give us some confidence that moving forward, that we have a check and balance system, we have an audit system, and that we can rely on that system, so that we don't go for years and years to find out that all of a sudden this goes to market rent. It wouldn't be fair to our city or to our constituents, our residents.
City Attorney, may I ask you something? Is it in the law that, the state law, and then the builders as well, developers, that they know that they have to comply with the law, and that they won't rip the low-income resident off? I mean, there's lawsuits. I mean, there's laws that govern, the builders and whatnot.
That's kind of what's part of this, is a recorded covenant that goes on record deed. We've had, and it's true, I don't think we've had as much of a plan in the past. In the recent years, just in the last couple of years, we've actually had 2 projects where we found that they were non-compliant, and we've forced compliance. So that is, this current administration, we're changing that. So I agree, we have to have a real clear plan on holding them accountable.
Yeah.
But right now, we've got one, and then we're in the process of almost settling the second one. But currently, we're bringing them to affordable rents.
But
That's
is
the
there
goal.
doesn't the process require that you audit yearly, or how often are you to audit a contract like this?
I don't know if there's a set standard. It's kind of up to the city how rigorous they're going to be in that. I think it's a
But you-
question for.
Maybe
how-
okay, so maybe one of the problems is that you had no one to follow up on these contracts or to audit or randomly audit. So that's probably the reason, but that cannot be an excuse for, something like that to happen. Because, as I said, this is a great project. We'd love to approve it, and we're about to approve it, but it just brings up that, downside. Or,
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, and I don't think this administration disagrees with you.
Mhm.
We've said it, we've, beat the horse till it, it's been dead. We are trying to fix our policies and our processes, again, as we keep getting impacted with, and maybe this is a different kind of conversation, but as we keep getting impacted with different priorities, there are gonna be some things that, fall through the wayside, and then there are, of course, discussions that lead us down to these rabbit holes like the one we're having right now about these issues. So, we will continue to work through our staffing challenges in terms of lack of staffing to do some of this stuff, but also policies and processes. We've been trying to work on them, since day one. So
Thank you.
we'll come back. We'll
Yeah,
come back
I just
with
want to
something.
bring that up, but, that's a discussion for another time, maybe
Yeah.
3 months, if you could bring back
Sure,
something.
we can
a report.
look at, and maybe even sooner.
Thank you. Thank you. So, all right.
So do
Can I
we?
make a
We
comment?
do have
Go
a
ahead.
motion and a second on the floor. Yes, go ahead. You want to make one more?
Yes, I totally agree with Vice Mayor Hope. I remember that when the first time that I came to this council, I make some question with the staff about the particular project on Bosa and Moran Street, which is Jasmine Building, the big one. I asked if we have any a mechanism to track or to track if those owner or builders follow the law or the policy that they agree with the city when they apply for a building permit. So I think we should come up with some system mechanism to track that kind of thing, because I think this is maybe the first or second project, but in the future we're going to have a lot more. So this is the best time for us to make a move. Thank you, Vice
Thank
Mayor.
you. Well, especially when, the state's laws, how lax they are with, building and now incentivizing, overall just, incentivizing people to build, more developers are going to come and build projects like these, and we welcome them. But we got to, make sure our process is in place to track, to audit, to make sure, we got to make sure we're doing our part. Okay, that's all. Thank you. So with that,
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to adopt the amended resolution entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving case number 2023-0646, pertaining to a conditional use permit, development review, and affordable housing density bonus for the development of 54 multifamily units, including 53 lower-income senior housing rental units located at 13800, 13802, and 13812 Milton Avenue in the city of Westminster, California. APN numbers 203-311-13, 16, and 24, and including the conditions approved by the applicant and staff.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Ho.
yes,
Motion carried 4-0.
thank you. Okay, so, yep. We'll wait for our mayor. Congratulations.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
congratulations.
Welcome to our city.
Well, thank you for waking me up. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor Ho, for taking it
You're
over,
welcome.
running the meeting. For item 4.1, let us move to item 4.2, urgency ordinance relating to placing a moratorium on the approval of new entitlements on freeway-oriented billboards. Stop report, please.
Mayor, I need to recuse myself from this item. So call me when you're done.
All righty, thank you. We do have a quorum, so let's start with it. Stop report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council.
Hey, 1 second, this particular item would require a 4/5 vote. Right now, we've only got 3, so I think it's important that we have at least 4.
Okay,
Okay.
so that means we have to wait for Councilmember West for the time being. Anybody know where she is? Is she in the back room or she's? Okay. Well, I just came back while waiting for her. I just came back from Washington, D.C. For a week there, so it's midnight over there. So it's time for me to go to sleep. Instead, I just got back last night, so late last night. And I've been running all day today from 10 o'clock until now. One meeting after another without a break. So, well, I wouldn't say without a break, I just got a break.
But I guess the important question, Mayor, how are the cherry blossoms?
Well, I missed part of it. There are still some, but because of the rain, it swept away a lot of them. So, Washington, D.C., yes. But I was able to visit a lot of monuments over there, so it was good. Okay, Councilmember West back, so may I ask for a staff report, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Item 4.2 is for the council to consider an urgency ordinance relating to the placing of a moratorium on the approval of new entitlements for freeway-oriented billboards. What is a moratorium? It is a temporary prohibition or a pause of an activity, and in this case, it's a development activity. California, the government code section 658 allows cities to adopt moratoriums by means of an urgency or interim ordinance to protect the public safety, health, and welfare of the city's residents and visitors. The urgency measure requires a 4/5 vote by the City Council. The current billboard regulation, our billboard regulations were written in 1999. It is outdated. It does not address more modern and advanced digital signage. And it does not provide staff the development standards that we need to evaluate freeway-oriented digital billboards. As we look at the shortfall of our current billboard regulation, we've identified some potential modifications, and they include changing the maximum height allowed, creating a minimum distance requirement from residential uses, addressing advanced electronic billboard technology, and also creating standards for necessary environmental analysis. All of these criteria are not clearly stated in the current code. The interim ordinance presented shall be effective for no more than 45 days. And the council may choose to extend the interim ordinance for 10 months and 15 days within the 45-day window if more time is needed to assess the current regulations and enact necessary changes. We're coming to you with this request for your consideration for us to have more time to look into how to modify our current standard and come back with a code modification. And staff will return to the City Council in May to relay progress on that work effort and request an extension if that is necessary. We're also looking at other related items to address safety and blight that has to do with signs. We are concurrently working on other efforts related to signage, which includes mixed-use zoning districts that was effective in the city in January 2023, and to present new considerations that are not properly addressed in existing signage regulations. And also, we're looking at amortization of old dilapidated billboards dating back to 1960s along city streets. And also, these items will be brought back to the Planning Commission and City Council in the near future. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available to answer questions.
Okay. Is there any question from council members?
May I?
You know what? Go
Yes,
ahead.
please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Just one question. You said that the current code is outdated, and we have the new code back in 1999. Why wait until now to bring this one up to the council for decision?
Why at this time to address digital billboards? We had several applications. Recently have 3 digital billboard applications. It's because of the applications. And we've noticed that the applications all require variances for height, for example.
I'm actually going to jump into this because this was before Catherine's time. We had indicated last year when we were talking about billboards that we had an outdated code. And so we were looking at creating standards that would be in line with what other cities are doing with digital billboards, because our code currently does not address digital billboards. And so that's really the main reason. It's not about the applications that are pending at the moment, but as applications do come in, we'd like to make sure that the regulations that we have are going to be, that they're going to work well with the community. And so that's why we're bringing it now. Okay.
Is there any other questions from the council members?
Mr. Mayor, I do.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I understand that you did state, Catherine, that 45 days is required by the state right now for you guys to come up with an ordinance that will adjust to the digital billboards and the heights and whatnot. Now, the thing is that you did mention 10 more months if it's needed, right? That's legally, we can't. Now, from a business world point of view, I notice with every agreement or contract that we go into, it takes between 60 to 90 days, maybe a little more. But it's always, I see different contract within 90 days that, they get the contract and the ordinance, whatever it might be, that will get it done by then. Now, I want to be reasonable as well. How long do you project that we need to do a study to see the height of this digital billboards, what is acceptable, where it doesn't glare in the resident's home or whatnot? So what is the reasonable time frame?
Can I answer a question? I can answer that
Yes.
question. So at this time, we really don't know how long it's going to take. We need to collect and gather information from all of the other agencies in Orange County to start, and then look at the state standards and look at possible trends in the technology. So there's conversations with operators that we need to have about the way that you measure the impact of these new digital billboards that are coming online. So at this point, we really aren't in a position to promise you a particular time. We just know that we're diligently going to start working on that and advance the effort that we've been working on with the city attorney for a little while now.
Okay, thank you. And I do understand, Adolfo, that digital billboards are popping up everywhere across this country. But I also want to make a point as well that we make sure that the local government aren't going to monopolize the billboard industry. I want it for free market as well. I think that's important. And then also, I understand that you guys are going to come up with an ordinance, a rule that will be good for everyone and across the board, so it's equally for everyone who is petitioned for the billboards. So I think that's good, and I'm excited to see that ordinance.
That's correct. Everyone who is working on a billboard privately, individually, with the property owner or the city, as you know, we have a few billboards that we're moving along the process. This doesn't put a hold to the process. It just puts a hold to your ultimate decision to approve them, because our staff, we don't have the metrics or rules by which to go down a checklist, for example, to see if this particular billboard is in line with the industry standard. Billboards, particularly the digital billboards, have changed dramatically over the years. I've had conversations with council members over the years. In the old days, you would be out first thing in the morning and it would almost blind you because they were so powerful. Technology's come a long way. They're more directed and more aimed. But really, this moratorium allows us to be able to take into account safety as well, and establish these metrics that we need to then compare against to be able to bring you an informed recommendation.
That's good. And I want to make sure that you keep in mind when you create this ordinance is that I want it to make sure that we have an equal playing field for every applicant.
At the end of the day, the individual components of the metrics will be approved by this council. And then that becomes what we utilize to compare against. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If not, comments and presentation from the applicant, and I assume that that's the city, right? That's from you too, right?
Correct.
I motion to
Okay,
approve.
hold on.
Sorry.
Then comments from the appellant, which is you too, right? Okay. All right, so now the mayor and city council questions for staff, which you just did. I would like to open for public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up for that?
Yes, Mayor, we do. The first speaker is Andrew Fielder.
Hello, everyone. On January 17th, 2022, the City Council conducted a strategic workshop to set goals and objectives to enhance the city's progress, with a key focus on achieving financial stability. On June 8th, 2022, city staff proposed innovative methods to increase city revenue, including the introduction of electronic billboards along freeways, aligning with the City Council's top goal of achieving financial stability. The city has recently entered into 2 agreements to build 2 digital billboards. Our company owns the property at 6260 Westminster Boulevard, adjacent to the 405 freeway. The property has historical significance with the city's monument sign that was previously located on our site as recently as a few years ago. On January 10th, 2024, we filed for a digital billboard conditional use permit, anticipated to significantly benefit Westminster's economy in the tune of tens of millions of dollars. Additionally, the billboard we hope would act as a landmark for the city, reestablishing this location as a gateway to the city's municipal area. The staff's urgency ordinance proposal, introduced unexpectedly on April 6th, hindered meaningful dialogue with community stakeholders, including current applicants like us who are unaware of the forthcoming ordinance. Our application, inclusive of a development agreement, represents a partnership with the Westminster community, and this ordinance undermines the foundation of that relationship. Existing regulations, including a conditional use permit process, variance procedures, development agreements, planning commission reviews, public hearings, outdoor lighting ordinances, sign development standards, and business tax rates specifically for billboards already adequately address the concerns cited in this proposed ordinance. The proposed ordinance argues for a cessation of billboard entitlements, approvals, and permit approvals based on unproven assertions, especially regarding lighting and driver distraction without any empirical evidence. Our application process includes thorough lighting studies and height renderings to mitigate these concerns. Moreover, the ordinance unfairly disadvantages existing applicants who have invested significant resources in their proposals, potentially stalling both the applications and the city's financial benefits. Therefore, we urge the City Council to dismiss this ordinance entirely. Should the Council consider this proposed ordinance necessary, we request that it be applicable only to future billboard applications to avoid unjustly affecting current applicants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, this proposed freeway-oriented billboard moratorium urgency ordinance is problematic. This is a public hearing, right? As I asked yesterday via email, is publishing a notice of this public hearing in a widely circulated newspaper in our jurisdiction at least 10 days before this hearing not required by law? If it's not required, please cite the specific state law statute that states it's not necessary. This urgency ordinance to impose a moratorium on all new freeway-oriented billboard entitlements when the city has already received multiple, 3, I guess, applications simply because the city has failed to update the pertinent zoning code is shady. This ordinance does not provide enough substantial and specific required legislative findings to prove that there is a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, or welfare that warrants an immediate moratorium. Just how long has the planning department and the city attorney's office procrastinate updating the city zoning code that provides development standards for billboard signs? Probably just as long or longer than the objective development standards that are still not finalized and codified. Lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on our part, including the applicants who have already submitted applications in good faith. Perhaps we have received applications because the applicants saw a vulnerability of our city due to the inept planning and legal staff. It's not as if freeway-oriented billboards are a brand new concept. In fact, billboards in general have been discussed at this council and the Planning Commission over the last several years. Can't the height needed for these new billboards be achieved by way of a zoning variance? Doesn't Chapter 17-33050, not even mentioned here, already address some of these concerns? To be clear, I don't want residents to be negatively impacted by these freeway-oriented billboards, but I don't want the city to be put at risk of litigation or revenue loss. I was also under the impression that design standards that are in place at the time the application is received by the city are the standards that apply to that project. Changing the rules after receipt of multiple applications puts the city at risk and confirms the fact that we have a serious administrative problem with the planning department and city attorney's office. Staff should have included in the staff report just how many applications, which we just heard, 3. The date each application was received, how long each one has been sitting in the planning department waiting to be processed. Did all of those multiple applications just get submitted in the last week? Nah, of course not. So why wasn't this issue taken up long ago, like in 2022? To approve this urgency ordinance, 4 of 5 council members must vote yes. Regardless of how council votes tonight on this matter, further investigation into why this is just now being addressed is absolutely warranted. City department heads must be held accountable for poor performance in their own departments. It's no wonder we are the laughingstock of the county and the state when it comes to planning and legal matters. Do better, Westminster.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Okay, thank you. Now it's mayor and council member discussion. Do you have any questions for the staff? I do. So the reason for us to come up with the urgency ordinance for the moratorium is because we are not up to code for things that we want to do, and we want to make sure that we have everything in place before we can move on. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there any other questions from the council? If not, now we move to council action. I move to approve.
I
the
second it.
urgency ordinance. Okay. Any objection? Any? Do you have the second substitute motion?
May I just ask a quick question of staff?
Question. Go ahead.
What prompted you to bring this up, or is it because you started getting applications, or?
So we've actually been working on this for probably close to a year now, and it's just been delayed, for lack of a better term, just been delayed. So it's been in process. We're just bringing it out because it was the opportunity to bring it now, as opposed to having it delayed a few months, and we couldn't get it before then. And part of it is, we always talk about staffing, and just there's a lot of legal, stuff that goes back and forth in this, and that's why it's
You
being brought
need
now.
another, what, 10 months, I heard? You need how much
No.
longer?
As far as the final ordinance,
For
or
you to
for an
complete,
actual
yeah.
ordinance beside from the moratorium. I'm going to defer that to our community development department and our legal team on how quickly they can move this process along.
I think the question is, how long is it going to take for us to develop a billboard ordinance? And I believe our assistant city manager answered that question earlier. At this time, we do not know. We're working on it. We're going to collect data from Orange County and surrounding other regions that have similar geographic layout as Westminster. Just learn from their best practices, what is the appropriate height, what is the appropriate setback requirements from residential areas as a start. But we are working on it, and at this point, unfortunately, we cannot promise a set date, but we'll keep you posted.
May I ask?
Yes, please.
So I understand that this has come to light right now, this is public, so meaning you guys are working on the ordinance in 45 days legally, you have the ability to do that. But what I'm trying to say is, when you do this moratorium, does that stop all applicants, right? Including the one that we just approved? Can you answer that for the public?
So let me provide a more thorough answer. Since fall of last year, we've had 3 applications. Of the 3, 2 have expired. There's one that is still active, and that application is incomplete, meaning that they have not provided us all the submittal requirements. And we have provided a very detailed letter on February 9th to the applicant who spoke earlier today of what they need to provide to us. And does that stop the ability for potential applicants to submit application? It does not. But does it stop the Planning Commission the ability to make a decision on the entitlement approval? Yes, it does.
Okay. It's stopped.
The Planning Commission, until this urgency ordinance is lifted, the Planning Commission will not be able to make entitlement approval for a billboard application.
So just to add to that too, we've been working on that ordinance process for a while, just again, updating the ordinance, the one that we talked about that's been outdated since '99. That's been part of the plan. The urgency ordinance itself that's on tonight, what constitutes the urgency is that we do have, there are applications. So it's not brought up, we're not doing an ordinance, a full ordinance, because of applications that are being brought in. We just know that we are going to be getting applications. We have current applications. We have an outdated code. But the urgency component of it does exist because, a decision is going to need to be made, and we want to make sure those decisions are going to be made with updated codes. So that's where the urgency part comes in. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
That was the reason why I moved to approve this item, this moratorium.
Yeah, I second it.
So,
Mr. Mayor, can
Go
I?
ahead.
Okay. Just looking back, we are like 25 years behind from 1999 to 2024. So I think we should have this codes, updated a long time ago, okay? And it's not fair for the applicants that already turned in their application, and then we put the moratorium to stop them from, develop their project. Let me finish. Okay, and I have a proposal to Mr. Mayor. Okay, I'm going to vote yes on this with the condition that we're going to allow those, I think it's 3, right? 3 applicants to move on with the application. We cannot use,
I think 2 of them are expired.
There's only
2
one.
of them are expired, one of them is incomplete application.
Yeah. And the moratorium isn't going to affect these applicants. The final ordinance that you actually adopt with the guidelines, you can build in that factor to grandfather in the current applications if that's your desire. But it wouldn't be as part of the moratorium.
And may I say?
I want to be clear because, so 2 applications have expired. So those are no longer valid applications. We have, and I'm learning this information from staff, so, but it sounds like we have another application. What they have to do is when you make an application, staff lets you know, well, this doesn't have all the information that you need to make your application complete. And so it sounds like that other one, we've gotten back to them and said, you need to give this additional information in order to make your application complete. Then, at that point, it's complete and ready to go. We're not there yet. It sounds like we're waiting for information from them.
That is correct, Mr. City Attorney.
No, they turn in on time. They turn in the application on time. So my proposal still stands.
Mr. May.
What we were missing, what they were missing, and why they didn't complete the application.
Mr. Mayor, I do not have the incomplete letter in front of me. It was a very exhaustive list of items that they missed, and I believe that this application was submitted in January of this year. We provided them with the completeness list within 30 days. This is our only active application. This moratorium will not stop us from processing this application.
So you did reply the missing items that they need to complete the application, and did you hear back from them?
We provided the list, and we have not received resubmittals.
Okay, when did you ask for the complete application?
We provided the incomplete list to them on February 9th.
Okay. And you said that you just got it back?
We have not received any resubmittals.
You have not received anything?
Correct.
And is that the applicant is here today? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. May I ask you to come to the podium, please? You just heard that your application is incomplete.
Right.
And you received the letter from their staff.
Yes.
Why didn't you respond to them?
Oh, we have. We've gone through a whole rigmarole of things that they've requested us to do. We took photos of where the billboard would stand. We brought a crane out and we basically took photos so that the city could see what it would be like. They said it wasn't acceptable, that we needed to do it their way. We went out, we spent a half a day with the contract planner that they've assigned to it. And I believe we have given them all that information. They just haven't processed it. And I think from our perspective, it seems like this urgency ordinance was put in place directly because of our application. And again, I think it's unfair because we're going off of an existing set of ordinances. I think the CUP process, the planning commission process, the public hearing process as part of a development agreement adequately addresses all of these concerns, they can address all that stuff without putting a moratorium in place. They can still work on another ordinance, that's fine. We're not saying that an ordinance shouldn't be in place, but we're saying an emergency ordinance to directly stop our application from moving on to the Planning Commission is just unfair.
So what I heard is that early in February, they sent you the letter and saying that it's incomplete. When did you respond to them?
So the city required us to give them advance notice of going out and redoing a lot of the things on our application list already. So we had to provide them 30 days notice or whatever it was, 2 weeks or 3 weeks notice on a time that we could have their planner come out. So these are all delays that were created subjectively by the city.
Okay, what I heard from you earlier that they can't go through the planning commissioner for approval. Why?
The process that I believe your last name is Fielder?
Yes.
Mr. Fielder just described is the visual demonstration process. That staff will be more than happy to continue to work with him.
Can I mention something? Then why didn't they communicate that this ordinance was going to be here? If they knew it was directly going to impact our application, we're supposed to be partners in this, and they just blindside us with this emergency ordinance. It doesn't seem like they want to work with us and communicate with us.
I don't know if that's the case, so can you tell us what are we missing here?
Yeah, why didn't you let us know?
They're providing us the information. And you said that there's a list of missing information that we needed from them. And did they provide everything that you need?
It is true that we didn't share this urgency ordinance information with the applicant. It is also true that this is an urgency ordinance and it did not require public hearing. I can work with staff. Unfortunately, the staff planner assigned to this case is not here to elaborate further.
And to be fair, Mayor, this isn't about this applicant's project per se. This is actually about just the moratorium. We've already expressed that it's not stopping him from having his application processed.
But what it does is it erodes the trust between the applicant and the city. I mean, you guys know that we have an application that this is going to impact us, especially, I mean, you guys aren't known for your expediency on getting new ordinances in place. You just said you don't have a timeline on it, so it is going to impact us, actually. It is going to impact us and stop us from getting the entitlement, so that's not true.
So by definition, anytime a city does a moratorium, it's going to impact somebody. The reason that they usually come up is when you've got a situation like this where your codes are outdated and you need to take into account health and safety type issues. And so that's what you're finding by adopting as an urgency. You're saying this is important that we need to update our code before these applications come through. You can treat this one different if that's the will of the council. But the desire, and it's your discretion, if you're adopting an urgency ordinance, it's to say we're going to put a temporary stop. And the state law is very restrictive on this. They don't just say you can just, they're giving you 45 days, and then you got to come back and have a public hearing. At that point, we do have to have a public hearing. This initial one doesn't have to be. And then if it goes, you can continue it up to 1 year. And if you want to go beyond that, which is highly unlikely, you'd have to have another public hearing. So each time they're kind of putting, and it's a 4/5 vote. So it's restrictive. And the point is it's always going to impact somebody when you're doing this. That you just have to make the findings that there's health and safety reasons why we're doing this. And I think the impetus here was that we did get 3 applications. 2 of them now have gone away. And I think, again, I'm speculating it's not me who made the decision to bring it forward, but we might get more. And I think it's like, do we really want to have a bunch of these if we haven't updated our code? That's really, I think, the reasoning why this is coming forward. It's not to affect this one applicant.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Please.
Okay, so it seems to me that without this ordinance for digital billboards, which everyone's going to want to submit to do, without this ordinance, we have no guideline of what to approve, number one.
That's not true.
Why is he still up there?
Because from what I'm understanding.
There is a sign
Please,
ordinance.
please let the mayor,
From,
yeah, don't interrupt the council.
Yes, please.
so from what I'm understanding from staff is that there is this emergency that we need to craft this ordinance. Without this ordinance, we can't have a guideline to approve digital billboards, because in the past, it was not digital billboards, and we approved that. But now it's getting to the point of technology, and digital billboard is a different beast in and of itself. So I understand that. But the thing is that within 45 days, I encourage the staff to craft up an ordinance that will be fair play for all, for all applicants, with in mind of speeding it up, and then come back with public hearing. But I just feel, from what I understand, without this ordinance, and then in that ordinance, we can also craft to say exception for those who are already in the process, you know what I mean? That we can approve or whatever, whatever we decide to craft in that, but an exception then. That's what I encourage the council to do.
Yeah, I concur with Councilmember West. I mean, if we approve projects, we need to base on the code that's set forth. At this point here, we have no code our code is not updated. And so it's very dangerous for us to move on without knowing, especially for the council, for planning commissioners to approve the project without knowing what needs to be done. And, what happened if something come back and bite us, then I feel that, we are not doing our work properly. So I still stand with my, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will still stand with my motion.
I second that.
Can I ask the
Yes,
applicant?
please.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the public hearing's closed at this point, yeah.
No, I want to hear.
Excuse. First of all, I heard that you said that there's supposed to be no public hearing at this.
Yeah, and that was my discussion with staff, that no public hearing is required, but it got included on the agenda
Then
as a
why
public
is on
hearing.
the
So
agenda?
staff is basically saying, we're just going to treat it as a public hearing.
Okay.
So that's,
All right, so
yeah.
it's public
Although
hearing.
technically, it's not required.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Yes, can you come up to the podium, please? The question for you is, what the moratorium going to affect your project?
I think based on the track record of how poorly the city has done in terms of getting ordinances out, it's not going to be 45 days. It's going to be the full 10 months and 15 days with extensions, and then they'll probably come up with something else to continue to extend it because they probably won't get around to getting it done. I mean, they're saying they haven't got around 25 years to getting it done. Now, all of a sudden, they want to get it done. I don't believe that they're going to get it done in that time, so it's going to hold up from us getting the entitlement, which, we paid a $20,000 or $25,000 application fee to even submit our application. I mean, these are big dollar amounts.
All right, thank you.
That's just an assumption, right? It's just an
Can I ask
assumption.
staff one more question?
Okay.
Okay, so this is a question for staff. If we implement the new code into our city code, then what are we going to do with this applicant?
The applicant can continue to develop whatever vision they would like to develop, and then their vision is going to be vetted against the new rules. That's it. We're not stopping him from continuing to work to deliver his complete package. When the ordinance is complete, though, at that point, we'll have something to vet it with and then bring a recommendation to the Planning Commission.
Okay, so based on what I heard from you, we still process his application, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, please.
Why is he
How can we continue to process our application if we don't know what the ordinance is?
So what is your
That's why I
answer
said
for
we
that?
need to do the ordinance.
I don't know what they're building. I'm not
Well,
processing the project,
well,
right?
we submitted a plan based on the current ordinance. You're saying we can keep going. Well, we can't because we don't know what the future ordinance is going to be.
So what I'm asking is that we make an exception when we come to the 45 days where we have public hearing, and then within that ordinance, we can craft an exception. Like, for example, $25,000 that he paid for the application, maybe we can waive that. I don't know what it might be at that moment. But what I'm saying is that we can't do anything without an ordinance. So whatever they continue to do, it basically might go against the new ordinance, so we don't know. So that's why I'm saying we need to get this ordinance passed, and then they have to comply to this new ordinance, or we make an exception when it comes in 45 days.
Okay, here's what I think. We can't make them pay for what we fail to update, okay? We have 25 years to update our code. And based on the code that we have until now, they develop their project based on those rules, those policies. So you cannot stop them from imply, the new code on them.
Well, since we're talking about the project now, at this point, I think that the height, and again, I've never looked at his application, but I checked with our planner. I think that the height of his proposed sign exceeds our standard. Right?
That is correct.
So it doesn't, he's not exactly following the rules, meaning staying within our rules. He's exceeding them by a significant amount. Again, we're not here to really talk about his project tonight, but at this point, I feel like I have to defend staff a little bit because his project exceeds the minimum, the maximum on record right now.
Okay, I want to hear from you
May I
again.
speak?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to answer that. Yes, it is seeking a variance on the height, and that's very common in every city. Variances for heights on billboards because they're often near freeways and overpasses, so they have to be tall enough to clear those bridges so that people can see them and so that they can monetize and benefit, the parties and the city. So that's, of course, that's very common.
And on the other hand, we're trying to balance the neighbors, the residents that are underneath the 70-foot sign. And that's why we need to revise and do the exploration that we need to do.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor, may I speak?
Yes.
Okay, after everything I heard, I can tell you that staff, I really don't feel comfortable that you don't have a timeline. So if you can say, okay, a year, okay, 2 years, but you got to have a timeline because it has been a while, and I know you've been working on it for a year, right? And but we can't just say have this moratorium. You've got someone who's I know he's still working on his package. He's nowhere near completion, but I think it's only right that we have to have a deadline. And then he could continue, let's say even if he doesn't want to continue, want to put a pause on his project, then he could continue when we have the ordinance in place. But we need to have that timeline. We have to have a deadline. And so, what do you say?
Can I make a suggestion there?
Yes.
Because the way this moratorium process works with the 4/5 vote, it only goes, 45 days. So you have the power of holding staff accountable to getting it done. There's no way they're going to get it done in 45 days because it just takes time, and then you've got planning commission. It's not going to happen, and you got 30 days to go into effect. So it's going to come back to you. I think staff has said they'll come back in May. At that juncture, maybe you'll have a better idea of how far away they are, and you could maybe extend it, not for the full 10 months or some lesser period, to try and essentially move this process along quicker. To try to say, at that point, maybe you'll have a good idea that it could be extended for maybe 2 months or 3 months or,
Okay.
yeah. It's just
Mr.
an idea.
Mayor, may I
Yes.
ask one? Okay, so I just did a Google. In 2005 is the first digital billboard was installed. That's 2005. 1999 is when that old billboard's supposed to be upgraded, but digital billboard isn't even introduced until 2005. So therefore, you can't say 25 years ago that they should fix this. It's not reasonable. So what I'm saying is 2005 and up,
Still, we
yes.
have 19 years to fix it.
I know, I understand that, but that's on staff and the old administration. I understand that. But to put all the blame on staff right now, I think it's unreasonable. But what I'm saying is that, yes, in 2005 and up, yes, that administration should have looked into this billboard issue, right? Especially with Jacko situation, right? Back then. But what I'm saying is moving forward now, in order for us to, with the new ordinance, we might even increase the height of this billboard. And that's going to benefit you guys. But in order for us to create this, we need 45 days to craft this. Staff need to craft this and come back. And then that's where you guys have public comment and tell us what you guys want. And then what exception we can make. And that's when we can make decision after we see this billboard ordinance. So I believe that this billboard ordinance will increase the height because it's just logical to do so. So with that in mind, I just feel like I agree with Nam Quang Councilman that is very concerning, and I believe we should add that into once the ordinance is out, and I believe your concern is completely valid. We need to put that into that ordinance for that exception. But as right now, in order for us to do anything, we need this time to create this, and I think it's important because it will waste their time, the applicant time, to even know what to kind of go by, right? There's no ordinance to really go by. So therefore, I agree with the mayor to motion to move forward in 45 days to get this done. Once it's come back in 45 days, that's where the public comment and whatever we need adjust, then we need to do it with your consideration.
The more I hear about it is, for Councilwoman Nguyen, hearing from the applicant that they come up and they said that, yeah, they agreed that they admitted that they have, proposed the billboard is exceed the requirement. I mean the standard. Are you feeling certain that this is going to be good to make a decision on that, or having the planning commissioner to make a decision based on applicants' response, saying that it's commonly happen everywhere, different cities?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, let me answer you that. I'm not in the place of the applicant to answer exactly what you want to hear, but the thing is, once they turn in their application, before we, based on the old policy, based on the old rules that we have.
But
so
they exceed the,
okay,
the maximum height.
but then they can readjust it, right?
But it's not reasonable for them. They say they need higher due
No.
to the clearance.
Actually, if the city said that, we turn around and say that, okay, you, the code is not allow you to raise your billboard like that high, and then they're going to adjust that. That's what I think. But still, the old rules going to apply for them, not the new rule.
So you want to implement the old rule for them in the new ordinance?
Yes, that's exceptional for
Okay,
them.
so that's something we have to take into consideration after the ordinance is created for the digital, because they just mentioned they won't make any money if it's the standard we have right now in the city, because no one can see it. So they need to go higher. And I know with the new ordinance, we will make that exception to go higher, because it just makes sense. With those digital, you need to go higher. So I think with your exception, we can put that into the ordinance once the ordinance is done. I think that's reasonable.
Okay, all I want is we have to apply the old rule for them. because they're entitled for that thing.
But the old rules say that the length is lower. So what you mean by old rule, mean they are the first in line?
Then it's up to them to say, hey, okay, we're going to operate in good faith, and we're going to comply with the new rules. Okay, but you cannot, apply the new rule to them when they already submit the application based on the new the old policy, the old rules, the old code.
But the old rule, they cannot adjust the height. So if they're okay with not adjusting the height,
They have to go through a variance,
Yeah, it's a variance
but it doesn't mean
process.
that you get approved.
Right, it's a
It's not a guarantee.
discretionary.
So if I may provide some clarification, the current code states that the maximum height for billboards is 35 feet high. That's a two-story building. This particular applicant is proposing a 90 feet high billboard.
Double.
that is more than
correct.
double.
That is correct. So what I just stated, 30 feet high, is going to be the old rule after the new rules are adopted. At that point, if they are being held to the old rule, they could apply for a variance, and the new rule might help them better to do it without the variance.
Yeah, exactly.
Currently, their application does include a variance as well. However, like stated before, staff has no standards to know what is the best height for the residents and the visitors of the city based on safe and health and safety.
Basically, we cannot make a promise and say, okay, we are going to create this ordinance, this new ordinance, and then we're going to give you the exception. I just don't think that's fair. So I think no matter what, you're nowhere near completed. So I think once so I don't think this moratorium is targeting you. We've been working on this ordinance for a long time. It's just only now, I don't know why you don't put a moratorium before, but I know we've been working on this ever since, I think it was 2022.
So can we wait until, for 45 days that they can come back with new recommendations?
That's a requirement, right, for you guys to come back in 45 days?
Yes, we will return prior to 45 days with a status of whether or not we need to extend the interim urgency ordinance, as well as a more defined timeline for the adoption of the billboard ordinance.
What I'm hearing is the staff need time to determine what is right. And so they do need time to work on this. And 45 days is not that far from 25 years that you're talking about. So I would say that, give staff the time frame that they can, look into that so we can vet it and, do the right thing instead of hurry in and do something that is not correct. And you can hear that the standard is what, 30 some feet, and now they're asking for 90 feet height?
Correct. The current standard is 35 feet high.
35 feet.
And the proposed height for billboards that we have received for this application in particular is 90 feet.
That's more than double. So at this point here, I don't feel comfortable with that.
So maybe, can I call to question?
Well, we need to have a 4/5 vote on this, so I just want to work with Councilmember Nguyen to, so that we can, he can understand where staff coming from, and, we are not hurrying into something that, to make the decision without, clearly vetted, or take time to vet it into the, without making informed decisions. So you have anything else, or?
Let me ask a question, staff, please. I don't know which staff, but, okay, so who is requiring us to go through within 45 days to come back? Is that the state? Is that, who? Who is the body that requires us to do this?
I think Christian is probably the best person.
It's
City
a
attorney.
government code section for moratoriums. So it's just the process. There's two ways you can do it. Both of them require an
No,
initial
that's
45
not,
day.
I'm sorry. What I mean is that who is requiring us to update our ordinance, is what I'm saying.
Nobody's requiring it. This is staff saying that they think it would be a good idea to update it because they've had applications and they would like to update this so that the applications, when they come in, can have new standards.
It seemed to me that we are not going to get the majority on the, not majority, but the 4/5. And so is it possible for me to go ahead and table this item until May?
Are there any
So-
legal repercussion? if
So,
we-
here's the thing, if you don't adopt a moratorium tonight, then there is no moratorium.
moratorium.
So
Status quo.
yeah, that does not change what staff has been doing, which is trying to work on a comprehensive redo of the ordinance anyway. That was, like I said, something that we had expressed in the previous year. So we're still going to continue with that effort. We would just be continuing with that effort without a moratorium.
Okay, if that's the case, then we have a motion and second on the floor. We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilwoman Fan West.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Absolutely. This is to adopt an urgency ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Westminster, California, placing a moratorium on the approval of new entitlements for freeway-oriented billboards to be effective immediately as an urgency measure, read by title only and waive further reading
For 45 days.
for 45 days. Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
No.
Vice Mayor Hill,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion failed, 3-1.
Okay, next item is,
So Mayor, it is 10 PM.
Yes, it's 10
So we
p.m.
do need to extend the meeting.
so motion to approve to go,
I second.
okay. Roll call, please.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilwoman Fan West. That is to extend the meeting past 10 PM per city policy. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, 5.1, allocation of funds for repair of Westminster police vehicles. Any question from the council?
Motion to approve.
Second. Roll call, please. Roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. This was a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second made by Mayor Nguyen, to approve staff recommendation to approve an increase to the revenue budget of account number 58000399069, motor pool fund reimbursements other, of $56,769, and approve an increase to the expenditure budget of account number 58000439090, motor pool contractual other of $71,769, and approve an increase to the purchase order to Huntington Beach Body Works in the amount of $71,769. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.2, award of contract for citywide street improvements project number CDBG 23-24. Any question from the council?
No.
No.
Can move to approve?
Second.
Can I
Okay, go
have a
ahead.
question? Is that the project that, Jack, right? Okay. So let me see my report now. So we have a whole bunch of roads to resurface, right? To
Yes, we have 10 segments within this project. And these segments are in the CDBG because it's funded by the CDBG program.
Oh, okay, got it. And my question is how you determine which street that we need to
That's a great answer. So
fix.
we do have the payment management systems. Our residential street being evaluated by every 6 years. So every 2 years, we do 1/3 of the city. This is the program mandated by the OCTA in order for us to receive the Measure M turn back money. So how we select the street based on the payment condition index, which is they call PCI. And when we have the consultant survey the street, they look at the condition of the street and they assign a certain number. For example, let's say below 70s we need to do improvements. Anything more than 70, that's kind of like an okay to 100% is a good condition. So we prioritize those streets based on the payment condition index, and we select these streets based on those numbers as well as they are within the CDBG area.
Right. Do you have okay. Yeah, I see the map here, but do you have the real photos of those streets?
I don't have it with this report, but typically when we have the consultant coming out, they actually walk the street and look at them, and there's a criteria for them to go through and assign the PCI for each one.
Okay. Next time, can I request if you come up with a project like this, we have an actual photos of the streets?
Absolutely, we can attach some existing condition of the street.
Okay, because one thing that I'm concerned in is a lot of streets on the east side of Beach Boulevard in a very, very bad condition, and I don't know when it's going to get fixed.
East side of Beach Boulevard in what?
No, on the east side. Okay, it's like suburb of Hazard and in Bosa on Magnolia Street, and Busha also.
Right. These are the reason we're selecting these. These are residential streets. Those arterial streets being treated in a different program because for the funding from CDBG, if we put it toward the arterial street, we're pretty much going to do one street.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the reason why we spread it out to residential, and then we use other funds to improve the arterial streets.
Okay. So do we have a list that we're going to do next?
Yes, so the arterial street are being inspected right now, so I should have the report within the next couple of weeks. When we have that one, we will look at the list and see what the condition of those streets are. And based on that list and the amount of funding that we have for next fiscal year, we will propose to the council what street that we're going to improve. And we're definitely going to happy to bring the list of the arterial back to the council for the council to look at, which one, what condition of those streets are.
Yeah, because I have a problem with the constituents. They came to me and asked, okay, why we not going to fix this road or this boulevard or street, whatever that you call it. And I don't know what's the answer I don't know the answer for that.
The answer is we haven't invested a whole lot of money based on the financial situation that we haven't for years into the street system that we have. Just imagine back in the redevelopment days that we typically spend about $5 million in the street improvement program. This is talking about 10, 12 years ago. Now we're still investing the same amount into those streets. And the costs have been increased substantially. Just give you the number, $1 million to improve 1 mile of arterials. Right now, $1 million barely can improve half a mile of arterials. So the costs have been increased more than double the amount before. But the funding had not been increased. Does it make sense? So that kind of restricted us based on how many number of streets that we can improve.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay, if there's no other questions, then motion and second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve the award of contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of $834,846.80 to COPP Contracting Incorporation, and that all other bids be rejected, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $83,484.68 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
5.3, approval of California Department of Tax and Fee Administration agreements for implementation of local transaction and use tax, TUT Measure E sale tax. I believe that we have the discussion on this one during our closed session, so I move to approve.
I second it.
Any other? If not, motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second made by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to adopt resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Westminster, California, authorizing the city manager to execute agreements with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for implementation of a local transaction and use tax in a form approved by the city attorney, and adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, authorizing the examination of the sales or transactions and use tax records, and authorize a budget increase to the general fund for $175,000, account finance contractual, in order to pay the California Department of Fee and Tax Administration for perpetuary costs for implementing the transaction and use tax." I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
5.4, a resolution recognizing May as Small Business Month and establishing a citywide Small Business of the Year recognition program. This item introduced by Councilmember West and seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. So, Councilmember West, you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item 5.5 is important. As we understand, small businesses play a vital role in both the economic and social fabric of our city and community. They provide employment opportunities, drive innovation, foster entrepreneurship, and contribute to the local economic growth. Additionally, they often support local causes, events, and community initiatives, helping to create a sense of belonging and pride. Overall, small businesses are the backbone of our local economy and help shape the unique character and identity of our city and community. And with that, Ms. Vice Mayor is my second on this, and with this is going to be the same format as we nominate Woman of the Month. So we will nominate small business in the city, and the requirement is very basic. Of course, you know, there will be transparency. None of the council business will be nominated, nor family members, and I think that's good. Also, the business have to be at least 3 years and over in the city of Westminster, and give back to charity, and I think that's phenomenal. And I cannot wait to select a small business in our city here to recognize, and I'm excited to see other people nominate their favorite business in the city. So with that, I yield back. Ms. Vice Mayor, you have anything to say regarding that?
I have a lot to say, but I think you've said a lot of it, and I do agree with you. Small business is the backbone of our economy. And I want to add to the fact that I remember one day I was speaking to Small Business Administration, and what they told me when I was in business for, what was it at the time? It was 15 years, so this is like about 15 years ago. The person on the phone said, "Congratulations, you you made it, or something like that. And I said, what's a big deal? And she said, 97% of businesses fail the first 5 years. And so only 3% survived. So I thought, wow, now I really feel lucky. So I do feel that a lot of businesses, just like myself, work hard to, wherever they come from, whatever business it is, to survive, especially through a tough economy during the recession and COVID. And now, we're not in the clear yet. So I think this is going to lift their spirit, that's for sure. And so I'm all for it. So with that, I don't know if anybody wants it, but I second Amy's agenda.
Anything from Council Member Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question, like on one of the bullet points as far as the criteria is that nominees must demonstrate community and/or charity involvement. How do we go about that? How are we going to vet that, or what is that criteria? What is community? What is that?
Well, so this is going to be something that is ultimately at your discretion on how you want to pick, but the applicant will be asked to provide what that is. So let's say, for example, maybe a business decided that they were going to donate a bunch of, supplies for something, right, to a school, or they sponsored, an event. I don't know. That's really going to be at the discretion where they've got to demonstrate what that is. There's a level of subjectivity to what, to what that would look like.
So we don't really, it's just on a case-by-case basis.
It is really on a case-by-case basis. I will say the criteria that's built on there was taken from a couple of Chamber of Commerce applications, if you will, or nomination forms for this type of thing. And that was a question that was included, I believe, on Orange Chamber of Commerce's criteria. That was one that was on several, but the way it's specifically written was from the Orange Chamber of Commerce's form. Because obviously you're looking at businesses that create an impact in your community. So, whatever that looks like is really at the discretion of the council.
All right, thank you.
Okay, by looking at the criteria, I would say that it's fair for us to look into it. The question that I have is that the deadline to submit nomination for this year is April 22nd. We are approving now, which is April. If we approve today, then it's April 10. We have only about 12 days to make this nomination. And then honorees will be notified by April 26, which is 4 days later. Now, with all these 5, which I see must, how are we going to do it?
As far as the criteria and the deadline goes?
Yes. Do you think that it's enough for us to vet it?
Well, that's
and it's enough for them to approve it.
Well, that's really up to the discretion of the council. So we actually had less time when it came to the women of women of distinction. Yeah. You actually had less than a week, technically. Yeah. So, I know the criteria in this form is maybe a little bit longer, but there's some wiggle room. It just really depends on how quickly you think you'll be able to go through applications. And being that this is the first time we're doing this, we don't really know what kind of applications, what the load's going to look like. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I know with the Women of Distinction, we have about, I think, 18 applicants, right, who submit only less than a week. And so I think with small businesses in our city, I know and I believe that a lot of small businesses are excited and friends to nominate their small business, local small businesses. So then it gives us an opportunity. I mean, if you're concerned if we don't have enough small business nomination, I don't think that's going to be the problem.
May I speak?
That's not my concern. My concern is that we don't have enough time to vet into it.
May I speak?
Let me finish it first. The the problem here is that they have to, nominated business must have been in business for 3 years, which is easy for them to prove. But they must demonstrate one of the following, the increased sale, profitability, and also expansion. Those are the things that we need to look at, and I'm not sure that we have enough time to invest into that.
Yes.
Staff, do you? So on that criteria, it's really, part of it is going to be an honor system. Obviously, we have business license data that will be able to see if a business has been in business or been essentially paying a license for 3 years. When it comes to some of the other information, such as their economic development, et cetera, number one, we're actually not privy to that information to prove that they've had a growth of, an increase in sales for X amount of years, if that's one of the criteria. But it's really more on, for that criteria, it's a little bit more on the honor system, and it's the burden of the, it's really the burden of the nominator and the business of the, if someone's nominating, we have the business. That's not a self-nomination, but it's really on their burden to provide, what that information looks like. I would think that, staff's not really in a place to vet some of the more subjective requirements. That's just really, again, on the honor system, much like the women at distinction.
Yeah, I believe that you want to speak.
Yes, thank you. I do agree with the mayor. Number one is, why are we always rushing? It's like we come up with an idea today and we got to have it in a week. And then, if we get really lucky, we don't, if we don't go through a thorough vetting process, I feel like we have to rely on our luck to choose someone that, who fits all these categories. And if somebody were to, go out there and disprove that the person we choose isn't qualified, then I think it's just going to damper the spirit, Really, I think there's no rush. Is May 8th anything of significant that we have to rush to get it done by May 8th?
I mean,
Is there like,
So Small Business Month for according to the group that's listed in there, that's the month of May, essentially. So it's, I guess in a way, if you did it at the beginning of May or at the end of May, it doesn't really make that big of a difference because it's still in the month of May.
Yeah. Let's do it at the end. My
22nd.
proposal is we do it at the second meeting of May to give us a little bit extra time. That's not a whole lot of extra time, but at least, okay, so here's the thing, is in this coming week, I want to do nothing but concentrate on Black April because we've got that coming up. We don't want to be, there are a lot of events, a lot of things we have to do, so we need to, do that. And I know we've got our agenda and we can't be thinking about anything. I really don't have the time to go out there and vet and talk, to business people. So I think, if it's in May, we've got a second week of May, second meeting in May that we could move to, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to modify to May 22nd is the last council meeting of May. So we can adjust to that instead of May 8th would be amazing.
I have
Yes.
I have a suggestion for the 1, 2, 3, on the bullet point number 4. They must demonstrate one of the following characteristics: business growth, increased sales probability, and all that. As earlier was mentioned, that we don't have a way to really vet that, so why put that in there? So, we're just going to be on the honor system. Why even have that on there?
Well,
I suggest we remove that part.
we can remove it, but and I guess this is more, again, philosophical with what other cities do, and I'm more than happy to remove that. But when you're honoring a business or a small business in this case, you're really recognizing them for being exemplary in some in some fashion. And of course, small businesses are, the foundation of our economic core in the city and just in any city, right? And so the essence of Small Business Month or Business Week, et cetera, is to really highlight and promote businesses that are contributing in a manner that's positive and in some ways profitable to a community. And so that criteria in there is pretty standard. There are some cities that do, small business recognition in an economic development standpoint, and Chamber of Commerce's do it the same way. So in this case, if it's really the ideology of the council wanting to promote or honor a small business with some kind of criteria, the only thing you really have left is that it is a small business with a good standing and active business license, and it demonstrates community and or charity involvement, which doesn't necessarily, it doesn't really necessarily embody the essence of what Small Business Month and Business
Yeah,
Week
no,
is.
it sounds good, and it sounds like it should be in there, but we just said it's on the honor system. So.
And that's really that really is one of the dilemmas of programs like these, is it really is on the honor system.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I want to piggyback on the item that you said earlier. Nominee must demonstrate community or character charity involvement. You said that you copied this from the City of Orange. Chamber of Commerce.
Orange Chamber of Commerce, yes.
Okay.
Not a city.
Okay, Chamber of Commerce, City of Orange. Okay,
Yes.
and did you verify, how did they verify that?
They have a form as well. We did not ask their chamber as to what they do for their vetting process.
So basically, that $500 to charity is also a demonstration already?
It could be. There are chambers out there that have what's called a nominating committee, and so they, as a group, select amongst themselves who they feel is, qualified for this honor. Some other small business, or not just small, but other business recognition programs actually categorize their what kind of honors they provide. So you have a business, like, for example, you all fill out the same form, and you check mark what kind of recognition you're applying for. So in one case, it would be, I want to be Business of the Year because for charity or community involvement, or I want to be Large Business of the Year, so more than 100 employees, or Small Business of the Year, less than 100 employees, or there's different categories. Economic business with higher economic development, for example, like they're exemplary for that, or they're exemplary for just innovative, or you just have different categories in which you would then select your business for. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. But what I've seen is like a nominating committee as opposed to individual council members.
But I think this is unique, and it's nice that the council can have the privilege to be a part of this nomination, because in this way, when we look at all the application, for example, Women of Distinction, right? We see different qualification and different things they've done that the nominee, the people have nominated them for. And we love it because it shows that the people who nominate them knows them and applaud them for it. So I'm thinking any person who nominate small businesses know what they've done and will give us all that information. And I believe that we will see either the charity that they have given toward, or the nonprofit organization helping children, give money to homeless, whatever they're doing, or fundraising for law enforcement, or whatever it might be. What I'm saying is that those nominees, the people who nominate them, will have all those information for us to make a decision. And I think more of this agenda is special because it's just recognizing small business in our city, and this is just a start, and I think it's a nice token to the small business in our community to feel appreciated. So I think this is a nice gesture that the city's doing, and it doesn't cost us much money.
Well, I heard that you are trying to compare the woman distinction with this one. I think to a different scenario. This is more involved into business, and I just want to make sure that we have a proper way of vetting the business that qualify for it, because sometimes business, sometimes council may favor certain businesses because they're supporting us or whatever. That I want to make sure that we take that out of the equation and nominate the one that they actually deserve for to be recognized.
Right, I think that's in the agenda item here. We cannot, for transparency purposes, I think we cannot nominate anyone who donate to our campaign, number one. That's just common sense. So we're not going to do that. And then, it's in here. So I think there's check and balance, and there's accountability. We can't nominate people who are a family member, who have business in the city, or ourselves, our own business. We can't do that. That's just common sense. And I think there's that standard there. And we cannot nominate ourselves. I mean, that's common sense. So I think with that in place, more likely this is just a feel-good for our small business community in our city.
I can understand that from the business, your own business, or from the family business standpoint, but we penalize the people who of business who supporting you, once before, or they are supporting you once, and now they are in jeopardy for not being selected as a business of them.
Yeah, I do think the mayor has a legit reasoning. I mean, yeah, you're right. We don't want to penalize those who supported us, and so on a second thought, I think it might be good to include, just because they support, if they're able to support because they're successful, they want to support our campaigns. Not to say that I have anybody in mind to nominate who's donated to me, but I'm just saying, like, from your reasoning, I think you've got a legit reasoning there.
So, Ms. Vice Mayor, are you saying that we should make an exception for those who donate to our campaign, that we can nominate them as well?
I don't think we should exclude them.
That's right.
I don't think we should exclude. We don't want to go out of the way to exclude them, if they happen to be someone who donated. I'm not going to go exclude them. I mean, I'm just thinking in general. Like I said, I probably most likely won't have anybody from, because I'm not big on fundraising, so I don't have a whole lot. But I'm saying that I can understand the mayor's point. Yeah, so I don't think we need to exclude them.
So if you guys want to make that exception, I'm okay with it. It's up to the council
only
and
one
the
person, so
transparency,
what do you
whatever
guys
you
think?
guys feel. I'm okay with it. If it's okay with the council, I'm
What do
okay
you
with
think?
it.
I just think it comes down to ethics, it's just the optics. Like, we're always talking about that. It just looks bad. I wouldn't want that.
And that's the reason why, for optic reason,
Yeah,
that's
I
why
was like-
I put that in there.
Where does it say that? It just says, doesn't say that on here. I don't see, where is it at?
You didn't make an exclusion when it was women of distinction, I think, a couple of weeks ago. You didn't make that
We
exclusion.
didn't make that for the women.
What
That's
was that?
separate, but we can always modify that
What's
in the
what's
future after 6
Because
months.
I saw a lot of familiar faces.
Yeah, but I didn't nominate anybody. It
Yeah.
was the community nominating.
Yeah, exactly.
The community, it was residents' nominations, not our nominations. Is this going to be, this is the residents' nomination, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall we
Did you
vote?
say resident nomination?
Yeah, the resident
So-
nominate
So
the
not the
small
council?
businesses.
Council cannot
No,
nominate?
the resident going to nominate the small businesses, and then the council have the privilege to select only one.
So it's different from
No, it's the same.
woman distinction.
It's the same.
Woman distinction, I believe that the council can.
The people select the woman, and then the council pick one. So it's the same. So same concept. I mean, if the council think this is a good thing for our small business in our city, with those transparency and optic, I think I motion to approve it. And you want to be my second, or you want him to be?
I'll be in a second.
Okay. Wait, they're not excluding. So can we call for a vote?
I understand that the date that we are going to move.
That's modified, the dates as well.
May
to
22nd.
May 22nd.
Okay, let's go.
Wait, so let's clarify a couple of things. So we're going to, so the deadline, you'd like to extend the deadline?
So nomination
let's say,
on
so we're
May
gonna, so it's
22nd.
going to be the meeting of May 22nd, which means that we will notify most likely by let's try to do Monday the 13th.
Okay.
Does that work? Monday the 13th gives them about a week and a half notice. So Monday the 13th of May. Do we want to extend the deadline to
Friday, the 17th?
No, because we need to get an agenda out theoretically by May 16th, most likely Saturday, May 18th. But if we have the nomination forms accepted by end of day Tuesday, May 2nd, does that give council enough time to review the applications and let us know by the morning of the 13th or end of day May 10th? Does that give you enough time? It's about a week.
Yes, a week, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Okay, so we'll do that. So it'll be, deadline to submit is end of day May 2nd by 5 p.m. And we'll email those to you. And then you'll let us know by morning Monday 13th so we can let the honorees know by the 13th.
Yes.
And then to be clear, are we excluding, there was discussion about businesses and donors. Are we excluding, not excluding? What was decided?
No, that's fine.
Just keep it as is? Okay, keep it as is.
Keep it as is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So for the motion makers, do you want to confirm the date again? And for the second, are you agree with that?
Yes. So basically, the recognition will be May 22nd. May 2nd is the applicant have to be submitted in, and May 13th is when the council choose their nomination. And everything in here is going to be as is.
Okay, we have motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, recognizing May annually as Small Business Month and establishing a citywide annual Small Business of the Year recognition program." I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, 5.5 amendments to council policy regarding recognition and proclamations. This item brought Introduced by Vice Mayor Ho and seconded by Councilmember Carlos Menzo. So Vice Mayor Ho first.
I think I wanted to make the change simply because out of respect for council members, I think we all should be able to approve certificates of recognition. And of course, we already talked, I'm not talking about the proclamation, we'll keep it as is. But the other thing I want to add is the in memoriam. So I think the in memoriam, the certificate in memoriam should be issued or is issued to honor current or prior resident who has contributed to the community and has passed away. And other than that, I think everything else, the changes to bring fairness, to make sure that we're all council members and mayors have the ability and the right to request and gonna have the same right. I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I'm gonna end there and then let everybody else speak. In the interest of time.
Okay, Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. So that's the really only change is adding something that wasn't there before, because I think there wasn't anything on the policy for in memoriam, correct?
Correct. And then all the categories are spelled out so that there's nothing left for the mayor's discretion, so that anything that's not on there should not be approved, period. And then the council members get to, anything that needs to be approved, all council, the whole entire council members need to weigh in or vote by putting it on the agenda to vote. That's the gist of it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's a more fair process, but I think we kind of got to be in. I was thinking about this the other day. Is like, what happens if there's a request in between a council meeting and then the event is if the event is before, if there's something in between that and then we miss that window, and there's an event, and then we show up with no certificate.
What do you mean?
Let's say we didn't know about a certain, because it's happened, I think it's happened a few times.
Are you talking about the cutoff? Like,
Yeah,
I think
the
they mentioned
cutoff.
the cutoff by Thursday.
No, since is it now that we got to wait, put it on the agenda, right? Is that what the case is?
So yes, based on your recommendations, in order to put it on the agenda, because I don't really want to be in the business of having last minute items just getting crammed on the agenda on Thursday before the council meeting. That's why we've put a deadline of 14 days. There's actually one city that has 6 weeks advance notice. So 14 days is reasonable in terms of the time that it takes for us to put something together just to get the agenda out. But it's really, 14 days prior to the actual meeting or the meeting date itself. So essentially it's like tomorrow for the April 24th. Yeah. So
same date as the agenda items.
Yeah.
Could you make an exception? Because I think that's something very simple that, we don't need to go through a whole vetting process. It's because you're going to put on there whatever information the requester is giving you. So you don't need to do a whole lot, no research really. It's whatever.
No, but every time a staff report gets added on, it impacts our ability to manage the agenda. We're writing reports at the last minute till Saturday morning at 11 a.m. When it's supposed to come out. And so whether we think it's less research or not, it's still work that we have to put in. We had staff come in this last Saturday to print because we were still working on last minute reports. That would be the same kind of scenario I could see if we made exceptions. So just trying to be fair, that this is not exactly a type of item that I would necessarily advise that we make that kind of exception for, because it is relatively low impacting compared to the rest of the agenda.
Do you know what other surrounding cities, what's their policy? What does theirs look like? I mean,
So it's a variety. So for example, City of San Diego will do its discretion of the mayor, because in a lot of cities this is essentially like the mayor's proclamation and recognition. So that is one way of looking at it. There are in some other cities in which it does require council approval. In some cities, it's really, based on council policy, and staff just goes by that policy. We've tried a combination of all these things, and unfortunately, there's not consensus on the best way of how to do this, which is why it's being being requested for discussion tonight. So it just really depends. Deadlines range from, like I'd mentioned, 6 weeks to 10 days. To 30 days I've seen. So it just really, depends. I know, you're concerned about last minute requests. That's just one of those areas where, there are some cities that have the mayoral discretion because it's essentially, a function of the mayor. And some of those things, some of those last minute requests are mitigated by, that discretion. But again, if that doesn't work for this council here, that's okay too. It's just, it just really depends on what you want to do. And we're at the point now with staff where we are less inclined to subjectively determine what would be something that the council would want to give, because we are not always familiar with some of these organizations that are being honored, or some of these individuals as well, because you're more connected with those individual facets than we are.
yeah, thank you. I just wanted us to have we've danced with this topic a few times, and let's just get to something that's fair, processed across the board. One of the other things that I think it'll accomplish is by doing it this way. I just think we might have to look at the time as far as how many days, because one of the other things that I think it'll accomplish is that if it's a council action, then that takes away from the mayor being blamed for something that he's a bad guy. But if it's voted by the council, then that takes it away. That takes away all the pressure from the mayor. So,
And then it's not just the mayor being blamed, but like everybody else, like all of a sudden you're being blamed for some certificate that was given. But unless you want to do it like kind of, how we're getting seconds, that we're just soliciting for 3 votes,
I was thinking about that
you
too,
think?
yeah. Is there a different way where if there's a request that there has to be
What
a
do you think of
second?
that? No, I'm saying like just informally soliciting 3 votes and then letting Lynn know or you know that we've got 3 votes. No?
So,
It's really-
so what has happened in the past, and of course I would have to ask for, deadlines, is we've actually had poor Lynn, and that's why we thank Lynn for being with us. She's actually had some last minute requests on a Saturday where she's had to come in, and, or on a Sunday where she's had to come in just to process this last minute, certificate. And so,
No, the deadline's still Thursday. Let's say Thursday.
Okay.
The
Well,
weekend of the weekend.
so
Thursday before the weekend.
Thursday before the weekend.
Yeah.
Well, that, again, whatever council feels like, would be a fair process. I would say, another alternative that's happened before, or not happened before, but another alternative, for example, is that, maybe requests that come from members of the public, either those are at the discretion of the entire council, or they just go back to the mayor for discretion, or if a member of the council wants to issue one, there are ones that we have done in the past in which only the requesting council member signs off on it. I would say Councilmember Contreras did that before with some of the ones that he provided. But in the city of Garden Grove, they do have special ones or special certificates in which the requesting council member just has their signature only. So, if you had within your district, like you have a special event or something that is near and dear to your hearts, you as, a district council member, an individual could provide a certificate. And that's also another alternative. But really, for ones in which it's coming from the entire body of the city council, that's what we're struggling with right now in terms of, that's what we're really discussing right now with this policy, is what you would like to do as a council for ones in which all of your names are on it, whether it's public requested or it's council requested.
Anything else? Okay, let me jump in here. I agree with Councilmember Meza. We discussed about this item a couple times already. That's the reason why the proclamation is being approved at the previous meeting before we can present the proclamation. And we decided that the certificate is the discretion of the mayor. You know what the mayor for? They are representative for the city council to do the city business on administrative stuff. And I can say that most of the time that I did the proclamation, not proclamation, the certificates based on due to the need of the city council. Number of events. I saw the list. I don't know who generated this list. Is that staff or who?
So we keep a list, and a member of the council had requested a list.
Okay.
So by right, we provided it to all of you.
By looking at the requested by mayor, and I can tell you the list is about 4 or 5 pages. And all of these items, when we come to the event, usually that they invite the whole council, or at least, maybe 2 or 3 council. And I'm always there to trying to prepare, because we are not going there for nothing. We are going there to congratulate them. And that's the reason why. And most of the time that I went there, either this council or that council to be with me to present those, I never abused the system to do it. And also, I was acting as a gatekeeper to make sure that it's not going to be requested for certain event that we as council are being affected by that. So let me give you examples. For some of the events. But one of the events that we were talking about that's mentioned in here, for 3 plaques that we present at the film, what they call it,
The film festival?
not a film festival, the
Movie premiere?
movie
Yeah, the
premiere.
premiere.
Yes. There was a request from a council to have 3 of them, and I was invited too. So when I did all 3 of those, I have to vest it to make sure that those are the people who qualify to receive what is from the city. So I found out that 2 of them are okay, but with the other one is from Vietnam. And I tried to ask around to see if there's anybody knows about this person. And even though I had that plaque on that day, but I didn't present it. And that's what I'm saying. I'm protecting the city council because all of the names of the city council are in there, including mayor. And even though that you can say that this is the list that have a lot of requests by me, but I requested based on behalf of the council. So I would say that I know where this one come from. If I would say yes on that day, this wouldn't be on the agenda today. And I did that just because I want to protect each and every one of us here. At midnight, at 11:30 on Friday night, there was a request to link to have a plaque made for the memorial. For the memorial. And it was 11:30 at night on Friday night, and that person needed, that council needed for tomorrow, which is the next meeting, next morning. And we never have the memoriam plaques presented before unless it is for the city staff or for the immediate council members' family. So I couldn't provide that because, you know, if I do it for one, I have to do it for another. And it has been, it has been so many people deaths before that I went to, and also council went to, we did not have the memoriam flag. And here it is at 11:30 at night, asking for the next morning. And Lynn called me and asked me to approve it. No, I can't approve it. And it was a threat that I will bring it to the agenda. So that's what happened right now. And what I'm saying is, until the system being abused, then we can change and strip away my right. I don't think that I did anything wrong to be stripped away of my right, which is the discretion of the mayor for doing it on behalf of the city. Here we need to introduce, and most of the event, they happen like, sometimes it's happened the next day, and the council was there asking, do we have a plaques? Number of times that I was there, I give it to I present the plaques, and the council happy about it. Imagine if I don't do that, then nobody doing it. Then we are there without, any, appreciation. I don't think that I'm penalized for this. And I would ask that we take no action for this item until there is a certain abusive of the system, then we can move on that. But I think that...
I have a question. Can I have a question?
That's a motion.
Can I have a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so every time we ask for any certificate or recognition, the mayor has been really lenient on giving us the proclamation or the recognition. So I really appreciate that. Now, the suggestion from city manager saying that if, say, the council from District 1, 2, or 3, or 4, and there's certain event that they're going in their district, and only their name only, I think that might be something very special that we can look into for that district only, if they have some event in their district. I think that's very special. I think we should have something like that for, say, if Kimberly, if she has an event in her second district, and it doesn't require all of our signature, only her, then she can give to the people in her district. Can we entertain that? if it's possible tonight.
I just want to let you know that every time for over a year that I'm in the role of mayor, every single council member asked me, this is the first time that I rejected it because it's happened right at 11:30 at night on Friday night.
Okay, if I
And
may.
the person has to come in and do that.
No. May I, you know what? Like I said, I was going to keep this really light and simple, did not want to dwell on it. But now that you brought up that incident, let me say this, okay? I'll shed light onto that incident. That very incident was an in memoriam that I requested for the lady, the resident whose aunt was run over by a car. It was the e-bike, okay? And I requested that a week before the funeral. But I don't know, and I can tell you that it was not 11 o'clock at night the day before, the night before. I don't know about staff. I don't know exactly what and her timeline or when she requested from you. But I can tell you that my request was way before that, at least a week to 2 weeks. So the thing is, I don't ask for a lot. If you look at the, if the public wants to look at this, I'd be happy to give you. And please do, for anybody who wants to look at that. You look at how many times I request for certificates or proclamations, how many you can count with maybe 10 fingers, how many times. And so I'm thinking that, you know, to show our empathy towards, you know, the family of the deceased, and the daughter, the survivor, the sole survivor, I wanted to, you know, give them, present that to her. And of course, when I remember, this is not for me now, okay? Back when my father passed away in 2020, back then it was the Mayor Michael Vo from Fountain Valley gave my mother a plaque in memoriam. Have I ever asked this council something for my mother or for myself? No. So I think that you used your discretion wrong. And so when I reviewed, it just kind of prompted me to review the ordinance or the policy on, you know, on certificates and proclamations and whatnot. And so I realized that we don't have a category for in memoriam, and I have to leave it to your discretion. And so I felt that that was not the right decision. I wouldn't want you to make a decision for me. And so I based my decision on what the family, I did a lot for the family. I tried to do everything I can for anybody who asked me for help. So that is just a certificate to comfort the family. Okay, I'm not asking for you to donate or do anything for the family. And like I said, I did not, you know, it was during the day that Lynn and I spoke, and that denial was not at night, 11 o'clock. She and I we don't talk at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. So, you know, once this is approved, I would like to have one for the family. I still do. And like I said, it's just to comfort the family. Why are we, I mean, I'm not going to, you know, I'm not trying to pick on you, but I'm saying, like, I know you've given certificates to people who are from outside of here, and I'm not asking for, you know, you look at how many requests I've made.
Oh, yes.
Yes, and so I'm just saying that I don't want you to make decisions for me. I'm just thinking that we can all make decisions for ourselves, and I think that. And while we're reviewing the policy, we should think of it, maybe not you, but I'm saying like just the political games that we play. And so like flexing our muscle or keeping us from having the, you know, recognition certificates for whoever we think should have them. We want to honor those that we want to honor. So that's why I'm asking for the policy to be changed. So I hope the council respect that, because I'm doing this because out of fairness. It's not so much about the last incident. That incident prompted me to look at the entire thing as a whole, and I decided, that's why I said I didn't want to dwell on that. I didn't want to bring that up. So, you know.
Yeah, I just want to state the fact that I believe Lynn, because she called me at that hour, and then when I said no, then she called you back, and you said that you are going to bring it to the council for decision making. And I know that, you know, it's happened at 11:30. You know, you said that she's not calling you at that time. Then we can go back and ask.
But that's up to her when she wants to do her work.
Yeah,
The only thing I'm saying is that I requested her weeks before. The funeral was already scheduled, like probably the family had to wait a whole month before.
A week ago, then we can talk about it. I can, you know, at least tell you that, hey, we don't have this, you know, in our policy, then what can we do? I will come back and ask you for that, because I'm being fair. I'm being fair. You have I ever rejected you from requesting for a plaque or any of the council member? None. Okay, I'm being, you know, I'm being open for that, but something that is not right, then I have to protect. I have to protect.
So you're saying giving the memoriam, certificate of a memoriam to the family is wrong, and that's why you denied?
Number one.
You declined?
Number one,
because
yes.
I did not hear anything from Lynn
I
about this
don't
being
have-
requested late at night, and it's, you know, hours before. No, I never heard that as the reason.
I don't
You
have
just
any-
said that you don't give in memoriam to anyone except for the council or the family of the council members, and that's what she told me. So I thought that's why we revisit, because I think that I don't want to have to depend on your discretion to just, I don't want you to decide for me who I should or should not give the certificate to. This is a family who just had a death, okay? And it was something to soothe them, to calm them, to, you know, it's a way of giving them our condolences. And so I'm saying that, you know, I don't want to argue over this. We shouldn't spend this much time on it. I just think I'm just trying to review this and make it fairer, okay?
I
That's
don't
it.
have any problem to add the memoriam into the policy, because there are many deaths in our cities, and we never hand it out to any others than the employees or the immediate death of the council member. I mean, the family of the council member.
No, if you
So,
review
know,
this, I do see that there are memoriams.
Yeah, that was where I was in. My next question
Yeah,
was if.
I do see
I
it.
have a question. If we don't have this in the policy on this list, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 occasions where it was a memoriam certificate was
Which one is
issued.
They're
that?
not families.
Which one is that? Can you,
Number
What number?
94.
And trust me, I don't request for my family, that's for sure. I would not.
Yeah, 107, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 154.
I don't know Minh Thong Nguyen. Who is that? I don't even know. Okay? There is none. I don't know that person. Which one, what else? That 94. What else?
There's like 147 through 151, and then 154.
147 to
MC
Okay.
Con Huang, MC
147.
Min Fong,
Oh,
MC.
these are not memoriam. Who put a memoriam there? These are the MC for the TED event. Okay, I can say the name so you can confirm that with me.
I see the name.
Okay, this is Khánh Hoàng, Minh Phương, Lina Nguyen, Tam Nguyen, and Cao Minh Hưng. Those are the MC that we are going to present, and thanks them for doing that for us.
A typo.
Okay, so
there's 1,
where else?
2, then 2, then.
So the point, The point is that, here's a death, a violent death, and you denied my memoriam
The thing is,
certificate.
it's
It's not for my
11:30 at
family, so
night.
please, I'm just saying that I just don't think I want to leave it to your discretion or anyone's discretion. And this whole entire council can decide for itself. We could decide for ourselves. We could vote and decide. And that way we don't blame anybody. We won't blame you, won't blame anybody else. So.
So what is something that's, I just want to be fair across the board. I want this to be, settle this and put it to rest. At the same time, I do see a benefit from this because I've heard not just from this current council, but previous councils about games as far as that, when it's, games with the certificates is like, how do we end this, all these political games and shenanigans that this person getting accused of this person getting accused of that? How do we make this where it's just fair and we just end all the games? To me, it's like, let's follow what other cities are doing that's fair, that across the board, what's the best way to make this fair across the board? We're not going to have these things going
Well,
on.
I want to decide for myself, okay? So I don't think that's really, really fair, is we get to decide for ourselves, because this is not, our city is nothing like other cities. So I would not want anybody to decide for me what certificate, because that already happened. Out of how many have I ever requested? If you count like the 8 years that I've been here, I've only requested maybe a handful. Now, I hear certificates are being given out like candy, so I do not give them out like candy. Yet mine was denied, and I was very sad more than upset because I felt really bad for the family. Okay? And it's not my fault if Lynn waits until the last minute. That's something you take up to Lynn. But I'm telling you that I requested, and I have in writing, a text, that, when I requested.
So I just, Mayor, if I can, I just want to caution my employees' performance as far as when that was provided, because I also do have that information on when that information was provided, and I'd rather not talk about Lynn because she can't defend herself at the dais. So let's just leave it at that.
Okay. I am okay to have the memoriam to add it to the, but then we have to talk about, every death in the city, and they request for one, then we have to provide that. Okay? So, there's no limit on that. At this time, I know that I make a motion, take no action, and I have the second, which is from Councilmember Nguyen. And so,
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Until it's, hold on.
Yes.
Let's wait for Councilmember.
I second it.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I already did.
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion to vote yes on this agenda 5.6, the way it is. I'm
Okay.
sorry, is it 5.5?
Okay.
Yes, 5.5, yes.
5.5.
I'm ahead of
Okay.
myself here.
Is there a second to the substitute motion?
Yeah, I want to second it just for the sake of being fair. We need to add in the in memoriam because it's currently not in here. So, yeah.
Okay.
I
so
don't want to
substitute
be at
motion.
the mercy of anybody.
Substitute motion first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a substitute motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, which is to approve the item as presented in the staff report, which would be to add the certificate of memoriam, and then with the direction of staff to update the policy for recognition and proclamations. I'll go to call for the substitute motion roll call. Councilwoman Van West,
You know, I want to be, can you guys hear me okay? I want to be fair, but I just feel like it needs more time for the council to dialogue about this. I understand the mayor have accepted a lot of things that are very decent, approving, so I think it's okay, but I think what will be very special if an exception where if it happened in the council district, they can have a certificate specifically just for their name to present it to whoever is in their district. I think that's very special. So that's what I would amend, you know, your motion, if you amend that.
That's fine. I think that while, you know, like I said, I did not want to spend too much time on this because we've got a few others and, you know, it's already 11-ish, but it's not my fault that we just keep talking about this and not, you know, but I do see your point. And let me mention something. It's just, and you know, to me, I want to get along with everybody from the dais, okay? But if I have to tell you, you know, if certain things prompt me to tell, I might as well tell you the whole thing. So, you know, I don't appreciate going to an event and not having a certificate, knowing that the mayor has a certificate and many times he's late. Many times he comes like people, you know, we get invited at 6 or 7 o'clock or even 7:30 is an okay time to show up, but not 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I understand that you've got a lot of events, but every time we go into an event, like just the most recent one, even the one before that, we I always joke when I get on stage with no certificate, I always say, okay, it's in the mail, you know, your certificate's in the mail, and so everybody laughs. So, you know, so I think that I was like trying to think of a way so that, I mean, it was almost like the only way is if we could each have a certificate we request, we get one under our name. And since Councilmember West brought that up, I'm like thinking, I haven't really thought it through, but that also may solve the problem that we are having, because when we go, we make an effort to go. We go on stage many times. We've got Garden Grove with their certificate. We've got all the elected officials next to us with the certificate. We have nothing because ours is late. Ours is somewhere, and I always say, it's in the mail.
I want to make a comment on this one. That's accusation, because there many times that I was there, you wasn't there. There was a time that you want to have it, and I said, I am at the event. And I brought that, and I presented, you haven't even come yet. The last event, that's the only one that you texted to me. You said, are you coming? And I was at church, and I said, I am late, and I'm on my way. And when I was there, I called both of them, both of you, Councilmember West, and you could come up, and we present that. Every time I present the plaque, any council was in attendance, I will always call you guys up so that we can all present it, because I consider that your name is in the plaque.
Yes, you do that, yes, when you come,
you know,
yes.
Don't tell me that I'm late. I don't
No,
recall
not just
that.
the last one, but.
Just the last one, yes,
No,
just the last
not just
one.
the last one.
Right.
I have videos to show you, because I remember, you know, at least three events that you were not there on time. But I'm just saying that because you insist on taking, I could take, or somebody else could take, because, you know, if I'm going to come to an event, I will come at a, you know, at the latest will be like 7:30, like I said. But, you know, if you don't come and then you decide not to come, that puts us in a bind, and we always have to joke when we're on stage. And I can show you those jokes. I can show you the few times, I'd say about at least 3-4 times. But I'm just saying that if we have a solution for that, if we don't, we can continue to do what we're doing. I just didn't have a solution for that, so I didn't bring it up tonight. But
Mr.
when
Mayor,
Ms. Van West mentioned that, like, okay, maybe we should have our name for the people in your own district. Perhaps we could do that, and we could have, you know, for
Mr.
what you
Mayor.
want.
Yes, Councilmember Wayne.
Okay, I just can't believe that we're going to visit this item again. I believe that we already discussed this like few times before. Okay.
No, we haven't.
And yes, we did.
We made this ordinance.
Can
We
I
made the
speak?
policy, yes.
Yeah,
Can I speak?
we'll let him finish it.
Go ahead.
Okay, and this is gonna cost us a lot of times and very inconvenient. Because, for example, if you want to request a certificate, and then you have to itemize it, right? And as Christine said, the staff have to go through certain process to put it on the agenda. And then it's going to come before us for the whole council to decide. And then at that time, just let somebody, is not in your favor, and then they voted, to not approve your certificate. So what's it gonna do?
But they're for other people. That's the point. Okay.
For me, what we've been doing is very, I think, it's like, it's not a perfect, but it's almost perfect, because every time that I request a certificate, and then the mayor, he just do it right. And I have no complaint. And now if you implement a new system into this, it's gonna cost us time and a lot of effort to do it. So
Can I say a couple of things? I know that we have a first motion and a substitute motion on the floor, but obviously it seems like we're not in a consensus yet. Like I said, I want this to be fair. And the other part that we haven't even discussed is the fairness to staff. That seems to be like an afterthought, because the staff, it's always, we're always forgetting about them, like they're just going to magically whip up something, in a matter of a day or so. So whatever way we want to go, which, because the mayor got a second to take no action, we're still going to be back to the same old policy where it can be last minute for staff. And so we need to fix that. That needs to be fixed for sure, no matter which way we go. So let's just say, what if we have, let's say we have 7 days or a week, 7 days ahead that staff needs to be notified. And at 7 days, we all get an opportunity to say yea or nay via item of interest. And then we can request, if a council member doesn't want their name on it, then their name is left off. Or, how about that? That's, somewhat fair, where the mayor still has, we each have an opportunity to leave our name off of it.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is probably the 5th time that I've brought this item in the last few years. So in the past, we tried doing that method when we had our forsaken resolution of commendation issues, 5-6 years ago. And we tried emailing the council members for responsiveness to, whether you wanted your name or not. And we didn't always get, in a timely fashion, a response, if any at all. So as idealistic as that sounds, I guarantee that it will fall apart at some point, because I know you are all busy. You are all not on your...
A no response is an agreement.
Well, and that was actually part of it as well. A no response was an agreement, but then it would come back as, well, I didn't respond because I didn't see it, or went to spam, or et cetera, and we tried to call, text, email, Morse code, and it still didn't generate a response. So, that in itself was a little bit, problematic as well. I understand everyone's concerns. You all have valid concerns, and in a staff perspective, I think I just want to put this out there. If there's going to be a move to take no action in this policy does this revised policy does not get approved, I do just want to make a couple of recommendations to the policy, because staff at some point was going to bring what we perceived as, just some cleanup items to this policy anyway. So for example, we were wanting to bring back proclamations to be considered on regular business and not the consent calendar. And that's really because we want to take staff out of the, out of the difficult place of whether we are recommending or not recommending, per se, a council-initiated one, right? Because I know that you will all have some requests at some point for proclamations that are really not in our purview. For us to say that, yes, you should recommend this or not, it should be consideration of the council, because it is from the council. So that's one thing, is having proclamations be put on regular business. And, that would just take it off of the consent calendar that we currently do right now. So I would recommend that. If there is not a move to have, a policy, I would still recommend that we implement the form that we've provided for public requests, because that will at least help you as a council, or, or the mayor, for example, get a clear understanding of what's being provided, because sometimes we just get these random phone call requests or text message requests, or an email request that is not comprehensive and it's not uniform. So I would still recommend that a form be implemented as well for all public requests. And then last, for members of the council, if you are deciding that you do want to make a request and it falls within the categories, and the mayor, of course, has that discretion and provides it. I would say that a lot of these events are on weekends and they are last minute, that we have a cutoff for Thursday. That would be the most reasonable, day before a Friday, Saturday, Sunday event is on the Thursday by noon on Thursday. That way we have staff on Thursday and Friday who can generate that certificate. And then as far as, categories that we have in here, the categories haven't really changed much, but, there is language in there currently about if it falls within the category, and it's on the pre-approved list, then it would be generated upon request, and that would just remain. And the mayor may approve one on a case-by-case basis if it's not identified on the pre-approved list. So in order, for that to happen, yes, there are times that we've had very late requests at night. And so I would just suggest that if there is one that, if a council member wants one and it's not on the list and you need mayor approval, that maybe that you, as the member of the council, communicate with the mayor instead of using Lynn as the middleman, if you will, for your request. And those would be my recommendations, as opposed to take no action.
Those are good suggestions. The one I want to, that it's spelled out in the policy, that if a council member makes a request and it falls within the category, that it must be, mayor must approve. If it does not fall within the category, then the mayor must approve to the discretion on the findings of the request. So
I don't want to leave anything to a
what is
discretion.
that category?
That's what I'm saying. I just don't think, I don't want to leave anything up for his discretion.
if it falls within the category, then he has to.
Yeah, but there are categories that you can't think of.
Well, then,
So-
if it doesn't fall within the category, then we shouldn't be giving out a certificate.
Yeah, then you can't.
Okay, and then if it doesn't fall within the
That's right.
category, bring it to council to approve.
Yes. That's
Okay.
fair.
That's fair. Mayor?
Because that's my point, is that I
Is that
brought
your
something
motion?
I felt clearly should be approved that was not approved. I have made an effort to come at, no matter how late, to see the family, to comfort the family, to be there for just pretty much anybody who's, in a situation like that. I never, so I'm saying that when we say leave something to, for someone's discretion, that is not what I want anymore. And maybe we see how it turned out.
So you
I'm
don't
just
need to
saying that
change
we
the
don't
rule,
need
though?
So
to.
is that your motion then?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be the same motion, and just
Okay.
approve this, and I'd like to
That's
amend and
substitute,
add.
right?
Yes, it'll be substitute motion and amend to add what you said earlier for each person's district.
I
We can-
don't agree with that one.
Can we call
can it-
for
No,
a vote?
Not yet.
So is,
I agree with the city managers in terms of the proclamation is going to move to regular items instead of, that's one. Second, the form in order to, follow your recommendation, which is for into the categories and also within the time frame, then the form must be filled out. That way, we are not pointing the finger, this is going to be the last minute. We have a form that actually have a date on that. So that I can't go back and say, hey, you went into the last minute, or, you went into the last minute, you tell me to do it. So we can set up the date for that. I mean, the range of date, probably 3 days before that. Then we're okay with that. And another thing is the third one, what the third one again?
It was just for those last-minute requests that we have for council. The cutoff would be Thursday at noon.
Okay.
For any,
right.
for the last minutes for any Friday, Saturday, Sunday events.
So the form and then the time, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. So I don't know where we are right now in terms of the motion, but if I need to revise my motion, then my motion is to change the proclamation from the consent calendar to the regular items. And the requester of the plaques have to fill out the form within the 3 days time frame.
And that's for, that form for public and members of the council?
No.
no.
Just for the public?
That's for the council.
For the council as well?
No,
For the
just
form?
the council.
Just for the public.
For both.
Why the public?
Why?
Well, because members of the public, like, for example, they want an Eagle Scout certificate, they're going to fill out a form to ask for an Eagle Scout certificate, or...
I leave it up to the, I mean, I trust the council for it. you
For
know.
Consideration.
Yeah, I don't, what happened if, an organization asks for that and the council, well, you have to fill out this form because otherwise you will not be, I mean, I don't want to,
That's much worse.
that's.
No, but sometimes they go directly and
The
they
form,
ask for.
yeah, the form is actually typical of other
Yeah.
cities. That's how they keep track of it. So if,
The form from the council is efficient. I don't think that we need to have the organization to fill out the form. If they fill out the form, which is fine.
Okay.
Does that mean they
Oh, okay,
won't
so-
invite the council?
so
Are
they-
you talking
so-
about like the,
So the request, so I understand what you're saying. So the form, like, let's say if they're going to ask you individually as a council member for one, then you're going to be asking on behalf, using the form of that organization, is that correct? So the members of the public won't be making a request, they're going to make a request directly to,
assuming that
council
they're
members is-
inviting us,
yeah, assuming that they're,
Right.
inviting us to those events.
okay. So just to recap right now, so there was a substitute motion on the floor originally from Vice Mayor Ho, and it was originally seconded by Councilmember Monzo, but Vice Mayor Ho wanted to add Councilwoman Fan West's suggestion of individual districts, in which now
The second.
you
Yes, I
did
didn't
not
agree
consent,
with
so now you've withdrawn. So
Then
there
I'll
is,
take that off. Well, may I amend mine?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to add everything that you just suggested in regards to the form, filling out the form Thursday before and by noon, and then moving the proclamation over instead of being in the consent calendar. And is there anything else you mentioned? Those two, right?
I don't think that we talk the same language here.
I'm sorry?
She's talking about the Thursday that to provide it to the council for the agenda. Is that what you're talking about?
Whatever you said was Thursday
Well, I
was the
said that-
deadline at noon.
I said the time that when you fill out the form, and it has to be 3 days
Yeah.
before you can have that
Yeah.
plaques.
It's
It
still,
doesn't have to be in the agenda for approval.
Yeah, that's so,
Yeah.
so,
So here's.
okay, that's fine.
This is, yeah, so I'm in agreement with what
I'm
the city
fine.
manager was saying, that proclamation moved to regular business. If it's a request comes from a member of the public, we're supposed to be a professional government agency. There should be a form that the public should fill out. So have the form for a member of the public to fill out as a request. If a request comes from a council member, then that request has to be made no later than the Thursday before the weekend.
Or the public, right?
The
deadline's
public
also
as
for
well,
the
the public will have, it needs to be, public should have, 2 weeks.
yes,
Mr.
2
Mayor?
weeks. I was
Wait.
saying 2 weeks for the public if it's a written request through the form.
No, it's just the same as what it is right now. All you do is just fill out the form,
You
and
want
that
to leave
form
it?
have to give it to me, 3 days.
Yeah, okay, 3 days, that's fine.
That's it.
That's fine. The public fills out a form, has to submit it 3 days prior, the Thursday before the weekend.
To be honest,
Same-
with you,
same
if
with the
we can
council members.
We can work case by case. Let's say that
Yeah.
you receive a request 2 days, ahead of time. I think that it's
Yeah.
appropriate to grant that.
You know what?
Yeah, let me finish so that I can, so the 3 days, no later than the Thursday before for staff, for whether it's public or council members request, no later than the Thursday before the weekend. If that request falls under the category, what's on here, the mayor approves, okay? If
You don't need the mayor to approve it because it's already
it's
on
already in the
there.
calendar, so the mayor will approve it. It's already in the category, it falls within the.
You don't need the mayor to approve because it's on there.
Okay,
So
that's-
staff is just going to
If
print it.
If there's a request and it does not fall within the spelled out category, then
Get
it
agendized.
must be agendized. So
Yeah,
that- so that the entire
Yeah.
city
I-
council
I
can
can
weigh
also-
in on
That's
it.
as far as I understand.
So no
Yeah.
discretion.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I think
Okay.
that's the most
Yes,
fair.
that is the most fair.
And that way
So-
we don't have to, be playing political games here to just spell it out.
So that is my motion.
We're conscious about the staff's time. We're conscious about the public's time.
Yes.
We're conscious about the council time.
Fairness.
The mayor has he has the ability to suggest, or just like any of us,
Right?
so we're all
Equal.
even playing field, and it
It's fair.
seems fair, I don't
I don't
know.
want anybody to
Mr.
decide for
Mayor,
me.
May I
Yes,
say
go ahead.
something?
Yes.
I just feel like this is taking longer than it's necessary, and I feel like there's a lot of things that maybe it needs to iron out.
No, I think we're done. We're done. Please
But
don't
I
push it.
agree with Mr. Mayor saying that taking no action, because I feel like I want to have a say in this as well and modify it with you and whatnot. But I just feel like as of right now, I agree with you, take no action, if you're still with your motion.
If I may, I would like to ask for taking no action, but I will request to have this item to bring back to consider the proclamation to move from consent calendar to the regular. That's what it is.
Okay, so we initially as staff, we're going to bring that back anyway. So if you don't approve that tonight, we're going to bring it back.
Okay.
So is there a desire of the council for us to look at other aspects of this,
Okay, so-
or can we
Take no
just
action.
Simply-
approve that one?
So
Can we do it later?
Yeah, right
Take no
now,
action.
we are with the two motion, the substitute motion, and also the original motion, take no action. Okay? So
Okay.
whatever the substitute motion, go ahead and work on that. Can somebody repeat the substitute motion, please?
What are we doing?
Substitute motion.
Yours is no longer,
Your
Yeah,
substitute motion, you go ahead and propose your.
Let's just scratch this. Let's table it.
Take no
yeah, let's
action.
table it.
Table it.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, so we are taking no action on
Yes.
this.
Take no action.
Okay, so.
So the substitute motion was rescinded. So the original motion was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen to take no action.
Yes.
Well, we're just tabling it. We don't need to vote.
You
for
don't need to
So we're
tabling
going
it.
to table, no motion.
Just table it.
Table it.
You
Okay.
could do that.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
Next.
moving on to 5.6. Resolution designating June 19 annually as quote-unquote Veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day and establish the recognition ceremony. I'd like to, this item brought up by me or introduced by me, so I'd like to say a few things about it. First of all, I think that I don't like the Veteran of Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day, but we can say that, this is 5.6. Give me a second here, so I can. I'd like to have it at Armed Forces Day of Republic of Vietnam, so that we can honor the armed forces of Republic of Vietnam. That's what I want to.
I second it.
Instead of veterans, because we don't have the veteran days for the Republic of Vietnam.
So Armed Forces Day of the Republic of Vietnam? or-
Honoring
No, no,
Armed Forces.
Just the name that you wanted to substitute it for, because right now it's,
Veterans.
yeah, as veterans, Veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day. So you would like to change it to Armed Forces Day of the Republic of Vietnam?
Yes.
Just like, okay, so yeah, okay. Thank you.
Armed Forces Day of the
Republic
Vietnam.
of
That sounds
Yes,
good.
it's the same,
Vietnam.
it's the same as the
You just take out
the
veterans.
June 19 that the Little Agency, they did it. They also call it Armed Forces Day of the
You
Republic of
celebrated
Vietnam.
You just reverse it.
That's
Forces
fine.
Day.
the people. Was it the Veterans Day?
They had
Return
They have it
home
every
day?
year at the memorial. I mean, the
Okay.
park there. But we want to recognize, the cities recognize them here at the city council.
Okay, I have a couple comments.
Yes.
Mayor, thank you. I'm trying to be fair here. When we had approved, I forgot what, March
Yeah.
10th, I think it was. This should be, Mayor, in all fairness, I think this should be a council item because myself and Vice Mayor Ho, during that discussion on the first meeting of March, we've all mentioned it, and that wasn't my comments, to bring this back as an item. And Vice Mayor
I have
Ho-
no problem with that, so
Yeah.
go ahead and
So,
make it
yeah,
a council item.
Correct.
No
so-
problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
so thank you, Mayor. I just want us, I just don't
No
want us.
problem.
Don't want us to
Okay.
be plain, make just fair, just be fair, so.
So we'll
there's no-
take out, so are we taking out that line in the resolution then?
Yeah.
The,
This is
okay.
a council
Yes.
council
Yeah, take it
action.
out, take it out.
Great.
Just council, yeah, city council.
So you're the mover, I'll second?
Yeah, I believe that,
Councilmember West, second.
seconded already. So we have motion and second on the floor, but we don't have the council here to vote on that, so we can wait for a few minutes on this.
We have a quorum.
Let's vote.
Okay, we have a quorum, so what happened if not, then, can we re-vote on that when the council come back? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think we're all in agreement.
Okay. So we have motion and second on the floor. So roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, designating June 19th annually as Armed Forces Day of the Republic of Vietnam and establish a recognition ceremony with the amended resolution to strike out that whereas. It will be changed to whereas
City Council.
the mayor and city council recommends that the
Yes.
city of Westminster
Correct.
formally honor.
Correct.
All right, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen, Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Councilmember Nguyen is back. You want to go ahead and
I'm sorry. Yeah. To approve.
to approve?
Oh, yeah, it says yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I have a 4-0 motion carried.
Thank you. All right, we are almost to the end. Well, 5.7, request to reverse vote on previous action taken on item
Can we go
number
to the last one
5.6?
first?
Huh?
6.1 first? Oh, she's not here.
Okay, well, then we have to make a motion then.
Yeah, you have
A
to.
motion to move the 6.1
I
before
second.
5.7. Motion and second on the floor. Go ahead and roll call vote, please.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to move item 6.1 ahead of 5.7. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
4-0 motion carried.
Okay, 6.1, declaration of result of the March 5th, 2024 special municipal elections and such other matters as provided by law.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to adopt resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, reciting the fact that the special municipal election held on March 5th, 2024, declaring the results and such other matters as provided by law."
Okay,
I'll go to call roll. Councilmember Van West, Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
yes.
4-0 motion carried.
She's coming back.
All right, back to 5.7, request to reverse vote on previous action taken on item number 5.6, approval of out-of-state travel for remaining council members to attend the Innovating Commerce Serving Communities ICSC 2024 conference at the Las Vegas Convention Center from May 19 through May 21st, 2024, presented at the March 27, 2024 City Council meeting. I just want to make sure that I believe that the Council Member West already know about it. You cannot reverse the vote, only that if you want to make a statement to the meeting minutes today.
Exactly. I do agree with that. Now, back to 5.6, if you don't mind adding me to the yes vote.
No, you can't.
Because when you were calling roll, I was
Well, the thing is
here.
that I have to, come on, please. The policy is to have two people to bring it in, to introduce the item. And it is the policy, then we have to follow it. At this point here, go ahead and make your statement. You request to change, to make a statement to the this meeting minutes.
Yes, but before that, I walked in when you guys were voting, and I wanted for you, but you didn't look at me. I wanted to vote yes for your last item.
Okay, well, I'll just add it to the yes item, the previous one, the one with the June 19, 5.6.
I don't know if you can legally do that.
Is it 5.6 or 6.1?
5.6 is your item. You change it from Armed Force Day, Republic
Okay,
of Vietnam.
I need to consult with the city
Yeah.
attorney.
Okay, if the item was concluded legally, then you would have to do a motion for reconsideration. That would have to be one of the people who voted yes could make a motion for reconsideration. If it passes, then you could revote.
I think we-
Mr.
yeah.
Mayor?
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Let's just move on. It's already
Move
12
on to
o'clock.
5.7,
Well, there are
please.
two,
It's a fast vote.
there are two items that
do
you're
have oral
missing, 5.6 and
Okay.
6.1.
Mr. Mayor, I want to make a motion
I
to,
second it.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, for reconsider the 5.6 and 6.1.
For the 5.6.
Okay,
Let's start with 5.6 first.
so I have a motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, a second made by Mayor Nguyen, to reconsider the vote for 5.6.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Now 6.1. Declaration of the result of March 5th, 2024. She was missing that too.
Are you
Are you-
requesting,
No,
ask her if she's requesting. to-
Are you requesting for 6.1 too, right? Oh, yes
No,
or
no,
no?
no, no. Just
I'm
the-
doing 5.7 right now, right?
No, 5.6 is the one that you're requesting. But,
5.6 is already done, so I just
okay,
voted.
what about 6.1? We're
No.
done with the 6.1 already.
Mayor, let's,
She just,
the motion for reconsideration passed, so that means that the vote for 5.6
Yeah,
is now
just
undone.
5.6.
And we have to
Okay.
redo it.
Right.
We now
Yeah.
have to make a motion to approve it with the same recommendation as before, 5.6.
5.6,
We
we did
did
it already.
5.6.
We just did 5.6, you should be 6.1.
What you did was a motion to set aside the vote
Oh.
and to reconsider it, so that now she can vote for it.
Okay.
So now you need to make a motion, the same as before, and vote on it.
The 5.6
Allow her
make a
again,
motion
Have an
for
opportunity.
5.6.
5.6?
5.6.
with your edit, yeah.
Yeah, there has to be two motions, one to reconsider it, and then two to
Okay,
actually
got it.
vote on
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Well,
I'm feeling
okay.
busy.
All right, so I move to approve request.
Second. The
Okay,
5.6,
5.7,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
With the same changes that you.
With the same changes, yes. So,
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to approve 5.6 with the amendments to the resolution as recently stated in the record. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Van West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho, and Mayor Nguyen.
yes,
5-0, motion carried.
I don't know what I can do. Next time, we'll probably have to wait for a person to come back better rather than, going over and over again. So we also approved 6.1, so I don't think that you want to go back on that one, right?
that's
Okay,
fine.
so 5.7. 5.7, request to reverse, I read that already, so
Yes.
you need me to read that again?
No,
Okay.
I'm good, thank you. Okay, so thank you so much, Nam Quang, Councilman, for being my second to put this on the agenda. I understand we cannot change the vote from the previous, but I want it to be, reflect to the minutes today, that I changed my vote from yes to no. Is,
So you have to read the whole thing?
no, I'm
Just
gonna
say no to
finish.
changes.
I'm making my statement. May I
Yes.
make my
Yes,
statement?
right, you just make
Thank
your
you.
statement.
Okay, so I'm changing it because it's not that I'm not a team player. I understand the importance of economic development in our city, and that whatever I change today does not change the fact that the majority of the
Can you
council already vote.
brief on that?
Yes. So however, I expressed my disappointment at the mayor's statement from the dais on the last meeting, bringing out Council Menzo and Kimberly Ho for the purpose of their election year. That's the reason why, and they might not be elected, So that's the reason why we're allowing them to go first. And I just want to make a point that we cannot say that, you know, and plus the November election is not even there
They are
yet.
not elected, okay? All right, I didn't say that, okay? So I'd rather have you take it back, okay? You
Well,
can
you
go
did
back.
say because due to their
I did
election,
say that their election year.
you say due to their election, and they might not even.
Well, no.
He did not say that.
Okay, so go ahead and make your change.
Okay, so let me finish my
and then so we
statement.
can end on
So
this.
therefore, that's why I'm changing my vote, because I just don't think it's right to bring up another, and not only that, you went
But
on air as well, Mr. Mayor, and you went on Fabosa, and you said the same thing, and I have proof of it. I can give the clip to staff if they want to hear it, but I can send it to you guys. But you made that statement, and I don't think it's right for the mayor to say about another colleague if they're going to be elected or not. I think unless you have a globe and knowing the future, but the thing is that we can't say that about someone's election
briefly about
or
it, and then we can
changing
move on?
it.
And we
So
spent
that's
enough
what
time
I'm
on this one
saying.
already.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. So I want to be on record today, and if you can quote me exactly, and then also changing my vote today in this minute as no for that reason. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. She can't change her vote.
I'm just saying now on the record that my vote reflect just today in the minutes, but not changing the previous, it's already done, agenda. I'm just
done.
putting on the record today.
Okay, at this time, I would like to open up for oral communication for non-agenda items. I'm sorry that we have to go through some of the stuff that we shouldn't have to, but that's why we are here for, to do city business, so we take it on. So oral communication, non-agenda items, would you please, Madam Clerk, read the instruction into the record? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Brian Heyman.
Good evening, or almost good morning. My name is Brian Heyman. I'm the first vice president of the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 756 in Long Beach. I'm here this evening to thank you all for the wonderful events you held here in the city on March 29th to recognize our Vietnam veterans. It was a very meaningful, thoughtful, and respectful and dignified ceremony, and all of the Vietnam veterans really appreciated it. And I want to single out Vanessa Johnson and her staff for putting on a wonderful event with such short notice. She put that on in less than 2 weeks. And I also want to assure the city staff and council that Vietnam Veterans of America support our brothers who fought alongside us during the Vietnam War, our ARVN soldiers, and we're looking forward to supporting them on June 19th for their event.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This was so nice of you.
Our next speaker is Mark Richardson.
And we're sorry to have you wait until this time.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. Mark Richardson, I'm a Westminster resident. I've actually been a 13-year resident of the city. This is my first ever council meeting that I've been to, and so I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I first want to say thank you to the staff of the Parks Department, so Vanessa Johnson. I know there's a few other folks, Jake, others were out recently at, and there's been a lot of work and effort put into some of the funding that's going into improving some of the local parks in the area. I'm actually a resident near the Westminster Village Park area, and I wanted to compliment the group that came out and presented to the local residents some of the options that have been considered through the council and through the various different means over the years. They put a lot of thought in terms of coming out to the park. They also hosted a Zoom session for residents and really gathered a lot of our feedback. So thank you for that. I think this is going to be a future agenda item coming, but I just wanted to kind of show up today and share with you that our appreciation, but also let you know that there is some concerns in the local community around part of the plans in that park, and that's around the pickleball courts in particular. If you know the area, it's a beautiful kind of community, lots of kids running around. It's a small area, lots of houses around the particular park, so that's one concern. A lot of concern around noise and parking and kind of the current ambience that we have in that area from the residents. And we've actually gathered a small petition. About 150 people have already signed that petition, so when it does come back, in terms of looking at changing those plans. And I think it's about reallocating some funds that were originally proposed for that park, kind of reallocating those to potentially other parks in the area. I think there are ARPA funds originally that came to that program, and we'd love to just kind of be considered when that comes through. I'm sure some of my fellow residents will come to that meeting when it does come back. And I'd also offer that if there's anything we need to do to support this, we'd be happy to do more research around it. And there are actually residents who originally supported the idea of having the pickleball courts in the local park, but then have since changed their mind when they've done more research around that. So we'd be happy to come back with data around that, studies, whatever it would help to kind of support that case. So other than that, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to join the council meeting for the first time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to briefly say something quick, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
please.
Mark, thank you so much for coming and sitting through the whole time. And this time is the longest council meeting we have in a long time. So thank you for enduring it. And I'm happy you coming up with a smile on your face, being part of the civic responsibility. And thank you again. And I hope through your example that more residents will come out and see what the civic governance look like and also speak up their voice. Thank you so much.
And if you're willing to stay until 1:30, then we're straight 2 hours around the clock. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Long Pham.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The reason I stay that late because I love this city. I've been appearing in front of the council before you guys was here. Okay, so I have a problem when I was out of state last Saturday, and I watched the videotape, somebody beating up at the Trend Foundation event on Saturday. That is not acceptable to me. Because when I go out, I tell my friend, I tell my relative, come to the city of Westminster for business. They come here for a restaurant, okay? And then the safety for them is the most concerning to me. What bothered me was that when I see the 4 guys from the Trend Foundation that tried to beating up the people, one of the guys was here. He even started a fight here right on the city council. And then on April 30, 2020, he had been beating up a woman in front of the Trend Foundation on Bonsai Avenue. And I present here to this council one time before, okay? And it's really disturbing to me. If I did that one time, I could be thrown in jail by the police department. I don't see why your police department didn't do that, okay? And when the guy making a mistake, when I make a mistake and you don't tell me I make a mistake, I keep doing that again. And when the guy making a mistake, especially when he's making a criminal act like that, and nobody punishes him, nobody tell him that he's doing the wrong thing. The Trend Foundation, the Vietnamese Federation Community of Southern California, and the police department, and another. You don't allow me to mention the name. I said, one of the state senators actually promote the guy. Okay, if we promote the guy, if we reward the guy for doing the wrong thing, for committing a crime on the street like that, you are not going to query the issue. Okay, I like to see the safety in this city become improved. I don't like to see it going down like that. When you allow the Trend Foundation to become the source of criminal, to become the source of source of harassing people like that. It's not going to be fair. The people are not going to, they are not going to take to the restaurant on Bonsai Avenue anymore. The city of Westminster are going to get a bad name. I know you guys are not bad people, but you allow the bad people, to conduct business here in the city. Okay? You know, I hope you are making a chance, because I hope you are not waiting until the transportation murder somebody on the street before you take the action. Please don't do that. It's going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting till this time to speak on your mind. Next.
Our next speaker is Terry Rains.
I want to commend staff and most of the City Council for the beautiful American Vietnam War Veterans Day on March 29th. It was a long, hard fight to make it happen, and an even bigger fight to keep the event's integrity intact, despite Amy's attempt to derail it, disrespecting our American veterans and their special day. One veteran honored that was my long-lost uncle, who I had not seen in 25 years. I was so proud of our city that day. The bunny hop at the Boys and Girls Club was also great. Huge turnout, and staff did an amazing job organizing and managing the event. Charlie, you can't order me to not speak about our beloved Vietnamese community, but you missed my point. Vietnamese people here and abroad commented that your flag-raising spectacle was a pathetic denial of truth and were embarrassed and insulted by it. Nam Quan, your attire at the last meeting, hoodie, baseball cap, old jeans, and sneakers was inappropriate. You look like a thug, not a council member. But on YouTube, you wear a suit and tie. Amy sent emails to Westminster Village Park area residents, misleading them to believe that she alone could get the pickleball court funding reallocated, implying it was a done deal, creating chaos and circumventing staff's outreach efforts and responses. She referred to it as being in her neighborhood, even though she lives 2 miles away in a trailer park, gated community. Amy, what did Van Tran's campaign pay you $3,000 for? It didn't help because he lost big time. Speaking of you two, why was the car wreck thumb injury lawsuit dismissed? Did you reach a settlement or just agree it was frivolous to begin with? Amy, your email signature line about the First Amendment is rich coming from you. You and Nam Quan refuse to sit and listen to public comments when it's literally your job. The First Amendment assures our right to air grievances to and about the government. You are the government, Amy, and our grievances are about you. So sit down, shut up, and listen. You left the last meeting 43 minutes early, missing all non-agenda comments. You were even too chicken to come back out and get your stuff before leaving entirely. Leaving sight entirely 20 minutes before the meeting ended. Did you hear my comments about Charlie losing the Central Committee election and you beating him by 919 votes? So pathetic, Charlie. Anyway, Amy, conducting a campaign endorsement interview from your city council office is a violation of Government Code 8314. Look it up. Amy, AKA fake Christian, why are you giving a political campaign speech at a church on Friday under the guise of local control and elections to advise people on how they can and should contribute to the 2024 elections and getting tips on running for office? You're not qualified to speak on any of that really intelligently. Depending on the content, your speech could even end up getting that church in trouble with the IRS. So you know what? Just go big and go home, Amy, permanently. We don't run these meetings according to when people leave the dais. That is not policy in any other agency. If you want to vote, you stay in your seat. If you don't want to vote, you don't care about the item, you leave. But you don't undo or delay the meeting or delay a vote simply because people can't stay in their seats.
And our final speaker is Chi Kwan.
Hello, everybody. I'm come from Phố Cali, Bosa TV, number 9. So right now over 12 o'clock. So I can share with, I'm living in Westminster, so I will share for all the Westminster people. So thank you very much for all people, mayor, so everybody. So you guys work great. So thank you very much. Yeah, that's all I need. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes our public comment period.
All right, thank you very much. And now comments from the City Council agency members, including AB 1234 report when required. I believe that you need to go. Why don't we? I don't know. What's his name?
Chi Kwan.
Chi Quang. Okay. Chi Quang, huh? Okay, okay. All right, so let me start off with this side of the Councilmember Nguyen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make it quick. Yeah, thank you, staff. Okay, and now PD.
Are you done? Oh, Vice Mayor Ho?
I'll make it quick too. Thank you, Vanessa Johnson. Your name's mentioned earlier. Very well deserving of. My congratulations to all the, especially the last event that you did in such a short notice. And I think everybody really complimented you by talking to me. And so I just want to relate that. And also, our staff, I don't want to forget community development. You know, the Milton project was just huge, and I really appreciate your effort and your team's effort in making it happen. And so the project is going to be beautiful, I'm sure. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining our team. And please don't go away. We need you. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Umenzo?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to echo the staff and the speaker, Mr. Bryan, Councilman, Vice Mayor Ho, Vanessa, Gina. I know she's not here, but please extend our thanks to her and all the whole team. Jake, Public Works, make sure, can you please let the guys know, thank you so much for your efforts, last minute, less than 2 weeks for putting together that March 29th event. It was important. I know you guys knew how important it was, and sorry for making you guys jump through hoops last minute. You guys are it's just your display of dedication is not, we see it. We see how dedicated you are to doing a good job for the community. So thank you very much. Also, our city fearless leader over there in the end, and her sidekick, Mr. Great Adolfo Zeta, the power team, dynamic duo. Thank you guys for what you do. It just amazed me how you guys adjust when it came to the bunny hop, the second one with the weather. It's like a lot of other cities canceled. You guys didn't cancel. You found another way to get it done. So thank you again for that. And just thank you for Catherine for what you do with the Milton project. Thank you. So thank you, PD. Thank you for all of you for being here, especially first timer. You got some bad luck there. It was the longest meeting of the year. So thank you. Come back. Bring your neighbors. So thank you.
Councilmember West? Oh, yeah, hold on. Councilmember West, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to congratulate our city clerk. Could you tell me again, what is the, what was it, the award that you received? Because was it were we not supposed to know about it or something? Because
I did not know about it. I received the 2024 Pat Hammers Spirit Award from the City Clerks Association of California. Pat Hammers was the city clerk for the city of Cathedral City. We lost her in 2013. She was the sunshine clerk up and down the state, very well known for her mentorship and lifelong learning for professional development and ensuring that we constantly empower the profession. So it is an honor to receive this award. I am one of the few that have had this award, and I am very humbled by the opportunity to have it. So thank you for the recognition.
Yeah,
thank you.
congratulations.
And you know how I found out was on LinkedIn. That's how I found out. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Councilmember West?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff, echoing with my colleagues here for all you guys do and staying here so late, and also resident who's out here as well to the end. I appreciate you guys being here and exercising your civic responsibility. I just want to say congratulations to my husband and I, which is we're celebrating 15-year anniversary tomorrow. So, I am so thankful for my husband who's, championed me while I do politics, and he's helping at the house with the kids. So thankful for him. And then I want to close with this. If you ever have to go to trial, the Fifth and Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution is vital to ensure a fundamental right for individuals in the legal system. The Fifth Amendment guarantees several key protections, including the right to grand jury indictment for serious crime, protection against double jeopardy, meaning being tried twice for the same offense, the right to remain silent against self-incrimination, and protection against deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. These protections ensure fairness and prevent abuse of power by the government.
How long is it speech?
I'm almost done. I'm closing. So the Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury, a right to be informed for the nature and cause of the accusation, the right to confront witnesses against oneself, the right to compel witnesses in one's favor, and the right to legal representation. These rights are essential to ensure a fair trial and protecting individuals from the arbitrary persecution. And Mr. Mayor, it is very important for me to share this because this agenda does talk about the AB 123 and also council comment. So that's part of my comment, and that's part of my responsibility as the government to help the people know their rights, and that's our job. So that's what I'm doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I don't mind that you're doing it, but just briefly about it, and if you need to read the whole thing, then you may as well print it out and give it to the people. That way it's better.
Well, I think mine wasn't as long as you let council Vice Mayor say twice.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your 15-year anniversary. Hope you enjoy tomorrow. As for me, I just want to thank you, everyone, for being here to this minute. The residents, the staff, and council, city attorney, every one of you. Our next regular meeting is going to be held on Wednesday, April 24, 2024 at 6 p.m. And I'm not going to be here, so it's going to be administered by Vice Mayor Hall. Meeting and adjourned.